Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1. This must be Tsench's conspiracy. This is a new fanfic I am picking up. Please comment and tell if this is interesting and should I continue this or not. This must be Tsench's scheme. He is tempting me to become a chaos heretic. Lucian Sanctus touched his ethereal cheek within the warp, if this constantly shifting mass of energy could even be called a face. Oh, wait. I've already fallen to corruption. Lucian looked down at his newly born body of a chaos god. It looked like a knocked-over paint palette, or perhaps the nightmare creation of an abstract painter on drugs, flickering unsteadily in the endless energy storms of the warp. Good news, I transmigrated. Bad news, it's the Warhammer universe. Better news, I became a chaos god. Worse news, I'm still very weak. So weak that a random mushroom in Nurgle's garden next door could blow me away with a single breath. Lucian tried to facepalm, but the gesture only caused the energy ripples on the surface of his body to fluctuate even more chaotically. I haven't even touched a single miniature. I've just watched a tiny bit of fan-made videos. I know the Emperor, the four gods and their own brand of madness, and that the Tyranids eat everything. In his previous life, he was an ordinary corporate slave, struggling daily to survive the blessing of the 996 work schedule. His only entertainment was scrolling through his phone before bed, reading fanfics, and watching short videos. That day, he was watching a lore video titled, "Watch all of Warhammer 40k in one go, 2-hour pure enjoyment edition, the perfect city, pre-March rebellion." In the video, the creator cheerfully narrated everything that had unfolded. He had finally managed to finish the nearly 4-hour-long two-part video. And then, his vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in this bizarre and dazzling warp. And he was starving to death. Not a physiological hunger, but a deep, essential thirst. Lucian could feel that he needed to feed, to absorb some kind of energy to maintain his existence, to grow and become stronger. He instinctively knew what it was, emotional energy. He seemed to be a bit of a glutton. He wasn't a picky eater at all and didn't reject any kind of emotion. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, greed, every intense emotion generated by sentient beings left ripples in the warp. And chaos gods lived on exactly this. So, here came the problem: how to solve the issue of emotional energy. Lucian carefully perceived the surrounding warp environment, and was nearly frightened out of his wits. Far to his left was an endless, rotting garden, permeated with a morbid obsession with the cycle of life and a bizarre sense of satisfaction in accepting all decay. Nurgle's territory. To his front right were countless constantly shifting, recombining mazes and towering spires that defied all logic, overflowing with endless conspiracies and a greedy thirst for knowledge. Tsench's domain. Further away, he could sense pure, endless desires for slaughter, and, well, a very explicit and violent primal urge. No need to guess, Khorne and Slaanesh. The emotional energy emitted by these four was so dense and pure that it was like a royal banquet placed in front of a beggar who had starved for 3 days. But Lucian didn't dare touch it. He didn't dare taint himself with even the slightest drop. Lucian tried hard to shrink his energy mass even smaller. In this universe, what's free is always the most expensive. Especially a treat from the four gods, that's absolutely a trap among traps. But he was so hungry. Really, so hungry. Lucian felt like an unlucky bastard dumped at the entrance of a buffet. He was surrounded by exotic delicacies, yet every dish was laced with a slow-acting poison, and taking a single bite meant signing a contract of eternal servitude. Just as he felt he was definitely going to dissipate from starvation. Suitable host detected. Soul fluctuation match rate, 99.7%. Binding in progress. An emotionless voice rang out directly in his consciousness. It wasn't one of those seductive whispers of the warp, nor did it carry the oppressive presence of the four gods. This voice was very mechanical, very systematic. Binding successful. Scourge system activated. Welcome to the system, host. This system is designed to help newborn warp entities achieve safe, stable, and sustainable growth. Lucian froze. A system. A cheat ability. In the Warhammer universe. Wait, this isn't Tsench in disguise, is it? Lucian asked warily. Let me tell you, I've read way too many fanfics with this exact trope. This system was manufactured by the Extraterrestrial High-Dimensional Entity Alliance and is bound by the new Transmigrator Protection Act. System operation logs can be accessed at any time, and there are no record of tampering. Well, that sounds quite official. Lucian remained half skeptical. So, what features do you have? Core Function 1, Fourth Scourge Summoning Module. Can link to a lower dimensional universe, the host's native universe, to recruit player consciousness projections into physical entities in this universe. Players will receive system-generated enhanced bodies, and their consciousness will be safely isolated from their original bodies. Core Function 2, Safe Emotional Energy Collection. Any emotional fluctuations generated by players during their activities, including but not limited to anger, greed, excitement, tension, sense of achievement, and frustration, will be filtered and purified by the system before being transmitted to the host. The collection process utilizes multiple layers of encryption and camouflage to avoid detection by existing warp entities in this universe. Core Function 3, Reality Matter Energy Conversion. System operations consume the material energy of the real universe. The host must guide players to collect material resources, which the system will convert into basic energy to maintain operations. Initial energy, 10,000 units. Lucian digested this information. Players. The fourth scourge. Safely absorbing emotions. So you're saying I don't have to touch the dirty emotions corrupted by the four gods myself, and instead I can produce clean emotions through players? Their happiness, their anger while gaming, and even their resentment from cursing out the game devs, I can eat it all, and the four gods won't notice. Correct. The system employs trace collection and emotional signature camouflage technologies. The emotional fluctuations of a single player are insignificant to the warp of this universe. Furthermore, the system will disguise them as naturally dissipating background noise. A stealth upgrade will only be required when the player count reaches the 10 million mark. And what about reality matter energy? What exactly do you need? How does the conversion work? Any matter containing mass and energy is viable. It is recommended to collect high-density materials, energy minerals, technological artifacts, etc. The conversion ratio depends on the usable energy levels contained within the matter. For example, 1 kilogram of pure promethium is almost equal to 10 energy units, 1 intact Lehman Russ tank is almost equal to 110,000 energy units, 1 standard void shield generator is almost equal to 3 million energy units. Lucian looked at his ethereal hands. And then he thought about what the real world of the Warhammer universe was like. So you want me, a newborn chaos god, to go to the real universe and collect tanks and void shields? He grumbled, I'm a warp energy mass. If I pop into the real universe, wouldn't I directly trigger a warp storm? Then the Emperor, the Primarchs, the Astartes legions, the Custodes, and the Sisters of Silence will all come running to have a heart-to-heart with me. The host does not need to go in person. Players can assist with collection during their activities in the real universe. The system provides a basic material recycling protocol, and players will receive in-game rewards as incentives. Understood. Let the players do the grinding. Let the players do the heavy lifting. Let the players scavenge for trash. Excellent. Lucian suddenly felt like this system was tailor-made for him. Then what can this initial 10,000 energy units do? How many players can I recruit? Recommended startup plan, consume 3,000 energy units to establish a stable link with the target planet Aurelian 4 in this universe. Consume 5,000 energy units to generate the first batch of 5,000 player consciousness reception anchors, i.e., in-game character creation. The remaining 2,000 units will be used to maintain basic system operations, estimated to last 60 standard days. Aurelian 4. Lucian pulled up the planetary data provided by the system and skimmed it quickly. Rediscovered by the Imperium at the end of the Great Crusade. Nominal submission but weak actual control, with local forces fighting for territory. Perfect. This kind of lawless frontier is the perfect place for a noob to develop. He noticed the timestamp, approximately 976.m30. 30 years before Horus gets injured. TL/N, interesting. Chapter 2, a very Tsienchen move. Lucian recalled the scattered lore he had gleaned from fan videos. So, the Emperor is still out crusading, Horus is still reliable, and the heresy hasn't even cast a shadow yet. I have 30 years to develop. 30 years. In the Warhammer universe, where time is measured in millennia, 30 years was as fleeting as a deep breath. But for Lucian, who had a system, players, and the ability to snowball his power, 30 years of growth was more than enough to elevate his strength to a formidable level. By the time that tumultuous civil war erupted, perhaps he could even sneakily grab a slice of the pie. System, confirm the startup plan, Lucian commanded. Target, Aurelian 4. First batch player count, 5,000. Design their avatars to match the local aesthetic. Don't make them too outrageous, at the very least, they need to look human. Command confirmed. Establishing stable warp-to-real space corridor. Corridor established. Coordinates locked, Aurelian 4, Northern Hemisphere, Northern Wilderness region surrounding the city of Aru. Generating player consciousness reception anchors. Utilizing local biological template, standard human, mildly gene-enhanced variant, dot. Additional base enhancements applied, bone density plus 15%, muscle efficiency plus 20%, trauma recovery rate plus 30%. Camouflage protocol applied, implanted false memories, local drifter/adventurer identity cognition, dot. Anchors generated. Initiating recruitment signal transmission to the lower dimensional universe. Signal transmitted. Estimated response and link time for the first batch of players, 1 to 3 standard days. Feeling the energy being drained from him, Lucian felt a mix of anxiety and excitement. He was anxious because if this system turned out to be fake, he was currently swan diving into a pit Sench had spent years digging. He was excited because if the system was real, then as a newborn chaos god, he might actually carve out a completely bizarre and unique path in this universe that usually chewed people up and spat out their bones. Alright, now it's time to name my game. Lucian pondered. It needs to be cool, it needs to be catchy, and it absolutely cannot be too straightforward about its true nature. He thought for a few seconds. Then, he cracked a wicked, highly Tsienchen smile. Looking at the system interface, the data of the flowing energy sketched out complex spectral graphs in his mind. Memories of the videos he had watched and the forum posts he had read before his transmigration suddenly surfaced. He remembered those casual Warhammer fans joking online. I don't really understand the 40k lore, but I wish you all the best when you transmigrate into the Warhammer universe. Everyone claims they're loyal, but nobody actually wants to go. At the time, he thought they were just jokes. Now, well, they were right. But since he had already crossed over, and even become a chaos god, Lucian felt it was his duty to provide a little, modest assistance to his fellow fans who would follow him. Otherwise, what if they really don't come? First of all, the name absolutely could not contain words like Warhammer, Chaos God, Emperor, or Chaos. It needs a little camouflage. What he needed was a name that sounded completely harmless. A name that would lower the player's guards, get them to log in happily, and then they'll work for me, generate emotional energy for me, and still think this game is an absolute blast. Lucian let out a low chuckle that rippled through the warp. Fortunately, his sinister laugh was instantly absorbed and converted by the system, leaving no trace. Otherwise, Sench himself might have descended to see who was stealing his act. Browsing through the naming suggestion module provided by the system, a spark of inspiration hit him. In those videos, mechas, the Sea of Stars, and deep space exploration are always top-tier genres. Lucian reminisced. Men are boys until the day they die. Who doesn't want to pilot a giant mech and charge across the stars? Sure, in this universe, a mech might be called an Imperial Knight or a Titan. Interstellar travel might involve warp storms and demonic whispers. And deep space exploration had a high probability of running into greenskins, Tyranids, or Necrons. But that didn't matter. He just needed to package it right. System, set the game title to. Lucian weighed his words, his energy body shimmering with the eerie light of a successful scheme. Epoch 40k, Mecha. As for the subtitle, he thought for a moment. Make it, The Sea of Stars, yours to explore. Title recorded. Epoch 40k, Mecha, The Sea of Stars, yours to explore. Not enough. Lucian shook his head, sending ripples through his energy. We still need an opening cinematic. Make it flashy, make it hype, make it look like a next-generation sci-fi mecha game. Manipulating the system's functions, he began constructing a completely fictional backstory for the game. In the distant future, human civilization has spread across the galaxy. Humanity pilots giant combat machines known as mechas to explore the frontier, establish colonies, and fight against unknown cosmic threats. Players will take on the role of mecha pilots, starting from scratch to build their bases, recruit companions, and explore the vast sea of stars. Yes, right, exactly that. Lucian was highly satisfied. As for what those unknown cosmic threats actually were, the players would fill in the blanks themselves. They'll probably think it's alien bugs or rogue AIs. Either way, they won't be expecting nurglings, horrors of Tsench, or orc boys. He specifically instructed the system, do not include any Aquilas, high Gothic text, 8-pointed chaos stars, or any other iconic symbols in the cinematic. The mecha designs should have a sleek, cool sci-fi aesthetic. No Gothic architecture, skulls, or religious motifs. The environments should be bright, clean, and highly technological. Don't make it look like the sewers of a hive city. Commands confirmed. Generating opening cinematic. Lucian watched the visuals the system constructed. Against the backdrop of a vast starry ocean, a sleek, streamlined starship glided slowly past the camera. The hull was adorned with elegant geometric patterns, entirely devoid of imperial eagles. The camera zoomed in, entering the ship's hangar. Rows of distinctively designed mechs stood in perfect formation. Some were slender and agile, looking like high-speed reconnaissance models, others were heavily armored and equipped with exaggerated weapon systems, still others had engineering arms extending from their backs, clearly meant for industrial use. Then came a rapid montage, mech sprinting across an ice field, battling unidentified creatures in a desert, performing maintenance on an orbital space station, establishing outposts on uncharted planets. The background music was a soaring orchestral piece mixed with electronic synths, brimming with a sense of hope and exploration. A steady, powerful male voiceover declared, "Humanity's march forward has never ceased. Now, it is your turn, pilot. Your mecha awaits. The Sea of Stars is calling." The final freeze frame, a mech painted in red and white stood atop a mountain peak, a rising sun behind it. The mech raised its arm, pointing toward the boundless starry sky. The image faded out, replaced by the game logo, Epoch 40K, Mecha. Perfect. Lucian marveled at his creation. If I put this cinematic out there, who would ever suspect this is a Warhammer game? This is clearly just a standard, high-quality sci-fi mecha masterpiece. He could already imagine the players' reactions. Holy crap, the quality of this CG. Mechas. They've got mechas. Finally, a game that isn't just scientia or fantasy. The Sea of Stars. A man's ultimate romance. Then they would excitedly create their characters, log into the game, start exploring, and realize that the NPCs in this sci-fi game kept muttering about the Emperor's protection. That there were tech priests in red robes on the streets repairing equipment. That the sky was occasionally split by colossal warships with massive ramming prows. And that the alien monsters in the wilderness looked an awful lot like orc boys. Hurry up and get here. Lucian stared at the countdown timer. I'm seriously starving. TL/note. Update schedule, 2 chapters per day. 5 review equals 1 bonus chapter. Unlimited bonus chapters as long as we meet Power Stone's goals announced. Chapter 3, a despicable imitation of Warhammer 40K. Earth. Late at night. Zeke rubbed his sore eyes and backed out of the matchmaking queue for Warhammer 40K, Space Marine 2. 6 hours. He had played operations mode for 6 solid hours, blowing apart the heads of who knows how many Tyranid and Chaos scumbags with his bolter. But now, he had to wait 3 minutes just to find a match. This game was dying. Emperor above, this matchmaking system has to be blessed by Tsench, he muttered, his fingers clacking on the keyboard as he typed out the full of his gaming ID, loyal to the Emperor but I have to work on Monday so I can only play until 2 a.m. This was his universal username across all games. Its length was atrocious, but its meaning was crystal clear. Just as he was about to close Steam and click on a hidden folder labeled Study Materials, a pop-up window appeared without warning, slapping him right in the face. Epoch 40K, Mecha. The Sea of Stars, yours to explore. He read it aloud, his voice thick with the absurdity of a personal offense. What kind of asset flip developer came up with this name? Do you know what 40K means in the gaming community? Do you know how many lore books, how many retcons, how much power of whack, and how many tin can sacrifices are behind those two numbers? He moved his mouse, aiming precisely for the X in the top right corner of the pop-up. This page was too clean. There were no flashing banners saying, first top-up gets a free bolter, nor were there any pop-ups shouting, if you're a Primarch, come fight me. It was as clean as the title page of the Ecclesiarchy's Holy Lexicon, if you ignored that heretical, Sea of Stars, yours to explore slogan, anyway. Alright, let this loyalist see what kind of chaos den this digital plague leaked out of. He clicked on it, fully intending to report it the moment he finished looking. He even had the reason prepared, suspected Tau Empire cultural infiltration. The cinematic began to play. Stars, warships, mechas, smooth visuals, hard-hitting sci-fi designs, and a soaring atmosphere of exploration. Zeke's crossed arms slowly loosened. Fuck. 10 seconds later, this CG, it actually has a bit of the aesthetic beauty of Sanguinius's wings. Wait, no. These mechs don't have skulls or aquillas. They're as clean as a militant atheist. But this texture quality. He noticed the closed beta slots, 5,000. The number hadn't moved yet. Curiosity, a driving force second only to his loyalty to the Emperor and his hatred of heretics, compelled him. He immediately tabbed over to an encrypted chat group named Terra Underground Cyber Tavern, non-heretical. Loyal to the Emperor, at everyone look at this pop-up. Epoch 40K, Mecha. Which chaos spawn set this up? I'm not the Lord Regent, I'm just a passing Gilliman. Too many conflicting elements in that name. Is the link safe? Last time I clicked on a link to Conquer the Eye of Terror, I woke up the next day with 50 gigs of Nurgle meme stickers on my hard drive. Schrodinger's loyalist. Epoch 40K. Good lord, they locked the timeline down that hard. Aren't they afraid the Inquisition will arrest them as temporal heretics? Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus. I've clicked in. The CG rendering precision exceeds common commercial engines by 17.4%. The mecha structural designs lack logical aesthetic features, no skull decorations or holy litanies. Suspected to be the product of an unknown technological power. It's a bit suspicious, but highly intriguing. Did the white scars speed today? Fast hands got it. Slot get. Lightning fast. But why didn't I have to fill out any info? That was faster than an orc looting scrap. The Emperor's sword, but it's very blunt. I clicked it too. Ain't this distribution method a bit too casual? It's literally just, I thinks you can do it, orc style. Seeing several veterans in the group instantly making a move, Zeke hurriedly tabbed back to the page and clicked. The numbers started dropping, 4,999. 4,998, the speed was accelerating. Interesting. He tabbed back to the group. Loyal to the Emperor but no pardons for traitors today. There are only 5,000 spots. Whether it's a trial from the Emperor or a maze from Tsench, just fill the slots first. Worst case scenario, we load in yelling, for the Emperor. If they're friendlies, we chop heretics together, if it's a trap, we chop the devs. Soul of Cadia, laid off. Filled. Cadians never retreat. Even if it is a trap. I want the halo of tranquility but I'm broke. Filled. I just hope the psychic lore in this is reasonable, and not like certain games where psychers just shoot fireworks. Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter. Reserved. I shall observe cautiously in the Emperor's name. If I detect any Guvesa, Tau sympathizer, tendencies, I will immediately execute physical purification. Soon, the 5,000 slots were exhausted. Zeke received a brief confirmation prompt, and then, total silence. For the rest of the day, Zeke was completely distracted. Even while slacking off at work, all he could think about was the game. No VR equipment required, so how do they achieve immersion? Did brain interface tech finally have a breakthrough? Impossible, there hasn't been a single leak in the news. Is it some new kind of hypnosis or subconscious projection? Wouldn't that make it a cult? He checked his email and messages constantly, terrified of missing the download link. It wasn't until 11 p.m., just as he was getting ready to wash up and go to sleep, that an incredibly inconspicuous download prompt popped up in the bottom right corner of his monitor. The installation package wasn't large. It was only 17 KB. This small? You've got to be kidding me. Zeke casually downloaded it and clicked open. A pitch-black screen immediately popped up, displaying a line of text. Connection preparing. Please ensure you are in a safe environment. The immersive experience will last approximately 8 hours. External sensory perception will be temporarily disabled. Are they for real? Zeke took a deep breath and clicked confirm. His senses were violently pulled away. He felt himself falling. There was no expected character creation screen, only darkness and a silent descent. Then, fragmented, unfamiliar images and sensations began to bleed into his consciousness, like drops of ink diffusing in clear water. The texture of coarse, gritty bread, the harsh scolding of a man named Old Barry, hauling heavy parts in a grease-stained workshop, arms aching. Carl, someone calls you. No, they aren't calling you. The ash-gray sky of Aru City, the massive smokestacks, a blurry face, perhaps a family member, fear of the red blaze wasteland, the howling in the night. These fragments were chaotic yet incredibly real, carrying the raw, gritty texture of absolute bottom-tier poverty. They settled rapidly, forming a thin layer of background memories, as if they had always been there and he was just now recalling them. Immediately after, a cold voice rang out directly in the depths of his mind, contrasting sharply with the warmth of the memory fragments. Local identity memory fragment implantation complete. To facilitate identification and player coordination, please set your public player identification name. This ID will serve as your primary interaction credential. Zeke's consciousness was still a bit hazy, the trivial memories of Carl blurring his focus slightly. But his powerful gamer instincts instantly suppressed the discomfort. A name. Isn't that just a game ID? His mind raced. In a place that sounds this hardcore, if I walk around with a name like, loyal to the Emperor but I have to work on Monday, I'll probably get beaten to death. It needs to be short, punchy, and clearly state my faction. Focusing his will, he transmitted his message back to the cold voice. Eternally loyal to the Emperor. Identification confirmed, eternally loyal to the Emperor. Link stabilized. Consciousness projection initiating. Chapter 4, Breathing Tax. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, S last moment of consciousness faded into a brief void after confirming his ID. Then came a hard, icy cold, and an indescribable feeling of being squeezed. He snapped his eyes open. What met his eyes wasn't the expected high-tech sci-fi mecha cockpit, nor a grand login hall overlooking the sea of stars. It was a vat. A transparent cylindrical container, its interior lined with rough biological textures, emitting a faint, fishy organic stench. Murky, pale green nutrient fluid was rapidly draining away through a hole at the bottom, making a loud gurgling sound. He could feel the discomfort of the viscous liquid sliding over his skin, and the chill of being completely naked. What the fuck? He instinctively tried to raise his hands to cover his vital parts, but his arm slammed against the inner wall of the pod, producing a dull thud. The vat, or rather, the curved door of the biopod slid upward with a teeth-aching hiss of depressurization. Zeke shivered, tumbling and crawling out of the pod onto a freezing, rough metal grate floor. He steadied himself and immediately looked down to check. Fortunately, the game had some bottom line. It had applied a holy light sensor, a blurry but perfectly placed layer of light covering his crucial areas, like the lowest budget family-friendly patch. Immediately after, a dusty, coarse, and durable one-piece jumpsuit materialized on his body, complete with dark patches on the elbows and knees. On his feet appeared a pair of hard-soled boots that looked incredibly uncomfortable. The tactile sensation was so realistic it made him curse. Fuck. Looking around, he found himself in a dim, low-ceilinged space. It was about half the size of a basketball court. The walls were exposed metal plates, covered in thick pipes and valves of unknown purpose. Dim, occasionally flickering fluorescent tubes were the only light source. The air was murky, reeking of machine oil, ozone, and some kind of stale, ancient scent. Most importantly, there were at least thousands of identical biopods densely packed into this area. At this moment, most of the pod doors were opening, and players in jumpsuits, wearing identical expressions of utter bewilderment, were crawling out. What kind of garbage spawn point is this? Where's the mecha hangar? A player with the ID, Schrodinger's loyalist, complained while rubbing his neck, his voice echoing in the cavernous room. Where's my UI? Stat panel. Skill tree. Map. Quest marker. Not even a damn ferry to guide noobs. Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus was rapidly swiping his fingers across his eyes, trying to activate a tactical visor. Naturally, there was no response. Level, no level. Inventory, oh, wait, there seems to be something called an item slot. The Emperor's sword, but it's very blunt, narrowed his eyes, seemingly concentrating hard. Zeke also tried to focus his mind. Sure enough, an extremely crude interface floated into the corner of his vision. No flashy borders, no avatar portrait, just a few lines of faintly glowing text. Individual identification, eternally loyal to the Emperor. Physiological status, mild hunger, mild thirst, stamina, 87%. Psychic aptitude, unactivated psychic level, 0. Imperial coins held, 0. Debt, 0. Today's survival tax, unpaid, 0/0.3. That was it. That was all there was. Where are the stats? Strength, agility, intelligence, spirit. Attack, defense, HP. Crit rate, life steal, armor penetration. Zeke cursed internally. And what the hell is this psychic aptitude unactivated? Even more outrageous is this today's survival tax. I have to pay money just to breathe. 0.3 imperial coins. I don't even know what this currency looks like yet. Trash devs. This starting point is worse than waking up in an underhive garbage dump, a player named Soul of Cadia, cursed, stretching his limbs. At least back then I knew where to find a moldy piece of bread. This is it. Besides Zeke, a lean woman with short hair had also finished checking her status and couldn't help but sound disappointed. Hunger, thirst, stamina. Psychic power. Imperial coins. Which chaos spawn designed this UI? Even laziness has its limits. Imperial coins. Another tall, skinny man chewed on the word, his expression turning somewhat strange. He lowered his voice. Brothers, don't you guys feel like this setting is a little familiar? The Imperium, Prometheum, Psychers, plus these outfits and this environment. Shut up. Zeke practically growled instinctively, using the low Gothic he had just mastered, his voice still carrying a hint of Carl's accent. Watch your mouth. Until we confirm the situation, don't make reckless assumptions. His heart was pounding. As an old Warhammer fan, he was way too familiar with those elements. But he forced himself to stay calm. The name was Epoch 40K, Mecha, the CG was sci-fi, and what was in front of him were worker jumpsuits and a construction site. Don't panic. Maybe it's just a coincidence, or maybe it's just a sick joke by the dev team. At the same time, deep within the warp, Lucian's constantly shifting mass of energy was stretching out in pure delight. Wisps of pure emotional energy were flowing from the real universe into his body through countless invisible threads. Although the amount generated by each individual player was minuscule, the combined output of 5,000 people had already formed a substantial, steady stream. Confusion, curiosity, mild annoyance, the genuine discomfort of hunger, and just a tiny bit of that, this game actually seems kind of interesting, desire to explore. Yes, exactly like that. Lucian felt the fulfilling sensation of energy circulating through him. It was a fundamental pleasure that surpassed any physiological satisfaction. Be more confused, be more curious, you can even curse out the system a few times. Either way, you're cursing the system, not me. He observed the situation inside the outpost through the system interface. The players were gradually walking out of the habitation block and gathering in front of the outpost's small airlock. Lil, Scourge, Lucian had given the system a nickname. TL/N, Lil, Paint. Stock the shop with the most basic items first. Lucian pondered for a moment. Synthetic bread, filtered water, basic tools, makeshift weapons. Set the prices a bit high. After all, we are a frontier outpost. Resources are scarce, so exorbitant prices are perfectly reasonable. Once the language pack is unlocked, they'll be able to have complex conversations with the locals. However, we need to censor any vocabulary that might directly reference the true names of the four gods. Use obfuscation. For example, if they try to say, Sench, automatically replace it with, deep void anomaly, or something similar. As for them chatting privately in their language, let them. Under the system's shielding, no one in the warp can understand their language anyway. Lucian was very satisfied with this design. The players could vent, plot, and hurl insults in their mother tongue to their heart's content without worrying about warp entities catching any keywords. But the most important thing is to get them moving. Lucian watched the surveillance feed. Mining, scavenging for trash, getting into street fights, exploring the unknown, anything is fine. As long as they generate emotional fluctuations, as long as they collect physical matter, they are working for me. The daily breathing tax and the resurrection loan settings are absolute genius. Lucian praised himself without hesitation. No pressure, no motivation. Only with crushing debt will they work their lives away. Isn't this exactly how the lower-class citizens of the Warhammer universe live? We call this immersive roleplay. Back in the base, that cold voice rang directly into everyone's consciousness once again. Welcome to Aurelian 4, outskirts of Aru City, abandoned preprocessing workshop number 7. Beginner guide quest issued. Quest name, A Laborer's First Step. Quest objective, familiarize yourselves with your new identities and basic tools. Focus your minds to retrieve your issued tools from your personal storage space. Then, leave this facility and conduct basic resource collection operations in the surrounding safe zones. Resources and exchange, for every 1 unit of standard energy matter, e.g., ore, scrap metal, organic fuel, submitted to the system, you will receive a personal compensation of 0.1 Imperial coins. The system will provide basic material identification guidelines. Quest goal, accumulate 1 Imperial coin individually. Quest rewards, 10 Imperial coins, unlock, Aurelian language, advanced, unlock store material exchange list preview. Tip, this game encourages exploration, creation, and survival. You may do anything you deem necessary and are capable of completing, but please evaluate the risks carefully. Core Rule Supplementary Notice, all units please keep in mind. 1. Life is precious. Death is not the end, but it comes with a cost. Upon individual termination, Imperial coins can be used to reconstruct a vessel at designated facilities. Those with insufficient Imperial coins may apply to the system for an emergency reconstruction loan. Interest rate, predatory, borrow 10, receive 9, repay 19. 2. Survival has a cost. A daily fixed environment maintenance and life support tax, abbreviation survival tax, will be levied. Initial tax rate, 0.3 Imperial coins/day. The tax rate will adjust based on the individual's comprehensive evaluation index. Those who fail to pay the tax will suffer progressive physiological decay penalties until vessel failure. Wishing all pilots a successful frontier exploration. TL/note, before this week ends I am thinking of doing a small mass release, no promises though. Chapter 5, Time to Grind. The amount of information was massive. The players fell silent for a few seconds, digesting this pile of rules that felt less like a game and more like the crushing pressure of corporate slavery. Borrow 10, repay 19. That's ruthless. Is this system run by Korn? No way, Korn only cares about chopping. This actuary-level extortion feels like a hybrid between Sench and a tax collector. Loyal but broke, was the first to wail. Breathing costs money, reviving requires loan shark debt. I'm playing a game and I still have to worry about bankruptcy and forced labor. I want the halo of tranquility but I am broke, looked absolutely despondent. Shouldn't the focus be on, you can do anything? And wait, where are the mechs? We were promised mechs. What the hell is this pickaxe? Following the guide, Schrodinger's loyalist successfully pulled a miner's pickaxe out of his 5-slot inventory. The other players quickly followed suit. For a moment, the chamber echoed with the clank and clatter of metal and a chorus of swearing. Every single person pulled out the exact same tool, a miner's pickaxe. Zeke looked at the heavy, incredibly realistic miner's pick in his hand, looked down at his beggar tier outfit, and then looked up at their dim, dilapidated spawn point. The Sea of Stars. Mine to explore. His mind flashed back to the red mecha in the cinematic, standing on the mountain peak and pointing toward the cosmos. Then he looked at the reality in front of him. I think I've boarded a pirate ship, Zeke muttered. A pirate ship selling a Hive City hard labor simulator disguised as a sci-fi adventure. The devs are definitely Tau spies. Using false advertising to corrupt our loyalty to the Emperor. I mean, to the beauty of mechas. Complaints aside, the quest still had to be done. After all, this game felt unbelievably realistic. 1 Imperial coin meant handing in 10 units of resources. The 10 Imperial coins reward, plus the 1 coin earned, would total 11 coins. Minus today's 0.3 breathing tax, he would be left with 10.7 coins. The players began to spontaneously gather and discuss. Although their IDs were bizarre and varied, right now everyone was wearing the same beggar rags and holding the same broken pickaxes. A bizarre sense of blue-collar solidarity began to grow. This place looks like part of an abandoned factory. Who knows what's outside? The quest says surrounding safe zones, but how do we define that? The system didn't even give us a mini-map. Material identification guidelines. How do we use that? Let me try focusing my mind to identify it. Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus stared at a piece of scrap metal on the floor. A moment later. A faint, glowing outline, visible only to him, appeared on the surface of the metal plate, while a stream of information flowed into his mind. Low-quality galvanized steel scrap, approximate 0.05 standard units. Recyclable. Estimated value, 0.005 Imperial coins. It works. But this is way too little. I have to pick up 20 of these just to get 0.1 coins. Better than nothing. Hurry, let's go outside and take a look. The crowd began moving toward the massive, sealed blast door, the only thing in the workshop that looked like an exit. Next to the door was a simple mechanical lever. It took the combined effort of several players, fortunately, the starting physical strength of these bodies was decent, to pull it down with a loud, grinding creak. The heavy metal blast door lifted upward, letting in a harsher light and an even more complex array of smells, industrial exhaust, dust, and the faint, distant roar of machinery. Squinting, the players stepped out of the workshop and stood on a protruding metal platform. The view before them suddenly opened up, yet it was suffocating. They were standing on the edge of a colossal, bowl-shaped crater. The rock walls of the crater had been carved into countless tiers. Every tier was riddled with honeycomb-like tunnel entrances, extending pipelines, rusted walkways, and rickety suspension bridges. As far as the eye could see, the area was littered with discarded mechanical wreckage, mountainous piles of slag, and puddles of suspiciously colored stagnant water. In the distance were the towering, shadowy outlines of gigantic structures piercing through the ash-yellow clouds, the base foundations of Aru City's main hive. They looked like countless mountains of steel, radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression. The sky was a dark yellow, choked by polluted clouds, with a hazy star barely providing enough illumination. There were no green trees. No clean water. No blue skies. Only steel, rust, and ruins. This is the fucking Sea of Stars. Soul of Cadia's jaw dropped. This is clearly the sewer pipe draining into the Sea of Stars. Where are the mechs? You want to pilot a mech in here? I'd be afraid of knocking over a building just turning around. I'm suddenly starting to think the bright, shiny planets in the cinematic are paid DLC. Stop talking nonsense. Do you see the shiny reflections from the ore veins down there? And all that scrap machinery? That's all money. That's Imperial coins. To pay off our breathing debt, charge. Someone yelled at the top of their lungs, and the players surged forward like a flood. Waving their pickaxes and mattocks, they scrambled down the rusted stairs and ropes at the edge of the platform, charging toward the massive abandoned mine. Zeke also took a deep breath of the rust-tinged air and tightened his grip on his miner's pick. Well, the mecha dream is dead. Guess I'm a miner first. For Imperial coins. No wait, for survival. 4. The chance to one day actually touch the control stick of a mech. He picked a direction that looked less crowded and followed a relatively intact walkway down to the lower levels of the pit. His target was a few half-buried heaps of wreckage in the slag that looked like small drilling rigs. The metal content there should be fairly high. As he walked, he couldn't help but grumble again. The game dev is definitely a hardcore Warhammer anti-fan, simulating the daily grind of a 40k underclass wage slave this realistically. Emperor above, if this is truly your trial, you're being way too stingy. At least issue us a lost gun. But He glanced at the corner of his vision, looking at the psychic aptitude, unactivated, status, and a strange feeling rippled through his chest. Unactivated is still better than being labeled psycho-sensitive and getting targeted by demons, right? At least for now, I'm just a miner who owes 0.3 coins in rent. Meanwhile, deep within the warp. Yes, that's the flavor. Lucian felt a long-lost sense of satiety spreading from the depths of his soul. Although he was still leagues away from being full, it was finally no longer that dissipating, existential starvation. More, just a little bit more. Scavenge hard, my pilots. Every ounce of your confusion, every bit of your effort, every single complaint you make, it's all food for my growth. He watched the glowing dots representing the players scatter like ants into the abandoned mine, the clinking and clanking of their tools already beginning. System, mark those particularly active individuals with high emotional output. Pay special attention to, eternally loyal to the Emperor. His complaining energy is quite potent. He's a premium crop, a potential high-value player. During the beginner phase, the emotions are mostly driven by novelty and adaptation. Wait until they earn their first paycheck, unlock the store, and see the very real upgrade options and the unpretentious, exorbitant prices of weapons, that surging desire, the inner conflict, the painful struggles, and the proactive drive that will erupt just to earn more Imperial coins. That is when the true feast begins. Lucian planned delightfully. As for the mechas, there will be mechas. Once the mines you've dug through are deep enough to bury a small starport. After all, mechas are very expensive. Whether it's manufacturing them or redeeming them from the system. Chapter 6, The Wage Slave Simulator. Outside the abandoned pre-processing workshop, the massive bowl-shaped crater echoed with a chaotic symphony of clinks and clangs. The players were grunting and panting as they mined. Interspersed among the noise were hulls of, "This thing is heavy, my arm is breaking," and 4 Imperial coins. Zeke carried several warped metal plates pried from the wreckage of an old drill rig, along with a pile of screws, gears, and other parts, back to the metal platform inside the workshop marked as the material submission point. The platform's surface was smooth and featured a clear indentation. He dumped the items onto it all at once. Submission complete. Material evaluation, low-quality alloy scrap, 6.5 units, standard mechanical parts, 0.5 units. Earned, 0.7 Imperial coins. Current Imperial coins held, 0.7. Today's survival tax, unpaid, 0/0.3. 0.7. Zeke panted heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead as his muscles ached. He looked at a burly man next to him with the ID, "Pay the tithe even if the world ends," Tax Bro for short, who had also just submitted his haul. "Tax Bro, how much did you get?" 0.9. Tax Bro looked utterly tragic. "I feel like I'm working for some unscrupulous tax lord." "No, this is darker than a sweatshop. At least a sweatshop gives you food and board. I'm hungry, thirsty, and my stamina is down to 51%. This hunger sensation is way too real. Tell me about it." Schrodinger's loyalist dragged a metal pipe he had dismantled from who knows where, weakly submitted it, and received 0.2 coins. "I'm a loyalist. I didn't die on the front lines fighting chaos. I didn't fall to a greenskin's chopper. And now I'm going to starve to death in a game supposedly made by Tau spies. If word of this gets out, how am I ever going to show my face in the Terra Underground Cyber Tavern again? Give me a break with the Tau spy theory." Zeke retorted, "If the Tau had this level of technology, they would have blown up the Eye of Terror by now. I'm starting to suspect this is a human physical limit and resource exploitation simulation experiment run by some fringe mechanicus muggos trying to escape Imperial control. In short, a wage slave simulator," Tax Bro summarized perfectly. Brilliant. The trio's complaining was just a small drop in the ocean of noise within the crater. Similar complaints and gallows humor could be heard everywhere. The feedback when swinging this pickaxe is incredible. It feels better than the real one at my grandpa's farm. I dug up what looked like adamantium, just a really hard rock. The system only gave me 0.01 units for it. Any brothers want to group up and check out over there? We might be able to dismantle those big vats. Count me in. Count me in. Be careful not to fall into the glowing green puddle, it looks like Papa Nurgle's special soup. Shut up. Do not mention that name. Bad luck. The player's adaptability was formidable. The limited 5-slot inventory quickly became the biggest bottleneck to efficiency. As a result, the players spontaneously formed assembly lines. One group dug and dismantled deep within the pit, while another group used crude ropes and wooden carts for short-distance transport. They dragged the relatively valuable large items back to the submission point, piling them up to be stored by designated guards until they returned to turn them in. Surprisingly, their efficiency actually increased significantly. Of course, conflicts and friction were inevitable. I found that generator casing first. I thinks this thing ain't got your name on it. Holy shit, orc speak already. Brother, you are way too immersed in the roleplay. Stop arguing. Finders keepers, tear it apart and split the loot. Hurry up, another squad is coming this way. Deep within the warp. Tisk, TSK, look at that subjective initiative. Lucian admired the system prompt that read, player coordination efficiency increased by 15% as the trickle of absorbed energy grew slightly more abundant. As expected, debt and survival pressure are the ultimate driving forces of productivity. All that talk of loyalty and faith is hollow in the face of a 0.3 coin breathing tax. Lil, Scourge, he summoned the system. What can we list in the store right now? Give me a list. It needs to be appropriate for their current stage, but also give them something to hope for. The cold, mechanical voice echoed directly in Lucian's consciousness, identical in tone to the one it used with the players. Based on the collected material energy and emotional energy conversion reserves, the following basic exchange items can be unlocked. I. Survival and support. Synthetic nutrient paste, standard ration alleviates hunger, slightly restores stamina. Price, 0.3 imperial coins. Purified water, 1 liter alleviates thirst. Price, 0.3 imperial coins. Basic medical kit, treats minor injuries, slows bleeding. Price, 1.5 imperial coins. Crude fiber sleeping bag, use in safe zones to accelerate stamina recovery and slightly alleviate fatigue. Price, 3 imperial coins. 2. Tools and weapons. Forged miner's pick, collection efficiency plus 10%. Price, 3 imperial coins. Metal cutter, dramatically increases efficiency when dismantling metal structures. Price, 6 imperial coins. Makeshift steel pipe / metal bar, a melee weapon better than bare hands. Price, 1 to 3 imperial coins, varies by quality. Crude pistol, black powder short range, poor accuracy, slow reload, but it goes bang. Comes with 10 crude lead balls. Price, 20 imperial coins. Hunting knife, a relatively reliable melee weapon and cutting tool. Price, 5 imperial coins. 3 basic enhancements, requires gene sequence development progress greater than 1% to unlock preview. Basic physique enhancement, type 1 slightly increases maximum strength and endurance. Price, 100 imperial coins. Neural reflex optimization, type 1 slightly increases reaction speed and coordination. Price, 100 imperial coins. Sensory acuity, type 1 slightly increases visual, auditory, and other sensory capabilities. Price, 100 imperial coins. Note, enhancements modify the physical vessel but still require training and adaptation. May cause minor aesthetic changes to the vessel. 4. Knowledge/skills, memory fragment transfer, extremely simplified edition. Wilderness Survival Basics, Aurelian 4 edition, price, 10 imperial coins. Basic mechanical identification and dismantling, price, 30 imperial coins. Makeshift trap construction and deployment, price, 15 imperial coins. The above is the content for the Phase 1 store. Additional items require more material energy to unlock blueprints. Lucian scanned the list and was fairly satisfied. All Warhammer 40k abilities, talents, weapons, armor, potions, gene seed, theoretically, they can buy all of it, right? Calculating. Correct. However, the energy required is astronomically vast. For example, a complete set of Space Marine gene seed implantation and modification requires energy equivalent to the direct absorption and conversion of a small city. Primarch tier gene templates demand energy on an exponential scale. Then, how about helping me become the Emperor? Lucian asked half-jokingly, his energy body rippling with curiosity. The system fell silent for a moment, as if performing calculations on an unprecedented scale. Target, Master of Mankind, the Emperor. Energy requirement estimation. Requires the absorption and conversion of approximately 63.8% of the total energy in this universe, physical and warp combined. Furthermore, requires complete comprehension, analysis, and replication of his unique psychic essence, genetic structure, and the accumulated wisdom and soul strength of 10 millennia. Feasibility, a theoretical path exists. Practical probability is lower than the universe naturally rebooting after heat death. Wait, what? Lucian's energy body fluctuated violently. It takes more than half the energy in the entire universe. He finally had a visceral understanding of exactly how much weight the entity sitting on the golden throne, no, the entity acting as humanity's beacon, truly carried. Looks like I've got a long way to go if I want to get stronger. I absolutely cannot get cocky. One misstep and I'm dead meat. Lucian quickly accepted reality. Then I'll just let the players be cocky. These basic weapons and enhancements in the store will keep them busy for a long time. Setup complete. Unlock it once they finish the quest. Store exchange list, Phase 1, prepared. Will unlock upon triggering condition. In the lower levels of the mine, behind a relatively concealed pile of mechanical wreckage, Zeke had formed a 3-man exploration squad with Pay the Tithe Even If the World Ends, Tax Bro, and Schrodinger's Loyalist, Schrodinger Bro. Each of them was carrying a rusted steel pipe salvaged from the ruins, with a few decently sharp metal shards tucked into their waistbands as secondary weapons. Doesn't look like anyone's come this way. Tax Bro warily surveyed the surrounding mountains of metallic trash and collapsed scaffolding. The ore veins around here seem pretty picked clean too. It's mostly just slag. Schrodinger Bro poked the ground with his steel pipe. Keep an eye out for anything big that's buried, or anything else we can sell for cash. Zeke's eyes swept the area. Suddenly, he stopped and pointed toward the base of a pile of twisted pipes. Over there. Does that look like an opening? It doesn't look man-made. The three exchanged glances and cautiously approached. It was an irregular hole dug into the junction between the metal and the rock wall. Its edges were lined with stiff fur and deep scratch marks, emitting a foul, musky stench. A beast's lair. Schrodinger Bro lowered his voice. Possible. The system said we could do anything. It didn't say we only have to mine. Zeke tightened his grip on the steel pipe. Maybe there's something shiny the beast hoarded inside. The thought made the trio's hearts race. But the danger was also glaringly obvious. Just as they were hesitating over whether to go inside and investigate or mark the spot and go back for reinforcements. Roar. A low, threatening growl echoed from within the cave, accompanied by the sound of heavy, sticky footsteps. A massive figure blocked the entrance. It was a creature that looked like a scaled-up mastiff, but far uglier and more terrifying. Chapter 7, First Blood. It stood nearly 1.5 meters at the shoulder, covered in greasy, matted, gray-black fur. Its muscles bulged, and corrosive saliva dripped from its jaws, burning white smoke into the floor. Most striking were its eyes, cloudy yellow tinged with an unnatural crimson, and the abnormally developed, scythe-like bone protrusions extending from its forelimbs. It was clearly very unhappy with the little snacks loitering outside its den. Holy shit. What the hell is that? Tax Bro exclaimed. Who cares? Attack. Schrodinger's Loyalist was filled with absolute resolve in that moment. With a shout, he took the lead and hurled the steel pipe in his hand like a javelin. The steel pipe smashed into the beast's shoulder blade with a dull thud. The beast roared in pain, but clearly hadn't suffered a fatal wound. Instead, it was utterly enraged. The beast's hind legs pushed off the ground, launching it like a cannonball at Schrodinger Bro. Dodge. Zeke sidestepped and swung his steel pipe, viciously sweeping it toward the beast's ribs. Tax Bro attacked the beast's hind legs from the other side. Combat erupted instantly. There were no flashy skills, no precise marksmanship, only the most primitive and clumsy chopping, smashing, stabbing, and dodging. The beast's roars, the clashing of steel pipes, and the players' shouts all blurred together. Zeke felt his arms go numb from the recoil, his adrenaline pumping wildly. The beast's strength was immense, and it wasn't slow either. The scythe-like bone blade grazed his jumpsuit, leaving a tear and a burning pain. His stats didn't drop much, but a mild pain status prompt appeared. Schrodinger Bro made a misstep and got swiped on the thigh by the beast's claws. Although he avoided the bone blade, it still left a gash. Blood seeped out, and his movements immediately became sluggish. I'm hit. Bleeding status. Hold on. Attack its eyes and joints. Tax Bro roared, thrusting his steel pipe near the beast's eye socket. He didn't hit the eye, but he forced the beast to jerk its head away in pain. Zeke seized the opportunity. Using all his strength, he violently drove the sharp, broken end of his steel pipe into the side of the beast's neck, exposed when it turned its head. Squelch. Warm, foul-smelling liquid sprayed out. The beast let out a shrill howl of agony, its struggling strength abruptly weakening. Tax Bro and the wounded Schrodinger Bro immediately pounced, using metal shards, their boots, and anything they could find to frenziedly attack the beast's wounded head. A long while later, the beast finally stopped moving. The three collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, covered in dust and blood. The wound on Schrodinger Bro's thigh was still bleeding, and his face was somewhat pale. We won, we actually killed it. Tax Bro's face was a mix of lingering fear and excitement. Quick, see how much money this thing is worth. Suppressing his nausea, Zeke checked the system, focusing his attention on the beast's corpse. Discovered, mutated mine hyenodon, deceased. Evaluation, rich in unstable biomass, some mutated glands may possess low value, bones and fangs can serve as basic materials, recyclable, meat is slightly salty. Estimated total value, 69 imperial coins. 69 coins. The three of them exclaimed simultaneously. Their fatigue was swept away, and their eyes shone brightly. We struck it rich. Schrödinger bro even felt like his leg didn't hurt as much anymore. They performed basic first aid on Schrödinger bro's wound, then used an immense amount of effort, fashioning a makeshift stretcher out of rope and poles, to drag the heavy beast corpse back to Workshop 7. When they appeared dragging a beast that was clearly a trophy, the entire submission point was thrown into a frenzy. Holy shit. They killed a mob. How much money did it drop? It looks disgusting, but does it look expensive? Group up. We have to group up and go hunting. Mining is way too slow. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the three submitted the Hyenodon corpse. Submission complete. Earned 69 Imperial coins. Split it evenly. Zeke looked at his teammates. Of course. Tax bro and Schrödinger bro agreed without hesitation. Trading function enabled. Eternally loyal to the Emperor transfers 23 Imperial coins to pay the tithe even if the world ends and Schrödinger's loyalist respectively. Transfer complete. An income of 23 coins each. Combined with their previous mining earnings, Zeke's Imperial coins reached 23.7, while Tax bro and Schrödinger bro both surpassed 20. More importantly. Ding. Quest, a laborer's first step completed. Reward issued, 10 Imperial coins received. Aurelian language, advanced, unlocked. Store material exchange list preview activated. New prompts popped up in the vision of all three players, and a faintly glowing store icon appeared. The store is open. Quick, see what's inside. Zeke couldn't wait. He focused his mind and clicked the icon. A concise but incredibly informative list appeared in his mind. His eyes rapidly scanned from top to bottom. Synthetic nutrient paste, purified water. Okay, basic survival goods. Forged miner's pick, metal cutter. Tool upgrades. Crude pistol, hunting knife. Weapons. Basic physique enhancement, Type 1, neural reflex optimization, Type 1, sensory acuity, Type 1. Gene enhancements. Wilderness survival basics, basic mechanical identification and dismantling. Skill books. His breathing gradually sped up. The names of these items, their descriptions, even that blunt, utilitarian, Type 1 labeling style. When his eyes fell on the descriptions for the enhancements, slightly increases maximum strength and endurance, requires training and adaptation, and may cause minor aesthetic changes to the vessel. When he saw the price tag set at a steep 100 Imperial coins. When he connected it all to the mutated Hyenodon they had just fought, this dilapidated industrial world, Imperial coins, the survival tax, and that cold system voice. A theory he was desperately trying to deny, like a seed nourished by the whispers of a chaos god, violently broke ground and began to spread wildly in his mind. No, no way. Zeke felt his heart pounding fiercely. Cold sweat seeped into his palms. This UI style, this upgrade path, the oppressive tone of this entire world, and Imperial coins. It's a coincidence. It has to be a coincidence. The game is called Epoch 40K, Mecha. It's completely normal to borrow some elements. Yes, borrowing elements. How could this possibly be that universe? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. He stared intensely at the store list, as if trying to find evidence to disprove his own theory. But what he saw were the unlock requirements tied to gene sequence development progress, the notes about minor aesthetic changes to the vessel, and those item names completely devoid of aesthetic beauty, oozing with cold pragmatism. The flavor is way too strong. Beside him, Schrödinger's loyalist was already exclaiming. Holy crap. Gene enhancements. Isn't this the path of the Astartes? Though they get 19 surgeries and a gene seed, while ours seems like a simplified budget version. Tax bro, meanwhile, was looking at the crude pistol and pouting. This thing, give me a loss gun. Even the worst Lucius pattern would do. Black powder. What era is this? Oh, right, the game setting might be post-apocalyptic. Post-apocalyptic. Isn't the Warhammer 40K universe basically one giant post-apocalypse for the humans living in hive cities? Zeke roared internally. He violently closed the store interface, his expression shifting rapidly. Heresy. He yelled at himself in his mind. This thought is too heretical. There's no double-headed eagle. There are no ecclesiarchy prayers. There's no mention of any primarchs or chaos. The mechas were sci-fi style. The dev team must just be making a joke. A high-tier troll. Or maybe it's some kind of alternate universe setting. Yes, an alternate universe. Like a what-if timeline where the Emperor focused on the technological path instead of the psychic one. He tried desperately to convince himself. But that theory, much like Nurgle's blessing, once it took root, it dug in stubbornly and refused to be removed. He looked up at the eternally dim, yellow sky outside the workshop, shrouded by polluted clouds, and then at the colossal, tombstone-like steel structures of the hive city towering into the clouds in the distance. A chill crawled up his spine. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He muttered to himself, as if chanting an incantation to ward off demons. Until I personally see the Emperor, until I meet an Astartes, until I hear a battle cry of, for the Emperor, until I face a chaos demon directly. Zeke gritted his teeth, his eyes regaining their determination, even carrying a hint of paranoia. I, eternally loyal to the Emperor, will absolutely never open my mouth to admit that this terrifying possibility exists. This is just a slightly hardcore, slightly dark mecha game that borrowed some Warhammer 40k elements. TL/note, I have a simple question for all the readers: would you want a fully immersive VR experience of being a baseline human in a hive city? Chapter 8, The Zyman's Trade Consortium. The three of them selectively ignored that fatal question. Zeke, Tax Bro, and Schrödinger Bro sat in a circle in a corner of the workshop, staring at their respective imperial coin balances. Reason triumphed over impulse. A pistol is 20 coins, a hunting knife is 5 coins, but what we need most right now is this. Zeke pointed to the top section of the store list. Synthetic nutrient paste 0.3 coins, purified water 0.3 coins, basic medical kit 1.5 coins. Schrödinger, you need to treat that wound. It was only then that Schrödinger's loyalist remembered his injured leg. He immediately grabbed his thigh and shouted, "Holy crap, my leg hurts so much." He grimaced in pain, the simple cloth bandage wrapped around his thigh had already turned crimson from seeping blood. The three of them quickly completed their purchases. With a faint flash of white light, probably the only thing in this trash-tier system that actually looked like a video game special effect, 3 gray, unremarkable tubes, 3 sealed pouches of water, and a crude canvas bag appeared in their hands. The taste of the nutrient paste was indescribable, like a slop made of mixed starch, protein, and some kind of industrial flavoring. The texture was coarse, but after swallowing it, the feeling of fullness in the stomach was incredibly real. Mild hunger status relieved. The purified water had a faint metallic tang, but it was enough to soothe their parched throats. Mild thirst status relieved. Opening the medical kit revealed a few rolls of sterilized bandages, a small tin of what appeared to be antibacterial ointment, and a few painkillers. There were no written instructions whatsoever. Schrödinger Bro treated his wound using common sense. The stinging sensation from the applied ointment made him hiss, but it quickly turned into a cooling relief. The bleeding status finally changed to wound under treatment, recovering slowly. This pain feedback is unreal. Schrödinger Bro swallowed a painkiller. I actually believe this game uses some kind of direct neural link technology now. No kidding, otherwise how would we feel hunger and thirst? Tax Bro licked the last bit of residue off the edge of his nutrient paste tube, still wanting more. The portion is just a bit small. It's like feeding a bird. Be content. It's only 0.3 coins. Zeke glanced at his stamina gauge. Sure enough, it was slowly rising from 51%. The speed wasn't fast, but at least it wasn't continually dropping anymore. Their activity attracted the attention of the surrounding players. Seeing Zeke and the others eating, drinking, and treating their wounds, the players who hadn't yet scraped together 1 coin turned green with envy. Holy crap, they can afford food. The 10-coin reward from the beginner quest. Hurry, I only need 0.2 more coins to reach 1. Push harder, brothers. Once we hand in the quest, we'll have money to buy food. For the nutrient paste. Charge. The effect of quenching thirst with a mirage was immediate. The player base, which had been somewhat sluggish due to exhaustion, looked as if they had just been injected with stimulants. Throughout the mine, the sound of hauling footsteps, the clinking of pickaxes, and the screeching of dismantled metal intensified once more, converging into a noisy yet vibrant symphony. Another hour or two passed. As the sky gradually took on a deeper, murky yellow hue, the vast majority of players completed the "A Laborer's First Step" quest. Flashes of white light from the store exchanges lit up inside and outside the workshop, followed by various exclamations. This nutrient paste tastes absolutely fucking vile. It's worse than the compressed rations I ate in the army. Water. Give me water. Eating this stuff makes my mouth feel like it's coated in cement. Just be glad there's food. My stamina dropped to 30% just now, my legs were shaking. Who bought a medical kit? Let me borrow it. I cut my finger on some sheet metal. Piss off. That cost 1.5 coins. Buy your own. Zeke paid the lethal 0.3 coin survival tax. The system deducted the funds directly from his account without even providing a receipt. Seeing his balance at 32.8 imperial coins finally gave him a small sense of security. At least he wouldn't be penalized by the system today. Slowly the sky went completely dark. Nighttime on the planet Aurelian 4 fell quickly. As the sun sank behind the silhouette of the distant hive city, the sky shifted from ash yellow to deep purple, finally settling into an ink blue diluted by industrial light pollution. There was no moon, only a few dim stars barely visible through the gaps in the clouds. The few fluorescent tubes in the workshop provided limited brightness, only illuminating the central area. Most of the players who had completed the quest didn't choose to stay in the crowded interior. Instead, they scattered in 2s and 3s across the platform outside and throughout the mine, sitting or lying down on the cold metal floors to find a place to rest. Currently, there were over 4,000 players scattered across the mine area, while nearly 1,000 opted to stay inside the workshop. The group Zeke was part of, the members of the real-world Terra Underground Cyber Tavern, non-heretical, chat, had about 20 people logged into the game. Naturally, they gathered together in a relatively flat area on the edge of the pit. Everyone was slumped on the freezing ground, leaning against abandoned machine wreckage or piles of ore. They were too exhausted to move, but their minds were hyperactive. "I am so damn tired." The player-eye Daz did the white scars speed today. Said weakly. He had worked the hardest at hauling today, earning nearly 2.5 coins excluding the quest reward. But this realism. I still find it unbelievable. What kind of technology do you guys think this actually is? Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus, who was a programmer in real life, sounded professionally perplexed. It simulates hunger and pain so realistically. This has to be beyond the scope of entertainment, right? I want the halo of tranquility but I'm broke, rubbed his aching arms. I feel like I genuinely worked an 8-hour shift at a construction site. Could it be that our country discovered some alien technology on the dark side of the moon? Soul of Cadia lowered his voice, carrying a thrill of conspiracy theory excitement. And they're using us as test subjects. Give me a break with the alien tech. Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, scoffed. If they actually had the technology, they'd use it for the military first. You think it'd be our turn to play it as a game? Maybe it is a training system developed by the military, and they're testing a civilian version. I'm not the Lord Regent, I'm just a passing Gilliman, speculated. Look at it. This game encourages coordination, survival, resource management, and even has combat elements. But what about the mechas? Where are the promised mechas? The Emperor's sword, but it's very blunt, couldn't let it go. I logged in to pilot a mech, not to be a miner. Maybe mechas are late-game content. Zeke joined the discussion. Those gene enhancements in the store are clearly geared toward combat. 100 coins each is insanely expensive, but they definitely have their uses. Speaking of which, Schrodinger's loyalist suddenly sat up straight, his expression turning odd. Did you guys notice that after completing the beginner quest, a new option appeared at the bottom of the panel? Hearing this, everyone focused their minds to bring up the interface. Sure enough, beneath the line reading, "Today's survival tax, paid, 0.3/0.3, a new option had appeared. Safe logout, current status, operable. Next to it was a line of small text. Notice, upon logging out, your vessel will enter an unconscious maintenance state. The system is not responsible for the supervision and protection of your vessel while you are offline. Please bear the responsibility for any losses caused by vessel damage, disappearance, looting, or other force majeure events. It is recommended to log out in an absolutely safe environment or entrust your vessel to a reliable unit." Does this mean our bodies just get tossed here? Tax Bro's eyes widened. If we log off, other people can just strip us naked. Looks like it. Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus nodded. Very hardcore setting. You either find someone to guard your body, hide well, or just don't log out. And what if we actually die? Soul of Cadia asked. That's why we have to save money, or try our best not to die. Zeke summarized, every aspect of this game forces you to keep playing. You either grind your life away or pay to win, although they haven't opened microtransactions yet. This dev is definitely the reincarnation of Ebenezer Scrooge. A Warhammer 40k version of Scrooge. I want the halo of tranquility but I'm broke, sighed. I owed the system 0.3 coins, oh wait, they already deducted it. But tomorrow I have to pay another 0.3. Day after day, endlessly. Isn't this exactly the life of the underclass in a hive city? Stop talking. Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, covered his face. I'm feeling more and more like the background setting of this game is completely wrong. Emperor above, please do not say that word. Zeke interrupted almost reflexively. This is just a game. Borrowed elements. Alternate universe. What if timeline? His voice was a bit loud, causing players from other groups nearby to look over. Zeke coughed dryly and lowered his voice. Anyway, until we have concrete evidence, don't make wild guesses. But what if it really is that universe? Schrodinger bro asked quietly. What are we right now? Chaos cultists? Heretics? Or some new type of warp contamination? Shut up. Tax bro joined the suppression effort. I think we're just regular players. We're playing a game, don't scare yourselves. The topic slid away under a bizarre, unspoken mutual agreement. Everyone started discussing how to earn more money tomorrow, whether to form static parties, whether to continue mining or try hunting, and which items in the store offered the best value. In the distant night sky, a pinpoint of light, distinct from the illumination of the hive city, glided silently above the clouds. It was a reconnaissance aircraft, its hull painted matte black. Sprayed on its side was the emblem of the Aru Pharmaceutical Group. A genetic helix entwined by a serpent. And beneath the emblem were 2 lines of nearly microscopic text. Aru Pharmaceutical Group. A wholly owned subsidiary of the Zyman's Trade Consortium. Chapter 9, Crisis Approaches. Inside the cockpit, 2 pilots were executing their night patrol mission out of sheer boredom. Sector 7, no anomalies. The pilot, a man whose left side of his face was replaced by metallic cybernetics, was known as Razor. His mechanical left eye flickered with a faint red light, constantly scanning the terrain below. Radiation levels normal. Life signs. Wait. His voice stopped. The red light of his mechanical eye began flashing rapidly. Detecting large-scale clustered life signs. Coordinates, the former preprocessing workshop 7 and surrounding mine areas. Calculating numbers, what the hell? The co-pilot, Kid, a young man with only a mechanical right arm, leaned over to look at the screen. A mutated beast migration. Haven't heard of any beast tides recently. Not beasts. Razor's voice came through a synthesizer, carrying a heavy, metallic gravity. The signal pattern is human, but the numbers are wrong. The thermal imaging and biosignal scans on the screen gradually sharpened. It was clear that within the abandoned Workshop 7 and the several square kilometers of the surrounding mine, a dense swarm of life sign blips was scattered. Some of these blips were gathered inside the workshop, some were scattered throughout the mine, some were moving, and some were stationary. These numbers. Razor drew a sharp breath. At least 30 or 40 people. Wait, it's still increasing, 500, 600. No, more. The scanner data kept refreshing, finally locking onto an unbelievable figure. Preliminary estimate, 4,000 to 5,000 individuals. Razor's voice carried a rare trace of uncertainty. The signals are being disrupted by the mine's terrain and scrap metal, so there might be a margin of error, but the order of magnitude is correct. 5,000 people. In the red blaze wasteland. Kid's voice pitched up. That's impossible. Workshop 7 has been abandoned for 10 years. There are no settlements within 50 kilometers. Did these people pop out of a warp rift or something? I don't know. Razor had already opened the comms channel, his tone grim. But this isn't something we can handle. We must report this immediately. Go straight to the consortium's emergency line. Understood. The comms channel switched, activating a highly encrypted frequency. Consortium Security Command Center, this is Aru Group Aerial Patrol 7. Large-scale anomalous personnel gathering detected in the Sector 7 preprocessing workshop area of the Red Blaze Wasteland. Estimated numbers, 4,000 to 5,000. Repeat, 4,000 to 5,000. Signal signatures are human. Behavioral patterns anomalous. Widely dispersed. Requesting further instructions. The channel remained dead silent for a full 10 seconds. Then, a voice, calm to the point of being cold-blooded, came through, received, Patrol 7. Maintain surveillance. Do not alert them. Data has been uploaded to the Consortium Security Council. By the way, are you certain your scanner hasn't been blessed by a heretical deity? Razor and Kid exchanged a glance, both seeing a glint of dark humor in each other's eyes. On Aurelian 4, joking about instruments being affected by heretical gods was standard humor, though no one actually dared to laugh at it. The scanner underwent a purification ritual at the Mechanicus Temple just last week, my lord. Razor replied deadpan. Unless the machine god is in a bad mood today. Excellent. Continue surveillance. Our people will be there shortly. The communication cut off. Razor adjusted their altitude, circling higher above the clouds to minimize the chances of detection. Kid, max magnification on the optical lens. I want to see exactly what kind of people these are. The high-precision camera pierced through the dim night, transmitting the feed back to the cockpit screen. The blurry images gradually cleared up. A massive number of silhouettes could be seen scattered across the platform outside the abandoned workshop and throughout the mine. They were wearing uniform, coarse jumpsuits. Some were holding tools, some appeared to be resting, and others were hauling things around. The sheer number of them far exceeded any normal scavenger group or refugee camp. These people. Kid stared at the screen, his mechanical fingers unconsciously tapping the console. They don't look like rioters or rebels. They're too quiet and they don't have any obvious armaments. But 5,000 people suddenly appearing under the consortium's nose is the biggest armament of all, Razor said coldly. Whoever they are, and whatever they want, they must be dealt with in the name of the consortium. Both men understood the weight of that statement. On Aurelian IV, the four major factions fought openly and covertly, but the Siemens Trade Consortium always kept the most lucrative piece of the pie: pharmaceuticals, medical care, retail, and all industries related to civil livelihood. This gave them a glamorous public image and a secure seat on the Planetary Council, perfectly covering their dark, illicit dealings behind the scenes: human trafficking, organ trade, illegal genetic experiments, and contraband drug manufacturing. At least 3 of the consortium's higher-ups served on Aurelian IV's Supreme Council, with one even holding the position of vice-chairman. This meant that whenever the consortium wanted to do something, laws and rules often flexibly stepped aside. And now, 5,000 unidentified individuals had appeared on the outskirts of the consortium's core industrial zone. "Which side do you think it is?" Kid asked. "The Aiton's Night House looking to start trouble? Psychers testing a new trick? Or did those cod boys from the Mechanicus go crazy again? The Mechanicus doesn't have that much manpower to waste. The Night Houses prefer fighting face-to-face. Psychers." Razor paused. "They excel at pulling strings from the shadows, not dragging out 5,000 cannon fodder." He shook his head. "No matter who it is, massing this many people on the consortium's turf is a declaration of war, and what the consortium is best at is turning people who declare war into raw materials." He said it casually, but both of them knew exactly what it meant. The Aru Pharmaceutical Group was nominally an independent medical enterprise, but in reality, it was one of the consortium's sharpest weapons. The human experiments, genetic sample collection, and organ harvesting conducted in the shadows required massive amounts of raw materials. And in the consortium's classification system, unidentified crowds were usually labeled as recyclable resources. Aru City Central District, Aru Headquarters Building. A blend of Gothic spires and Baroque reliefs, featuring massive stained glass windows depicting the heroic epic of the group's founder, Aru, settling Aurelian IV. Heavily fictionalized, of course. On the 9th underground level sat the Siemens Trade Consortium's Aru Security Council branch. It was 3 times the size of the Aru Group's command center. 16 holographic screens hung on the walls, displaying surveillance feeds from all key areas in and around Aru City. 12 operators sat at the consoles, their uniforms embroidered with the consortium's emblem, intertwined golden scales and gears. In the center of the room, 3 men wearing deep purple robes and silver-trimmed cloaks stood before the main screen. They were the standing council members of the Siemens Trade Consortium's Aru Security Council branch, answering directly to the consortium's highest authority. At this moment, the main screen was displaying the live feed and data stream sent back by Patrol 7. The densely packed life sign blips made even these seasoned council members frown. 4 to 5,000 people. The oldest council member, a bald man with several surgical scars across his face, muttered. Appearing silently in the red blaze wasteland. "What is our intelligence department doing?" "We have already checked, Lord Council Member." A younger council member beside him pulled up the data. "There are no records of any large-scale population movement in the past 3 months. No transport logs, no supply lines, not even a single eyewitness report. These people look like they just popped out of thin air." "A warp jump," another council member guessed. He was a tall, thin man whose right eye had been replaced by a complex mechanical ocular implant. Or some kind of accident. Or did a psyker pull off a massive summoning? If it were a psychic summoning, the psi monitors would have reacted. The bald council member shook his head. But over the past 24 hours, the psychic readings in the red blaze wasteland have been completely normal, aside from slightly elevated background noise, but that's likely from the waste radiation in the mines. He paused, coming to a decision. Regardless of how these people got here, they are currently on our territory, and the consortium does not allow any unauthorized forces to gather in its backyard. The Aru Group has already dispatched a rapid response unit, the young council member reported. 2 battalions, 200 elites. However, they reported that the target numbers far exceed estimates and have requested reinforcements. "Give them reinforcements," the bald council member ordered without hesitation. "Deploy the 3rd and 4th battalions, and mobilize 5 squadrons from the Cleaners Division. Tell the frontline commanders, try to capture them alive." Chapter 10, Final Warning. If these people truly appeared out of nowhere, their biological traits might be highly valuable for research. The tone he used when saying, "valuable for research," was exactly the same as one discussing a newly arrived batch of lab rats. "Do we need to notify the Supreme Council?" the council member with the mechanical eye asked. "With a commotion this big, the other factions are bound to notice." "Notify them." The bald council member sneered. "We'll notify them after we've cleaned this up. We'll hand them an investigation report stating that a spontaneous riot by a mutant gathering was swiftly neutralized by the consortium's security forces, thereby ensuring the stability of Aurelian IV." The other 2 nodded in agreement. This was the consortium's standard operating procedure: act first, report later, and fabricate a high-sounding justification. As long as the job was done cleanly and left no opening for other factions to intervene, someone on the council would naturally help smooth things over. After all, Aurelian IV was nominally loyal to the Imperium and fell under the jurisdiction of a certain hands-off primarch in the Eastern Fringe. But that primarch was too busy to micromanage a frontier world. In reality, the four major factions still ran the show here. The planetary governor sent by the Imperium. Just a mascot responsible for collecting the tithe and turning a blind eye to the planet's internal power struggles. As long as the tithes were paid in full and there was no open rebellion, the Imperium couldn't care less about who killed whom on a frontier world. In fact, the very existence of the tithe exacerbated the exploitation and violence within the planet. To meet the Imperium's quota, the four major factions relentlessly intensified their exploitation of the lower-class citizens. Rebellions sprouted endlessly, and human life here was cheaper than Promethium fuel. Execute the order. The bald council member finalized his decision. Tell the frontline forces that if they encounter resistance, show them exactly why the consortium controls more than half of Aurelian IV's medical and pharmaceutical industries. His smile was ice-cold. After all, our specialty is making people volunteer to become contributors to medical progress. The orders were swiftly issued. The consortium's entire security apparatus roared to life. 10 minutes later, at multiple landing pads on the outskirts of Aru City. Over 30 assorted aircraft launched simultaneously, 15 heavy transports fully loaded with soldiers, 6 armed gunships providing fire support, and 6 rapid assault crafts assigned to perimeter lockdown. There were also 6 specially painted pitch-black transports. Those were the dedicated transports for the cleaners, carrying the consortium's most elite, most covert special operations units. In total, over 1,000 armed personnel carrying heavy and light weaponry surged toward the red blaze wasteland. This was no longer a simple public order issue. This was a military threat that demanded a heavy-handed response. Outside the workshop, on the edge of the pit, Zeke yawned. His stamina had recovered to 78%, he was temporarily no longer hungry or thirsty, and his injuries had been treated. It was time to consider logging off. I'm planning to log out, he said to the teammates chatting beside him. I still have work tomorrow. I'm logging out too. Taxbro nodded. Do we just leave our bodies here? Let's find a corner to hide, Schrödinger bro suggested. What about those empty biopods inside the workshop? Even though they don't have nutrient fluid anymore, it's at least an enclosed space. Makes sense. The trio stood up, preparing to head back to the workshop. Just then. Listen. Did the white scars speed today? Suddenly perked his ears up. What's that sound? The players quieted down. Carried on the night wind came a low, rhythmic humming sound, drawing rapidly closer. It wasn't just one aircraft. It was many. Very, very many. Planes. Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus looked up at the sky. No, those are rotorcraft. I hear jet engines too. A lot of them. In the deep purple night sky, dozens of dark silhouettes were rapidly approaching from the direction of the hive city. Their outlines gradually sharpened, transports, gunships, assault crafts, an entire aerial formation. What is that? Soul of Cadia squinted. An air show. Military exercise. Everyone pay attention. Zeke instinctively sensed danger and bellowed, a massive number of unidentified aircraft approaching. Find cover. The players instantly broke into a commotion. All across the pit, thousands of players simultaneously looked up at the sky. Some were still staring blankly, while others had already reacted and started sprinting toward the workshop or diving behind cover. But it was too late. The 15 heavy transports arrived over the pit first, hovering in an encirclement formation. Intense searchlight beams blasted down from the underbellies of the aircraft, instantly illuminating the entire pit as bright as day. Immediately following, the 6 gunships took up positions on the perimeter, the auto turrets beneath their noses whirring as they spun up. The 6 assault craft circled higher above, locking down all possible escape routes. Meanwhile, the 6 pitch-black transports landed silently in the shadows on the outskirts of the mine. Their doors slid open, and a squad of soldiers clad entirely in black armor, even their visors were pitch black, slid out silently, vanishing rapidly into the shadows of the ruins. They were the cleaners, the ghosts of the consortium, specializing in wet work that couldn't afford to leave a trace. Blinded by the harsh searchlights, the players raised their arms to shield their eyes. The side doors of the heavy transports slid open, and fast rope lines dropped down. Fully armed soldiers, their faces hidden behind helmets, fast roped down with practiced tactical precision. They scattered rapidly upon landing, securing vantage points. Their movements were clean and decisive, they were clearly rigorously trained elites. And there were so many of them, over 100 in the first wave alone, with more currently descending. But even these battle-hardened, augmented soldiers paused momentarily upon seeing the sight within the pit. There were simply too many. As far as the eye could see, there were people everywhere. On the platforms, inside the pit, at the workshop entrance, behind the scrap machinery, thousands of pairs of eyes stared back at them through the glare of the searchlights in bewilderment, terror, or curiosity. This was not the rebel camp they had expected. There were no fortifications, no heavy weapons, not even any decent small arms. It was just a massive crowd of people wearing ragged jumpsuits and holding crude tools. But the sheer numbers. Emperor above, this number is absurd for this place. Command, this is Vanguard 1. The squad leader lowered his voice, reporting through an encrypted channel. Target numbers confirmed, over 5,000. Repeat, over 5,000 individuals. No heavy weapons detected, but the sheer volume is a threat in itself. The atmosphere here is bizarre. The targets do not appear to be afraid. They seem mostly curious. A calm reply came through the comms, received. Execute standard containment procedures. Try to capture them alive. The consortium's laboratories require fresh samples. The squad leader took a deep breath, raised his assault rifle toward the sky, and pulled the trigger. Tat 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 tat. The deafening gunfire ripped through the night sky, echoing across the mine. Heretics. I command you in the name of the Emperor. Everyone. Do not move. Drop your weapons. Get on the ground. Hands on your heads. Any who resist will be executed on the spot. The cold roar, amplified by a megaphone, echoed through the pit. The players were stunned. They looked at the heavily armed soldiers who had appeared out of nowhere, at the dark muzzles of their guns, at the massive fleet hovering in the sky, and for a moment, they had no idea how to react. Was this also part of the game? A beginner storyline event? Or... Holy crap! Where did these NPCs come from? A player exclaimed in the regional chat. What did they say? Drop our weapons. What weapons do we have? Just some broken pickaxes. This looks so realistic, the armor, the gun models, the detail is insane. Look at their badges. That emblem, there's a line of small text underneath that says, Aru Pharmaceutical Group. And the other line. Zymon's Trade Consortium. Consortium. This game has a consortium faction. Zeke's heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. He saw the emblems on the soldier's armor, the genetic helix entwined by a snake, and the small text below it. He saw the cold glint of their mechanical limbs and cybernetic eyes. He heard the low Gothic commands echoing from the megaphones, tinged with a local accent. Most importantly, he saw the look in the soldier's eyes, the gaze of a predator evaluating its prey. That was not a look NPCs should have. That was a look that only belonged to predators who genuinely viewed human beings as resources and expendables. This was all too real. So real that, it could no longer be explained away as game elements. A terrifying thought tore open his mind like a warp rift. These soldiers, their demeanor, their utter disregard for human life. Emperor above. Is this place? Could it really be? Get down. Everyone get down. Zeke screamed hoarsely, throwing himself to the ground first. But not all the players were as immersed as he was. Some players were still under the impression that this was a scripted game event. One player even walked curiously toward the soldiers, trying to trigger a dialogue interaction. Hey bro, does your world have an emperor too? Which faction are you guys from? Do you have a quest for me? This opening CG is sick. An enemy airborne drop. Should I try resisting? Maybe they drop loot. For the Emperor. One player even raised his miner's pick high and shouted the iconic battle cry, although it sounded incredibly bizarre in this context. The next second. Tat 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 tat. A denser volley of gunfire erupted. The player who had walked toward the soldiers erupted in a bloom of blood from his chest. The kinetic force of the bullet sent him flying backward. He hit the ground, twitched twice, and stopped moving. The player who had yelled, "For the Emperor," was also struck by several bullets and collapsed with an agonizing scream. Under the glare of the searchlights, the blood appeared a blindingly dark crimson. Player, I thinks this game has respawn, has died. Cause of death, gunshot. Resurrection cost, 5 Imperial coins. Player, loyal but broke, has died. Cause of death, gunshot. Resurrection cost, 5 Imperial coins. The cold system notifications chimed in the regional chat channel. Time seemed to freeze. The players stared blankly at the two corpses, at the pooling blood, and at the wisps of smoke trailing from the soldiers' gun barrels. The echoes of the gunfire were still ringing in the pit. Then, the terrified, agonizing screams of the two dead players filled the regional chat channel. Although their bodies were dead, their consciousnesses seemed to linger, at least enough to speak in the chat. I thinks this game has respawn, AAAAAAAGH. It hurts. Holy shit. It fucking hurts. Loyal but broke, help. I feel like I actually got shot. The screams cut off abruptly as they were forcibly logged out. They died so realistically. And so, cheaply. The entire mine fell dead silent. The only sounds were the roar of the transport rotors and the cold voice echoing from the soldiers' megaphones once again. Final warning. Drop all items. Get on the ground. Hands on your heads. Those who resist will be executed on the spot. Zeke lay flat on his stomach, his cheek pressed against the freezing, rough ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. The dev is definitely a greater demon. The crushed gravel dug painfully into his cheek. But right now, he completely ignored the discomfort. He had seen it with his own eyes. It wasn't a game special effect, it wasn't rendered lighting, it was real blood. The real sound of bullets tearing through flesh, and the final, agonizing screams of those two players in the regional chat channel. Emperor above. Zeke's lips trembled, his mind in total chaos. Heresy. Heresy. This isn't some fucking 40k mecha game. Which treacherous greater demon of Tsench tricked us into the Warhammer 40k universe disguised as a game? He was roaring internally, but his body didn't dare move an inch. He lay dead flat on the ground, hands clasped behind his head in a textbook surrender posture. It wasn't just him. At this moment, nearly 5,000 players were lying face down in the pit, creating a bizarre and spectacular scene. As the harsh searchlight swept over them, individual faces flickered in and out of the light. Their expressions transitioned from initial bewilderment and curiosity to terror and shock, before finally freezing into a look of desperate realization. The regional chat channel was scrolling at a frantic pace, hundreds of messages per second. Schrodinger's loyalist, holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. That gunfire was real. I could fucking smell the gunpowder. Pay the tithe even if the world ends, those two died so miserably. I doubt they'll have the guts to respawn and log in for a while. Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus, firearm model suspected to be modified Las gun variants. Armor style appears to be a local flak armor variant. Soldier augmentation level approximate 30% to 45%. Standard Hive City security / private military loadout. Fuck it, why am I even analyzing this? This is the fucking Warhammer universe. Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, so, the mechas in the CG were a lie. The Sea of Stars was a lie. We've actually been dropped into the Warhammer 40k world. Son of a bitch. The dev of this game is absolutely a greater demon. They knew 40k's reputation was terrible, so they dressed it up to trick us into coming in. Soul of Cadia, what do we do now? Hold our heads and wait to die. For Cadia. Wait, no, for survival. I want the halo of tranquility but I'm broke, I knew it. That survival tax. The gene enhancements. The psychic aptitude. And the imperial coins. The flavor was too strong. So strong I couldn't even open my eyes. Did the white scars speed today, so what is our status right now? Illegal immigrants. Heretics. Mutants. Or just toys dragged in on a whim by some chaos god. I'm not the Lord Regent, I'm just a passing Gilliman, I suggest surrendering first and observing the situation. According to the Imperial Guard Uplifting Primer, Chapter 3, Section 7, in situations where you are outnumbered and outgunned, temporary surrender to preserve your life is a logical choice, provided the enemy accepts the surrender. A damned loyalist, trash devs. Trash system. I was wondering why there wasn't a microtransaction store yet. So this is what they were waiting for. We were just cursing each other in the group chat, joking, I hope you transmigrate into Warhammer 40k. Did they really have to put us in a game this realistic? Don't ask, I thinks it works, +1 to the guy above. I was just talking shit. I didn't actually want to come here. I want to go back to my 996 job. I want to pay my mortgage. I want to watch e-girls stream. Let me go back. Slaanesh champion candidate, wait, since this is really Warhammer, can I join Chaos? I want to be a champion of Slaanesh. I want to pursue ultimate pleasure. That's gotta be better than being a miner, right? The chat channel fell silent for 2 seconds after that message. Then, a massive wave of replies flooded in. Brother, calm down. Slaanesh. Did you see the look in those soldiers' eyes? They're looking at us like lab rats. You want to join Chaos? You'll be turned into a specimen by them first. Exactly. If you're going to fall, fall to corn. Chop, chop, chop. Chop a bloody path out of here. Isn't Tsench nice? Knowledge. Conspiracies. Though it's easy to turn into a chaos spawn. Enough already. What time is it, and you're discussing which god to join? We don't even have guns right now. Just pickaxes. Papa Nurgle loves everyone, actually, I think Nurgle is pretty good. Accept everything, embrace decay, at least you wouldn't have to mine every day, and I hear Nurgle's followers are very united, like a big family. Shut up. Do not mention that name. Bad luck. Zeke watched the rapidly scrolling messages with mixed feelings. These guys, they already realize this is the Warhammer universe, and they were scared out of their wits just a moment ago. Yet now they're already discussing which chaos god to join. Is this the true nature of the fourth scourge? As long as they aren't permanently dead, they'll never stop trolling. But he had to admit, this kind of dark humor discussion did help alleviate the overall fear among the players. Everyone. Hold your positions. The cold command echoed from the megaphone again. Now, in order, stand up one by one. Move slowly. Keep your hands where we can see them. Any sudden movements will be considered an act of aggression. The soldiers moved out. They split into several squads, starting from the perimeter. Pointing their rifles at the prone players, they shouted at them to stand up and began conducting pat-downs. The players were roughly shoved and herded into a tighter cluster. Someone tried to explain, "Wait, we're law-abiding citizens. We were just mining." The response was a rifle butt to the face, sending blood pouring from his nose. "Shut up. Heretic." The soldier's voice was devoid of emotion. "You have no identification tags. No residency permits. Gathering illegally in a consortium-restricted zone. That alone is enough to have all of you thrown into a plasma reactor and burned to ash." Zeke was yanked off the ground by two soldiers. His arms were wrenched behind his back, and his wrists were bound with coarse plastic zip ties. He gritted his teeth and didn't resist. He had already seen the result of resisting. The bodies of those two brothers were still lying not too far away, their blood pooling on the ground, looking black under the searchlights. "Command Center, this is Vanguard 1. The squad leader pressed his earpiece. "All targets secured. Total count, approximately 4,998 individuals. Repeat, 4,998 individuals. Confirmed no heavy weapons. Only crude tools and a small number of improvised weapons found. Requesting next step." A reply came through the channel, "Excellent. Proceed as planned. Transport them in batches to Aru City's Containment Zone 3. Transports are in position. Move quickly. The transfer must be completed before dawn." "Understood." The squad leader lowered his hand and signaled the surrounding soldiers. "Begin loading." 8 Raven transports slowly descended, their belly doors opening fully and extending loading ramps. The players were divided into 8 groups and, under the threat of gunpoints, stumbled toward the transports. Zeke's group consisted of about 600 people. He was shoved up the ramp and into the cabin. The interior was larger than he had imagined, but with 600 people packed inside, it felt incredibly cramped. The air reeked of machine oil, body odor, and metal. There were no seats, everyone had to stand or squat on the floor. Zeke struggled through the crowd, eventually finding Tax Bro, Schrodinger Bro, and a few other familiar faces from the Terra Underground Cyber Tavern. They squeezed together, everyone looking grim. "Schrodinger, give it a try," Zeke whispered. "Click log out and see if you can safely disconnect." Schrodinger's loyalist closed his eyes, seemingly focusing his mind. A few seconds later, he opened them, his face even paler. "I can't. The system says, currently in captivity status. Safe logout unavailable. Fuck." Tax Bro cursed. "They're forcing us to tough this out." Chapter 12, Player Biological Testing. Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus sent a message in the regional chat, "I just tried it. It's the same for everyone. We can't log out normally while in captivity status. Unless we commit suicide, or let them kill us." Another wave of wailing filled the channel. "I want the halo of tranquility but I'm broke, suicide. Resurrection costs 5 coins. I only have 11.2 coins total right now. 1 suicide and I'm instantly bankrupt. Soul of Cadia, and suicide, can you really bring yourself to do it? You heard the screams of those 2 brothers just now. It actually hurts. Did the white scars speed today, then what do we do? Wait for these son of a bitch NPCs to turn us into corpse starch. Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, I have a half-baked idea. Since this is the Warhammer universe, could we try, having faith in the Emperor? What if we move one of the Primarchs or the Emperor himself? I'm not the Lord Regent, I'm just a passing Guilliman, theoretically viable, but we don't even have a holy icon of the Emperor right now, and our prayers are incomplete. Plus, according to the lore, the Emperor generally doesn't directly respond to this kind of last-minute cram session praying unless you're a Primarch or a particularly important pawn. Slaanesh champion candidate, so we should just join Chaos. Chaos responds fast. The barrier to entry is low. As long as you're crazy and extreme enough, you're good. Shut up. This time, several messages popped up simultaneously. The roar of the transport's engines grew louder, and the fuselage began to vibrate as it slowly lifted off. Through the narrow observation window on the bulkhead, Zeke watched the pit below grow smaller and smaller. Workshop 7 looked like a tiny matchbox, and the soldiers and gunships were conducting their final sweep. Then, his line of sight was obscured by the clouds. The cabin was dead silent. The only sounds were the roar of the engines and the heavy breathing of the players. Zeke leaned against the freezing bulkhead and closed his eyes. His mind was an absolute mess. He could no longer distinguish whether this was a game or the real Warhammer universe. He had actually come to this universe. The darkest, most brutal, and most hopeless era for humanity. The Emperor sat on the golden throne in a state worse than death. The Primarchs were either dead, traitorous, or missing. Chaos glared covetously from the warp, while the greenskins, Tyranids, Necrons, and Tau were all sharpening their knives. And they, 5,000 unarmed players, had been tossed onto this frontier world. Their starting gear was a single miner's pick, their equipment relied entirely on scavenging, they currently owed the system a breathing tax, and they had just been captured by the locals to be used as lab rats. What kind of hellish spawn point is this? Brothers, Zeke spoke up in the regional channel. Everyone calm down and listen to me. The channel's scrolling speed slowed down. Our situation is terrible right now, but at least we're still alive. Do you guys know what it means in the Warhammer 40k universe when a group of people with no identity and no background suddenly appears and gets captured by a local faction like the Aru Group? Silence. A few seconds later, someone replied. Pay the tithe even if the world ends, it means, we become expendable resources. Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus, correct. Based on my understanding of the Warhammer lore, local factions, especially consortiums controlling the pharmaceutical industry, love unidentified personnel like us the most. Human experiments, organ harvesting, genetic sample collection, new drug testing. We might even be sold to the Mechanicus as raw materials for servo skulls, or given to some chaos worshipper as sacrifices. Soul of Cadia, fuck. Stop talking. You're giving me goosebumps. I want the halo of tranquility but I'm broke, so, we're dead meat. Schrodinger's loyalist, not necessarily. Don't forget, we have the game system, even though I strongly suspect this is Tsench's doing. But it at least gave us the ability to resurrect, even if it costs money. Did the White Scars speed today, so you're saying, we just lie flat and take it, die, resurrect, and then use the random respawn point mechanic to break out of prison? I'm not the Lord Regent, I'm just a passing Gilliman, theoretically viable. But resurrection costs 5 coins, and right now most of us only have a dozen or so. We'd go bankrupt after dying twice at most. And after bankruptcy? The system says we can take out a loan, but the interest is predatory. At that point, we might as well just delete our accounts. Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, delete our accounts. Can we even go back if we delete them? The channel fell silent once again. The transport began its descent. Through the observation window, the city lights below were visible. It wasn't the warm, welcoming glow of a myriad homes, but a rigid lighting grid exuding industrial order. They had arrived at Aru City, main hive, Beta's city. 20 minutes later, the transport landed on a landing pad atop a certain building. The hatch opened, and the blinding searchlights pierced inside once more. Everyone. Get out. Form 2 lines. Follow the person in front of you. No whispering. No looking around. The players were herded off the transport and into a dim hallway lined with pipes. The corridor sloped downward, plunging deeper and deeper. The air grew damp and freezing, carrying the stench of some chemical agent. Along the way, they passed through several heavy blast doors, each guarded by fully armed soldiers. Finally, they were brought to a massive underground space. It looked like an abandoned warehouse converted into a temporary containment facility. A few dim yellow lights hung from the towering dome, their faint rays barely illuminating the individual cages separated by thick iron bars below. Each cage was about 20 square meters. They contained absolutely nothing, just a bare concrete floor. Get in. The soldiers shoved them with rifle butts, locking the players into the cages in groups. Zeke, Tax Bro, Schrodinger Bro, and a dozen or so members of the Terra Underground Cyber Tavern group were locked in the same cage. The iron door slammed shut with a heavy clang and locked tight. The soldiers turned and left, their footsteps echoing and gradually fading in the cavernous underground space. Dead silence filled the cage. Zeke walked over to the iron bars and looked out. The entire underground containment center had about 100 of these cages, and most were already packed with people. The players were either sitting or standing, some were whispering, some were staring blankly, and some were attempting to bend the iron bars, which was obviously a futile effort. The regional channel became active again. Don't ask, I thinks it works, brothers, I'm getting a little panicked. This place doesn't look like a temporary holding, it looks specifically designed to lock people up. Do you think they're going to keep us here like livestock and drag a few people out periodically for experiments? Slaanesh champion candidate, experiments. What kind of experiments? If it's a Slaanesh-style experiment. I feel like I'm up for it again. Up for it my ass. Papa Nurgle loves everyone. If it's a Nurgle-style experiment, will they inject us with all sorts of viruses and bacteria to see if we can pull through? If we pull through we mutate, and if we don't we just rot away. Can you not say such horrifying things in such a calm tone? Soul of Cadia, right now I just want to ask one thing. Trash devs. Where are the mechas you promised? I came here to pilot a mech. Not to be a lab rat. I want the halo of tranquility but I'm broke, Mecha. What use is a mech right now? You gonna break out of prison in a mech? And then get blasted to ash by an orbital cannon? Fugitive codboy of the Mechanicus, deducing from the fragmented information we have so far, the Aru Group is a pharmaceutical enterprise under the Zymon's Trade Consortium. What do pharmaceutical enterprises love doing most in the Warhammer 40k universe? Illegal genetic experiments, contraband drug testing, human augmentation. Therefore, it is highly probable that we will become volunteers for the aforementioned projects. Schrodinger's loyalist, volunteers, sounds so nice. I bet they won't even let us sign an informed consent form. Pay the tithe even if the world ends, sign my ass. The fact that they didn't throw us straight into the reactor is already considered merciful. Zeke leaned against the cold iron bars and sighed. There's nothing we can do, he said softly. We can't log out right now, unless we commit suicide and then resurrect. But suicide costs money, and it hurts. Let's just observe the situation for now. Let's see what this Aru Group is really trying to do. The moment he finished speaking, heavy footsteps echoed from the entrance of the underground space. A squad of soldiers marched over, escorting a person. That player's ID was, another day grinding for the Emperor. He was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. His face was deathly pale, and his legs were shaking. He was brought to the open area in the center of the cage blocks, where a makeshift interrogation table had been set up. Behind the table sat 3 people wearing white lab coats and respirator masks. Brothers, another day grinding for the Emperor, messaged in the regional channel, his tone tragic. I can never win the lottery, but of course I get picked for this terrible luck. I'll take this bullet for you guys. Zeke's group had a clear view of the scene. The channel instantly flooded with messages. Have a safe journey, bro. If you can't take it, bite your tongue and commit suicide. We'll crowdfund your resurrection fee. Crowdfund my ass. We can't even protect ourselves right now. Another day grinding for the Emperor was forced down into a chair. One of the white coats picked up a tablet-like data slate and asked in a cold, synthesized electronic voice. Name. Ah. Will my game ID work? Real name. John Doe. Age. 22. Origin. Earth. The white coat looked up, the eyes behind the mask flashing with a cold glint, specific coordinates. Although he had just shown a lot of backbone in the chat channel, right now he caved and answered the questions out of pure cowardice. I don't know. I'm just a normal player. You guys are the ones who dragged me in here. Player. The white coat seemed to be recording something. An interesting term. So, where is your login point? How many people are there? What is the status of your weapons and equipment? Who is the organizer? Another day grinding for the Emperor looked completely bewildered. The login point is Workshop 7. You've already seen the people, there's 5,000. Weapons. We just have miners' pickaxes. Organizer. Does the trash game developer count? The white coat remained silent for a few seconds. Then, he nodded to the soldier beside him. The soldier stepped forward, pulled out a syringe, and without a second word, jammed it into John Doe's neck. Holy shit. What are you doing, AAAAAAAAGH? A blood-curdling scream tore through the entire underground space. John Doe's body began to convulse violently. Bizarre, livid blue-black veins surfaced on his skin, his eyes bulged, and white foam frothed at his mouth. Seeing this scene, even though Zeke and the others had somewhat expected it, they couldn't help but shudder. The regional channel exploded. Fuck. They're for real. What the hell was that? Poison. A virus. Hang in there, brother. Hang in my ass. He stopped moving. Chapter 13, in the name of the fourth scourge. 10 seconds later, John Doe stopped convulsing and slumped in the chair, his pupils dilated. The white coat stepped forward and checked his vital signs with an instrument. Subject number 001. Exhibited severe rejection response to psionic suppressant type 7. Nervous system collapsed. Brain dead. Note, suspected to be an untrained psychic sensitive or possess specific genetic resistance. He waved his hand. Drag him away. Send him to the dissection room. The organs should still be viable. 2 soldiers dragged John Doe's corpse away like a sack of potatoes, leaving a trail of pale yellow liquid on the floor. He had lost bladder control. Dead silence fell over the entire underground containment center. The players who witnessed this scene turned as pale as a sheet of paper. Zeke felt his stomach churn violently. The deaths in this game are way too realistic. And it was a completely undignified death. Dragged away like a dirty rag, soon to be dissected and have his organs harvested for use. Next. The white coat's cold voice rang out again. A soldier walked toward another cage. Meanwhile, deep within the warp, Lucian's constantly shifting mass of energy was stretching out in delight. Ah, this flavor. He felt the emotional energy pouring in endlessly from the real universe. The concentration and quality were leagues above what they produced while mining. Fear, despair, anger, mental breakdown, and a hint of madness. Yes, exactly like that. Lucian absorbed it, completely intoxicated. More, make it stronger. There's nothing I can do about the players getting captured. Who knew the local faction would be this cautious? Now I just have to wait for them to die and resurrect. It seems I'll have to pick a spawn point further away next time. Through the system interface, he observed the situation inside the Aru City Underground Containment Center. The players were being locked up, interrogated, injected with drugs, dissected. Every step generated massive amounts of negative emotional energy. And these emotions, after being filtered and purified by the system, all became his food. The 5,000 units of energy I spent earlier were primarily used to establish a stable cross-universe conduit and pull their consciousnesses over. Now that the conduit is stable, simply reconstructing their physical bodies costs far less. He checked his energy reserves. Between the players mining, scavenging, completing quests, and the massive fear output right now, his energy reserves had recovered from the initial 2,000 units to over 53,600 units. Right now, even if all 5,000 of them died once, I'd still have enough to resurrect them many times over. Not a big problem. Lucian's mind was very relaxed. If players died, they could resurrect. Once resurrected, they could continue working and producing emotional energy. As for the people of the Aru Group, they were just NPCs, decades from now, who knows how many generations of factions like theirs would have died out. Let's just observe the situation for now, Lucian thought. Let's see what kind of chaos these players can stir up. He made his plans gleefully. As for the players' fear and pain. Gia. Huh. When did I start becoming so evil? But sorry, chaos gods don't have humanity. Lucian simply felt that, they were delicious. At most, I'll add a pain reduction setting the next time they resurrect. I'll set the minimum threshold at 30%. Praise the holy god, for I am far too merciful. Underground Containment Center. The second player dragged out had the ID, I'm just a passing loyalist. He was slightly calmer than John Doe, but his legs were still shaking. Name. Jane Doe. Age. 25. Origin. I don't know, I have amnesia. The white coat looked up, a flash of impatience seemingly crossing the eyes behind his mask. He nodded to the soldier once again. This time, it wasn't a syringe. A helmet-like device was placed over Jane Doe's head. This is a psychic potential scanner. If you lie, or attempt to hide anything, it will overload your brain and turn you into an idiot. Jane Doe's face went even paler. The scanner activated, emitting a low hum. A few seconds later, the white coat frowned as he looked at the readings on his data slate. Psychic potential, 0. That's impossible. Even untrained baseline humans possess faint potential fluctuations. He looked at Jane Doe. Have you undergone psychic suppression surgery? I really don't know. Or perhaps, you aren't human at all. Jane Doe looked like he was about to cry. I'm human. 100% genuine human. The white coat remained silent for a few seconds. Send him to the genetics lab. Draw blood, take a bone marrow sample, full body scan. If it's confirmed he's human, but his psychic potential is 0, then his genetics are barely worth studying. Jane Doe was dragged away. In the regional channel, the players were going insane. Soul of Cadia, fuck. Psychic potential scanning. Genetic testing. What exactly are they trying to do? Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus, obviously, they are screening us. Screening for psychers, screening for those with unique genetics. The former can be used for psychic experiments, the latter for genetic research. As for baseline humans, we're probably just organ donors or hard labor. I want the halo of tranquility but I'm broke, so we're being picked over. Like pork at a wet market. Slaanesh champion candidate, I feel like being a lab rat is truly terrifying, even scarier than falling to chaos. Papa Nurgle loves everyone, except reality, brothers. In the Warhammer 40k universe, people without background or status like us are just consumables. Did the white scars speed today, then what do we do? Wait to die. I'm not the Lord Regent, I'm just a passing Guilliman. I suggest the next time someone gets dragged out, they try to fight back. Schrodinger's loyalist, fight back. With what? We're unarmed. And locked in cages. Pay the tithe even if the world ends, bite them. Headbutt them. We're dead either way, might as well die a spectacular death. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, everyone calm down. Do not be afraid. Zeke spoke up in the channel. Since we can't log out right now, we need intelligence. We need to figure out the guard strength of this facility, the locations of the exits, and the blind spots of the cameras. We need a plan. Even if we die, we have to inflict some damage on them. Until then, try your best to stay alive. He paused, then added, also, remember who we are. We are players. We are the fourth scourge. Death is not the end for us. It's just reloading a save file. We can fight chaos, tyranids, and greenskins in PC games. Just treat this as playing a new virtual reality Warhammer game. There is nothing to be afraid of. The channel was quiet for a few seconds. Then, a flurry of messages scrolled by. For the Emperor. For survival. For the day we drive mechas back here and blast this trash city to ash. Zeke looked at the revitalized messages from the players. These guys, they really are a scourge. Fine. This way, it's more interesting. He looked up at the dim lights outside the cage, his eyes gradually hardening with resolve. Aru Group. Zymon's Trade Consortium. You capture us, lock us up, and use us for experiments. Then don't blame us. For turning your entire world upside down. In the name of the Emperor and the Fourth Scourge. Chapter 14, 10,000 Ways to Use a Wage Slave. The experiments continued. The dim lighting of the Aru Group's underground containment center illuminated the silhouettes of players being dragged out of cages or directly collapsing beside the interrogation tables. Adding to the eternal stench of mildew and machine oil, the air was now tainted with unsettling smells, pungent disinfectant, the sour stench of chemical reagents, and the faint, metallic tang of blood. Another player was dragged back by two white butchers, their faces hidden behind gas masks, and tossed like a bag of garbage into a crowded cage that previously held 20 people. His ID was, "Don't want to get out of bed today." At this moment, a dizzying string of status icons hung in his UI panel: mild organ failure, neurotoxin tolerance testing, psionic suppressant allergic reaction. He lay twitching on the ground, bloody foam bubbling from his mouth. His final words broadcasted intermittently in the regional channel. Brothers. I think I'm gonna croak. They shot me up with a needle. It was green, bubbly, tasted like Papa Nurgle's 1,000-year-old soup, barf. Hang in there, brother. Resurrection costs 5 coins. Soul of Cadia yelled, gripping the bars of the adjacent cage. I can't, hold on. My vision is turning yellow, now it's turning green. Emperor above, I think I see the Plague Father waving at me. Don't want to get out of bed today, ultimately couldn't pull through. A few minutes later, his body stopped twitching. A cold system notification scrolled by. Player, don't want to get out of bed today, has died. Cause of death, comprehensive toxic failure. Resurrection cost, 5 Imperial coins. Forcibly logged out. How many is that now? Zeke leaned against the freezing iron bars, his voice hoarse. He had personally witnessed 3 experiments. The procedures ranged from brutal bone marrow extractions and spinal taps, to the injection of suspiciously colored serums, to placing that helmet on someone's head, the one supposedly meant to test psychic potential but instead turned brains to mush. Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus maintained an infuriatingly calm log in the channel, including the gentleman who just passed. Since our incarceration, we have observed 37 non-combat casualties. The experiments cover basic physiological tolerance, neurotoxicology, psychic potential stimulation, and rough genetic sequence screening. The conclusion matches our previous deduction: we are undergoing a systematic quality control inspection. Quality control inspection. Schrodinger's loyalist rubbed his arm, which was still throbbing from a recent blood draw. Like inspecting livestock. Worse than that. Tax Bro's face was dark. Livestock can at least hope to be fattened up and sold for meat. What about us? Those with low experimental value are simply scrapped and disposed of. As if to prove his point, the heavy blast doors at the entrance of the underground space slid open once more. This time, it wasn't the white coats who entered, but a squad of fully armed soldiers whose equipment was noticeably superior to the capture unit from earlier. They escorted a middle-aged man wearing a crisp, deep blue uniform and sporting a standard corporate smile. Holding a data slate, the man's eyes swept over the cages like a farmer inspecting his inventory. He stood in the central clearing and cleared his throat. His voice, amplified by the megaphone, carried a trained, polite, yet utterly ruthless tone. Gentlemen, well, let us call you temporary detainees for now. Following a preliminary assessment by the Aru Group's Life Sciences Division, it is highly regrettable that the vast majority of you have failed to meet the expected standards for potential value in advanced biological research and genetic development. The regional channel instantly flooded with, "And fuck. What does that mean? Are they saying we're useless? I want the halo of tranquility but I'm broke," said with righteous indignation. To be precise, Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus corrected, he's saying our bodies lack high value as experimental materials. The game-generated bodies might be too clean or uniform at a genetic level. They lack natural mutations, and show no traces of warp contamination. To chaos worshippers seeking breakthroughs and mutations, ahem, to researchers seeking technological breakthroughs, we lack the element of surprise. The man in the purple uniform continued his speech, his smile unwavering. The prosperity of the Imperium and Aurelian IV is built upon the diligent labor of countless individuals. Since you are temporarily unable to contribute to the Grand Temple of Science, contributing to more practical construction efforts is also an honorable destiny. He waved his hand. The soldiers immediately sprang into action, smashing the iron cages with the butts of their lost guns and roaring. "Everyone up. Form a line. Move out. Quick. Where are we going?" a player yelled out. The man in the purple uniform glanced at the speaker and smiled. "To a place that can fully utilize your remaining value. The Zymon's Trade Consortium's Aru Refinery No. 3 is currently in desperate need of fresh manpower. A refinery. Hard labor. One of the classic final destinations for Hive City underclass wage slaves." The players were herded out, once again passing through the deep, freezing corridors, and loaded into transport pods that looked like steel coffins. This time, there was no flight. The transport pods rumbled downward along tracks through the Hive City's labyrinthine steel intestines. The temperature gradually rose, and the air filled with a bizarre, nauseating mix of sulfur, molten metal, and sickly sweet chemical agents. After what felt like an eternity, the pod doors opened, and a wave of blistering heat hit them. What met their eyes was a dizzyingly massive cavernous space, or rather, a direct manifestation of hell in the industrial age. The towering dome was lost in billowing thick smoke. Rivers of writhing, molten metal snaked through trenches like the planet's blood vessels, emitting a dull red glow. Gigantic gears, pistons, pipes, and conveyor belts formed the skeleton and nervous system of this space, the deafening roar of machinery drowning out everything else. Piles of ore the size of mountains and barrels of foul-smelling chemical raw materials were everywhere. True Hive City workers, dressed in rags with dead, numb eyes, staggered among them. More noticeable, however, were the patrolling overseers. Wearing rudimentary hazard suits and wielding crackling shock whips or thick metal rods, their faces bore undisguised cruelty and indifference. "Welcome to Plant 3, you scum." A one-eyed head overseer, carrying a humming power whip, walked to the front of the line of new players. His voice was as hoarse as grinding rusty gears. "Here, your lives are only worth two things, man-hours and quota. Don't understand? That's fine." He casually lashed out with his whip, striking the back of a native worker nearby who had moved slightly too slow out of sheer exhaustion. Sparks exploded. The man screamed and collapsed to the ground, a massive black scorch mark across his back. "This is the language we speak here. Do you all understand now?" The head overseer sneered maliciously. "Now, to your assigned sectors. Slag clearing or sorting, pipe unclogging, catalyst hauling. Just look at your soft, tender skin. Off to the sorting sector first. Pick the waste rock out of the raw promethium ore with your bare hands. Minimum quota, 50 baskets per person per day. Anyone who fails to meet the quota." He hefted the power whip in his hand, the implication was crystal clear. The players were herded to a wide-open area littered with gravel and chunks of black raw ore. Several native workers were already mechanically toiling away here. They showed absolutely no reaction to the newcomers, their eyes completely hollow. So, Tax Bro picked up a heavy, sharp-edged piece of black ore, then looked at his empty 5-slot inventory, a look of sheer absurdity spreading across his face. "We, the fourth Scourge, over 5,000 players, arrived in the Warhammer 40k universe. We start out owing the system a breathing tax. On the second day, we get abducted by a corrupt megacorporation, skip the experimental phase entirely, and are exiled directly to be assembly line miners. And without mechanical arm assistance or automated sorting screens. Purely by hand." Slaanesh champion candidate looked playfully at the one-eyed overseer gripping the whip behind them and spoke in the regional channel. "Alrighty family, we've successfully entered the sweatshop. Only problem is, we can't pack up our buckets and run away from this one. Chapter 15, A Different Discovery. Schrodinger's loyalist added his own thoughts, trying to tap two stones together to judge their texture. This production efficiency, it would make a tech priest fall silent and an imperial bureaucrat weep. Just be glad, Zeke sighed, beginning to bend over and work. At least for now, we aren't being dragged off for vivisection or injected with Papa Nurgle's thick soup. And besides. He lowered his voice, speaking in the channel only his squad could hear. This place is much more lax than that heavily guarded underground containment center. Look at the distribution of the overseers, and the raw material feed pipes over there. A faint glint flashed in the eyes of fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus. Agreed. This is a labor-intensive site, personnel movement is complex, and surveillance blind spots are inevitable. Preliminary observations show that near the exhaust vent in the northeast corner, the overseer patrol interval is approximately 15 minutes. The third conveyor belt above seems to lead to the refinery core, the security level there might be different. Stay low for now, figure out the patterns, and see if we can steal something to save up some cash. Zeke set the tone. Don't forget, we can resurrect if we die, but it costs money and we have to endure the pain. Until we find until we find a way to log out or get our hands on weapons, don't make any reckless moves. The monotonous, exhausting, and pain-filled labor began. Sorting ore with bare hands was no easy task. Sharp stone shards quickly tore through the players' coarse jumpsuit gloves and skin, and the heavy ore drained their stamina. The overseer's whips cracked in the air from time to time, occasionally actually landing on some slow-moving unlucky soul, triggering genuine screams of agony. In the regional channel, the complaining and gallows humor never stopped. Holy shit, why is this rock so heavy? I feel like I'm playing Imperial Miner Simulator 2025, Warhammer Hell Edition. I just took a lash. My HP didn't drop much, but the intense pain status lasted for 10 minutes. Trash dev. Would it kill you to lower the pain feedback? Do you guys think we count as loyal cogs in the machine of the Imperium now? Or are we the replaceable kind? Cogs? In your dreams. At most, you're the rusty washer sitting underneath the cog. I miss the days of mining in the pits, at least back then we were free and had a chance to kill mobs for gold coins. Have you guys noticed the way the native workers nearby are looking at us? It's a bit weird. Like they're looking at dead people. Or lunatics. Well, duh. We're working while frantically complaining and swearing in the regional channel with all sorts of colorful expressions on our faces. In their eyes, aren't we just a bunch of psychos smirking, cursing, and rolling our eyes at thin air? Got it. In the Warhammer world, mental stability is the real rare quality. The high-intensity labor and the realistic sensation of pain made the temptation to log out incredibly strong. However, the system issued a cold notification, current status, forced labor penalty. Logout function restricted. Please attempt a safe logout at the designated rest area during the overseer shift change, approximate 23 to 23:15 standard time. Warning, leaving a vessel unattended in the work zone or failing to log back in on time carries a high probability of the vessel being designated as scrapped. There is a 99.99% chance it will be recycled into nutrient paste. We even have to clock out just to log out. Did the white scars speed today? Wailed. This is darker than companies in the real world. At least a real company won't physically destroy you just because you went home, turn you into nutrient paste, and feed you to the other office workers. Zeke didn't participate much in the banter. He silently threw the sorted, qualified ore into the metal basket beside him, sweat soaking through his clothes. He observed the overseers, the transport routes, and every detail of this massive industrial purgatory. In the corner of his vision, the psychic aptitude, unactivated, tag hung quietly. Unactivated, he murmured in his heart. In this world, psychic power is a curse, but it is also power. If that possibility really exists. He shook his head, dispersing that overly dangerous thought. For now, the most important thing was to stay alive, see if he could steal some more to accumulate Imperial coins, and then wait for an opportunity. Wait for an opportunity, or create one. The players were herded into a so-called rest area filled with foul odors and only a few long benches. Most of the native workers were silently curled up in corners, seizing the time to recover their stamina. The players gathered together, whispering about what they had observed. There's a waste disposal tunnel to the east. The smell could choke a nurgling, but it seems to lead directly to the lower sewage pool. No one's guarding it. The cooling pipe area to the west, the radiation signs are almost worn off, but the heat readings are still very high. Probably a dead end. The head overseer has an access key hanging from his waist. The style looks like a standard Trade Alliance low-level clearance card. If we could get that. How? We don't even have a decent screwdriver. That crude pistol in the system store costs 20 coins. It's black powder. It's probably less reliable than my fist. Just as the players were whispering their plots, a piercing alarm suddenly shrieked through the work zone. It wasn't directed at them, it came from the higher-level refinery core, accompanied by the dull thud of an explosion and the ear-piercing screech of twisting metal. What's happening? The overseers panicked, grabbing their weapons and looking toward the billowing smoke. It's the boiler section. Catalyst reactor number 7 has overloaded. Damn it. It must be those corner-cutting pipes. Hurry, put out the fire. Evacuate all non-essential personnel. Chaos erupted instantly. Some overseers rushed toward the site of the accident, while others tried to maintain order, but panic was already spreading among the native workers. Seizing the chance, Zeke shot a look at his squad members. Now's our chance. They blended into the messy crowd. Instead of rushing toward the accident or blindly following the mob, they moved according to their previously observed route toward that foul-smelling waste disposal tunnel. Sure enough, the tunnel entrance was unguarded, marked only by a half-rotten sign that read, "Danger. Do not enter." Inside, it was dark, damp, and filled with an indescribable smell of decay. This smell, even Papa Nurgle would have to hold his nose walking through here. Schrodinger's loyalist gagged slightly. "Stop complaining and get in." Taxbro shoved him. The group quickly slipped into the darkness. The tunnel wound downward, the ground beneath their feet slick and slimy. After walking for a few minutes, a faint light and a larger space appeared ahead, a massive underground sewage pool where mountains of discarded mechanical parts and unrecognizable trash were piled high. What made their hearts race even faster was that, in the shadows of the trash mountains, there seemed to be several sets of armor, along with some heavily rusted metal silhouettes that could vaguely be identified as weapons. Is that? Zeke narrowed his eyes. Item name, damaged riot armor. Status, severely rusted, power core failed, defense value extremely low. Recyclable value, approximate, 13 Imperial coins. Note, appears to belong to a certain Hive City enforcement squad that has long since been abolished. Item name, broken thermal machete. Status, energy circuit interrupted, can only be used as a metal club. Recyclable value, approximate, 10 Imperial coins. Note, there are dried, suspiciously colored stains on the notches of the blade. Even though it was all junk, this was the first time they had come into contact with the wreckage of standardized gear since entering this world. We hit the jackpot. Taxbro's eyes shone. What jackpot? It's all trash. Schrodinger's loyalist kicked the armor. Selling it to the system will only get us a few coins. No, Zeke knelt down, carefully inspecting the break in the thermal machete. The important thing is, why are these things here? Were they discarded, or hidden? He looked up, his gaze sweeping over the man-made trash fortifications around the sewage pool. A theory formed in his mind, this might not just be a garbage dump. Could it be a weapon cache intentionally hidden by someone? In the distance, the refinery's alarms gradually faded, but a new kind of chaos might have only just begun. TL/note. Okay, with this chapter, the promised mass release has officially ended. Hope you are still hooked with the story. But from now we will go with the usual of 2 chaps per day plus Power Stone bonus chapter. Power Stone goal equals 100 Power Stones. Chapter 16, Loyal, but first we fleece the system, bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 100 Power Stones. Withdraw. Zeke spat out that single word. Taxbro and Schrodinger bro caught the hint instantly. Without a second thought, the three turned and retreated rapidly through the foul-smelling tunnel they had come from. Those rusted pieces of equipment were certainly tempting, but the refinery's alarms had already quieted down. The chaos was ending. Now was not the time for greed. A few minutes later, they blended back in with the other workers returning to the rest area. Panting and covered in grime, they slumped onto the freezing ground, looking indistinguishable from the truly exhausted native workers around them. The overseers counted heads while grumbling, confirming that none of the consumables had taken the chance to escape. Damn, pipes exploded again. The higher-ups really need to swap out those brain-dead servitors, the lead overseer barked before the group finally dispersed. The rest area sank back into a heavy, oppressive silence. Zeke closed his eyes, focused his mind, and began typing in the regional channel. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, brothers, stop complaining for a second. Since it's now set in stone that this is a 40k world simulator wearing a mecha skin, we need to clarify our primary objectives. First, figure out the timeline. Is it M30? M31? Or even later? Is the Emperor sitting on the Golden Throne, or is he out there leading the Primarchs on the Great Crusade? Second, which sector? Which system? Which planet? Where in the galactic boondocks is this Aurelian 4? Third, and most importantly, raise your hands. If you plan to keep playing this game after logging out, type 1. If you think it's too hardcore or scary and want to delete your account and run, type 2. I need to know where we stand. The channel fell silent for a few seconds. Then, the numbers started rolling. It was an almost solid wall of ones, with the occasional 11 or 111 to express double or triple certainty. Soul of Cadia, 1. Is that even a question? The start is a bit miserable, sure, but let's be real, if a massive open-world game with this level of virtual simulation hit the market, how much would it cost? 99,999 credits. And you'd still have to win a lottery just for the beta invite. Did the White Scars speed today? 11,111. Is killing bugs in Space Marine 2 on a PC the same as actually standing in the Warhammer world moving bricks? This immersion, these details, even this nutrient paste that tastes authentically disgusting. Who wants to go back to PC games after this? Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, 1. I spend all day arguing with people online saying, everyone is loyal until it's time to go. Well, the chance is here. I'm 100% loyal, okay. We can respawn anyway. It hurts, sure, but just treat it as ultra-realistic haptic feedback. Let's get it done. That comment was like a spark dropped into a fuel barrel. I want the halo of tranquility but I'm broke, 1. Damn, I remember the days of slaughtering greenskins and tyranids on a monitor. Now a real-life VR version of Warhammer is right in front of us. You think I'm gonna pussy out? That's an insult to the Emperor. I mean, to us, the 4th Scourge. Slaanesh champion candidate, 111,111. I have to keep playing. I want to see if this game actually lets me become a champion of Slaanesh. What does ultimate pleasure actually feel like? Even if the women in the Warhammer world look a bit, unique, a cross-species roboromance sounds kind of vibe-y, doesn't it? Papa Nurgle loves everyone, 1, accept reality, embrace change. Every day here is a blessing from the grandfather, even if the blessing comes in the form of a whip or moldy paste. Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus, 1, from a technical analysis perspective, the physical laws, social complexity, and technical detail of this simulated world far exceed any existing virtual product. Even as a research sample, it has incredibly high value. Plus, I want to see a real Titan with my own eyes. Schrodinger's loyalist, 1, though I am currently in a superposition of being both loyal and a potential traitor, this game is too fun to pass up. Pay the tithe even if the world ends, 1. I haven't even finished paying my taxes yet, how can I leave? Wait, am I being PUA'd by the system? As more people responded, the channel flooded with determination and banter. Zeke watched the messages, a small smirk playing on his lips. These guys, they really are a scourge. Give them a sliver of hope, even if that hope is just respawning to get tortured again, and they light right up. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, good. Since most of you have decided to stick it out, let's manage these accounts properly. But we have a practical problem, logging out to rest. Our real bodies need to eat and use the bathroom, but we can't just leave these vessels here unattended. I propose we set up an out-of-game group chat. I'll post a thread on the Warhammer forums titled, Aru's Lament. Once you log out, find that thread, DM me, and I'll pull everyone into the group. Once you're in, don't mute the notifications. We'll implement a shift system. During the game's rest periods, we keep 2 people online on watch. If an overseer starts the shift early or something happens, the watchman logs out, pings the group that it's time to move bricks, and everyone logs back in immediately. We'll rotate shifts. This way we ensure our real lives aren't trashed, and we avoid our game bodies being recycled as ownerless waste. Thoughts? The channel buzzed with agreement. Soul of Cadia, got it. Zeke's got it all figured out. But his tone shifted. Are we really going to work shifts mining until we die? Even if we can respawn, sorting Promethium or by hand is a total prison sim gameplay loop, isn't it? Zeke laughed. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, how could we spend our whole lives mining? We're lying low, staying with these scumbags temporarily to save up our startup capital. Didn't you see the system prompts when you touched those waste ores? One chunk of Promethium scrap provides about 0.5 to 1.5 units of standard energy matter. The purity is low, but it can be exchanged for 0.05 to 0.15 Imperial coins. I looked closely at the store just now. There's a portable matter recycling terminal, basic, 450 Imperial coins. It lets you recycle matter directly without a submission point. There's a small fee, but it's convenient. Me, Tax Bro, and Schrodinger Bro can pool our money from today and buy one. Starting tomorrow, we become mine rats. When the overseers and native workers aren't looking, we pocket the waste ore into our inventory. Items of the same type stack, we just have to watch our weight limit. We steal 20 or so pieces a day, hit our weight limit, then head back to the rest area and sell them all through the terminal. We fleece the Aru Group first to save up cash. Also, we found some damaged gear in that sewer tunnel earlier. That proves there are resistance groups in this factory, they're just hidden for now. When they make their move, we use our saved coins to buy weapons and pull off a massive heist. How's that sound? He paused, his text carrying a manipulative edge. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, don't you guys want to get a little revenge for those dozens of players who were dragged off to be lab rats, and for all the whipping we've taken? That ignited the channel completely. Did the white scars speed today? Holy shit. Zeke, you really are a loyal subject of the Emperor. That plan works. Infiltrate, fleece M, then counterattack. I know this plot. Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, for the brothers who died. For a bit of payback. I'm in. Slaanesh champion candidate, revenge is also a peak emotional experience. I'm in. Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus, from a resource optimization standpoint, this plan is viable. Seconded. Schrodinger's loyalist, I both agree and disagree, but I'm definitely stealing ore. TL/N, is this peak? Pay the tithe even if the world ends, tax evasion. I mean, stealing ore for money. It's only natural. Count me in. Seeing the response, Zeke continued his orders. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, good. As for the players who died, if you know them, find a way to contact them once you're offline and get them into our group. Their respawn points are random, so they might be scattered across the planet. They can be our outside help later. Also, while you're grinding, try to chat with the native workers to fish for info. When they captured us, the leader used the phrase, in the name of the Emperor. It might just be a figure of speech, but it suggests the Emperor might still be around. We might not be in the darkest timeline where the Emperor is dead and chaos rules everything, but we have to figure it out slowly. That's it for now. Anyone willing to take the first watch, DM me. Next goal equals 250 power stones. Chapter 17, Grand Theft Ore. Break time is over. Back to work. The short rest period ended. Ear-piercing whistles blew as the overseers cracked their shock whips, driving the workers back to their stations. The players exchanged glances and commenced Operation Mine Rat. Their ore-sorting movements appeared just as clumsy as before, but there was a subtle, calculated cunning added to them. Regional channel. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, 3 o'clock. The one-eyed overseer just turned his back. The pile behind him has decent purity. Who's close? Soul of Cadia, I got it. Witness my caddy in stealth. Soul of Cadia clumsily stumbled, pretending to trip over the ore. He face-planted into the pile. By the time he scrambled back to his feet in a fluster, 3 hand-sized chunks of promethium scrap had vanished into his palms. Did the white scars speed today? Awesome. But that stealth technique, it would make the white scars' ancestors shake their heads. Soul of Cadia, you try it then. This jumpsuit is as baggy as a potato sack. Being able to steal anything at all is a miracle. Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, there's a gap under the west conveyor belt. A lot of crushed ore fell in there, and the overseers can't see it. I'm going to pretend to tie my shoe. He crouched down and dawdled for half a minute. When he stood back up, there were 5 pieces of crushed ore in his inventory. I want the halo of tranquility but I'm broke, shoelaces. Do these trash boots even have shoelaces? Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, if I think they have them, they have them. Don't sweat the details. The players gradually found their rhythm. The moment an overseer turned around, when bending over to tie non-existent shoelaces, when pretending to slip while carrying a load, heavy, sharp-edged chunks of scrap ore were silently shoved into those 5 precious inventory slots. Even though they could only steal a few pieces at a time, and the accumulating weight drained their stamina faster, the thrill of robbing the enemy blind under their noses, combined with the occasional, earned, promethium scrap X1, pop up in the corner of their vision, injected a bizarre sense of joy into the agonizing, monotonous labor. Of course, there were plenty of screw-ups too. Regional channel. Don't ask, I thinks it works, holy shit. The overseer suddenly turned around. I didn't have time to stash the ore in my hand. In a moment of desperation, he shoved the chunk of ore into his mouth, puffing out his cheeks and pretending to work diligently. Schrodinger's loyalist, brother, can you even chew that? Don't ask, I thinks it works, I can't chew it, but I thinks as long as I don't spit it out, he won't notice. 2 minutes later, he received a lash from the whip because of his weird expression. The ore fell out of his mouth, earning him a swift kick. Papa Nurgle loves everyone, accepting punishment is also a part of growth. While stealing ore, some players also tried striking up conversations with the genuine NPC workers. Most of the native workers had numb eyes and spoke little. They had long since grown accustomed to the players randomly smirking, frowning, and winking at thin air, writing them off as just another batch of poor bastards driven insane by the brutal hive life. Regional channel. Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus attempted communication with worker G77 on the left. Inquired about his years of service. Worker G, 77 slowly turned his head, looked at him with cloudy eyes, and turned back. 10 years. Or 20. I don't remember. Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus inquired about his opinion on the Aru Group. Worker G, 77 remained silent for a long time. They give food. Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus inquired if he has ever heard the terms Emperor, Terra, or Space Marine. Worker G, 77 trembled slightly, lowered his head, and hammered the oar harder, refusing to respond. Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus, preliminary assessment, this individual possesses vague knowledge of higher-level concepts but fears discussing them. Slaanesh champion candidate, I asked the lady next to me if there are any, entertainment venues here. Or places that make people happy. Female worker glanced at him like he was filth and scooted 2 steps away. Slaanesh champion candidate, she has no appreciation for the arts. Soul of Cadia, brother, if you're looking for Slaaneshi entertainment in the Warhammer world, you have to go to Comarak, or the upper spires of some chaos-corrupted world. Here. You're better off asking where to find unmoldy nutrient paste. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, I got something. An old worker hauling or next to me quietly told me not to ask too many questions. He said if I work hard, I might live a few extra days. I pressed him on whether something happened here. He vaguely muttered, after Sector 7 fell, a lot of things changed, and refused to say another word. Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus, Sector 7. Logging the term. Suspected to be a critical local historical event or location. Time slipped away amidst the covert chatter, whiplashes, and monotonous labor. The artificial light sources on the refinery's dome gradually dimmed, simulating the cycle of day and night. Finally, the shift-end whistle blew again. Dragging their exhausted bodies, the players lined up under the watchful eyes of the overseers to receive their daily wages, a tube of gray nutrient paste and a small pouch of murky recycled water rich in essential minerals. The taste of the nutrient paste was as touching as ever, and the recycled water tasted of rust and chlorine. But after eating and drinking, the mild hunger and mild thirst statuses were finally lifted, and their stamina began to slowly recover. Returning to the cramped, sweat and mildew-scented communal sleeping quarters, the players executed their plan. They selected the first pair of volunteers for the watch shift, did the white scars speed today, and, I want the halo of tranquility but I'm broke. You two log out first. Hurry up and eat, use the bathroom, and rest. Log back in an hour to relieve us, Zeke instructed. Remember, stay sharp. If anything happens, log out immediately and ping the group. Don't worry, Zeke. Did the white scars speed today, gave a thumbs up, although the gesture looked somewhat comical in this environment. The two walked to a relatively secluded corner, sat with their backs against the wall, closed their eyes, and focused their minds. Confirm safe log out. Current status, rest period, operable. Vessel will enter low power maintenance mode. Please ensure concealment. Confirm. A faint white light flashed over them. Their bodies remained slumped against the wall, but their eyes lost focus, and their breathing became incredibly slow and shallow, as if entering a deep coma. Zeke, Tax Bro, Schrodinger Bro, and the others temporarily stayed online. Gathering in a corner, they opened the system store interface. Zeke's balance, 32.8 coins. Tax Bro, 31.5 coins. Schrodinger Bro, 30.1 coins. If we pool it, we have exactly enough, Zeke calculated. After buying the portable recycling terminal, we'll have 20-something coins left over for emergencies. Confirm exchange, portable matter recycling terminal, basic, 50 imperial coins. Exchange successful. A hand-sized object resembling a thick metal plate appeared in Zeke's hand. Its surface featured a few simple buttons and a tiny display screen. Item, portable matter recycling terminal, basic. Function, convert standard material resources into imperial coins. Exchange rate is 95% of a standard submission point. Usage limits, requires manual operation. Limited processing volume per use. Note, the greedy merchant always takes a cut, don't they? Alright, now we save up. Zeke carefully hid the terminal inside his jumpsuit lining. How much did everyone steal today? Report your numbers. We'll process it together and distribute the money based on contribution. The players began covertly pulling their contraband out of their inventories. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 5 pieces. Promethium scrap of varying sizes and purities formed a small pile in the corner. Zeke activated the terminal and aimed it at the ore pile. An imperceptible scanning beam flashed, and the terminal screen displayed, standard energy matter detected. Estimated value, 73.7 imperial coins. Convert. Processing fee, 4.435 coins. Convert. The pile of ore vanished instantly, as if disintegrated and devoured by an invisible force. Zeke's account increased by 69.265 Imperial coins. A total of 113 people participated in stealing ore today. We'll distribute the funds based on the estimated value of what each person stole. Zeke quickly calculated the math in his head, then used the system's trading function to transfer varying amounts, ranging from fractions of a coin to 0.612 coins, to the participating players. It wasn't a lot of money, but this was their first payout earned through planning and teamwork. The significance was profound. All right, everyone get some rest. The other players began to log out one after another, their bodies slumping haphazardly around the sleeping area. Thanks for taking the watch, brothers, Zeke nodded to. Did the white scars speed today? And, I want the halo of tranquility but I'm broke. The two had already logged back in and were vigilantly observing their surroundings. Zeke, Tax Bro, and Schrodinger Bro moved to the side and sat back to back. Logging out. Schrodinger Bro asked. Let's wait a bit longer. We'll log out after the other players are off. Hey. Tax Bro lowered his voice. Does what we're doing count as organizing a labor union in the Warhammer universe? A labor union? Schrodinger Bro smiled. This is called the Fourth Scourge Strategic Development Committee. The primary phase objective is the redistribution of the means of production, the ore. The midterm objective is an armed seizure of the tools of production, the refinery. The long-term objective is piloting mechas in the Sea of Stars. Brilliant, Zeke chuckled. Let's log out and rest. Tomorrow, we keep playing Mine Rats. And while we're at it, see if we can dig up more info on this, Sector 7. The three closed their eyes and chose to log out. In the massive underground expanse of the refinery, thousands of players slept in various postures. Only two figures on watch remained. Under the dim lighting, they kept their eyes wide open and ears perked up like vigilant prairie dogs. In the distance, the roar of the furnaces never ceased. The molten metal rivers flowed sluggishly through the trenches, casting the eternal backdrop of this steel hell. Higher up in Aru City, within the opulent offices of the Aru Pharmaceutical Group headquarters. The report regarding the thousands of unidentified individuals who suddenly appeared in Workshop 7 and were swiftly suppressed had already been filed away as resolved, resources reallocated. No one realized what kind of souls were hidden inside the bodies of those consumables they deemed useless and sent off for hard labor. Nor did they realize the apocalyptic level upheaval these souls would bring to this factory, this city, and this world. In the shadows of the rest area, did the white scars speed today, stared at the Imperial coin balance on his crude UI panel, holding it up to the dim light. Almost there, he muttered to himself, a glint in his eye. Once I save enough money, I'm buying a gun and blowing that one-eyed overseer's head off first. His whispers were drowned out by the eternal noise of the refinery. No one heard him. Except for a certain newborn chaos god, who, through countless invisible threads, sensed everything from the void and gleefully absorbed the freshly baked emotional energy of anticipation, plotting, and excitement. Deep within the warp, Lucian's energy body stretched out comfortably. Yes, exactly like that, more plotting, more anticipation. The seeds of hatred have been planted. Now we just wait for them to sprout. When you guys finally riot, that emotional energy is going to be so delicious, isn't it? He could already vividly picture the scene, on some future day, the refinery engulfed in towering flames, the players wielding crude weapons, charging in all directions while screaming incomprehensible battle cries. Do your best, my players. Even though you're driving minecarts right now. One day, you will pilot mechas. I promise. Probably. Chapter 18, One Day in Reality, 2.5 days in Warhammer. Zeke clicked log out. The sensation of his consciousness detaching was peculiar, like rapidly surfacing from the deep sea. The eternal roar of the refinery still echoed faintly in his ears, and the stench of sulfur, metal, and body odor seemed to linger in his nasal cavity. Then, he opened his eyes. The familiar gaming chair. The familiar desk. On the monitor was the login screen for Epoch 40K, Mecha, which had already gone completely black. The afternoon sun outside was glaring, its rays spilling through the gap in the curtains and casting a pillar of light across the floor where dust motes danced lazily. Zeke sat paralyzed for 3 seconds, then suddenly raised his hand and pinched his cheek hard. Hiss, that hurts. It wasn't a dream. He was really back. From the Warhammer world, where breathing was taxed, whiplashes hurt for real, and the nutrient paste tasted like Papa Nurgle's stew, he had returned to his rental apartment. Wait. He grabbed his phone off the desk and unlocked the screen. 5:03 p.m. Zeke's mind buzzed. He clearly remembered logging into the game around 11 p.m. last night. Inside the game, he had been captured, imprisoned, interrogated, exiled, forced to mine, stolen ore, and planned a rebellion. At least 2 days and 1 night had passed. Even if the in-game time was accelerated, this was absurd. 18 hours in reality, nearly 60 hours in the game. He murmured, his eyes suddenly lighting up. A time dilation ratio of 1 minute and 3.33 seconds. Holy shit, that's a massive win. It's like extending my lifespan. Of course, the prerequisite was not dying in the game. Even though resurrection was possible, the pain was absolutely real. Immediately following that, another thought smashed into his brain: today is Monday. I was supposed to clock in for work at 9 a.m. Crap, I skipped work. Zeke frantically grabbed his phone, found the contact saved as Scumbag Boss, and dialed. It rang several times before it was picked up, an impatient voice sounding on the other end. Hello. Zeke. Where the hell are you today? I'm so sorry. Zeke instantly slipped into character, making his voice sound weak and hoarse. I got food poisoning last night. I was throwing up and had diarrhea all night. I just got back from the hospital this morning. I didn't even have the energy to look at my phone. I can send you a picture of my medical record. All right, enough. The boss cut him off, his tone still unpleasant. Your perfect attendance bonus for this month is gone. Next time, ask for leave in advance. If you don't show up tomorrow, don't bother coming back ever. Yes, definitely, thank you. Hanging up the phone, Zeke let out a long sigh of relief and wiped away non-existent cold sweat. Fortunately, he had kept his job for now. Although internally he was desperately craving to log right back into that world and continue being a miner, damn, that thought is fucking terrifying, he still needed this job to pay for rent, utilities, and food in reality. He steadied his nerves, picked up his phone to order some takeout, and then immediately opened the forums, navigating to the Warhammer 40k board. His fingers tapped rapidly across the screen, creating a post. Title: Aru's Lament. Content: Author: Eternally loyal to the Emperor. That was enough. Those who knew would know. After posting, he exited the forum and opened QQ. Their original, Terra Underground Cyber Tavern, non-heretical, group chat with 20-something people had exploded. The unread message count was at 99 plus. Zeke clicked in and scrolled quickly. Schrodinger's loyalist, I'm back. Brothers, I'm alive. Though my arm still feels like it's hurting. Pay the tithe even if the world ends, fuck. It's only 5 p.m. in reality. I felt like I spent 2 days in that game. Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus, time dilation confirmed. Preliminary estimates place the ratio between 1 minute and 2.5 seconds and 1 to 4. This technology is unbelievable. Soul of Cadia, looking at my apartment floor right now brings me so much comfort. At least it won't let an overseer whip me. Did you ask yourself if you were loyal today? Did anyone else get whipped? I took a hit. That feeling, my back still feels numb right now. Golden big guy, I didn't get hit. But I almost got caught by the one-eyed overseer while stealing ore, so I shoved it into my mouth in a panic. I still feel like there's sand stuck in my teeth. Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, so we're confirming this right now. It really is a Warhammer world, right? Not a knockoff. I'm not the Lord Regent, I'm just a passing Gilliman, synthesizing existing evidence, Imperial coins, Prometheum, Psychers, Aru Group, Zymon's Trade Consortium, Hive City structure, and the phrase, in the name of the Emperor. It's basically confirmed. However, the specific timeline still needs to be verified. Slaanesh champion candidate, I tried discussing the possibility of a grand harmonious union of life with a female NPC. She looked at me like I was trash. The NPC AI in this game is way too realistic. Papa Nurgle loves everyone, except it. In the Warhammer world, bottom-tier consumables like us don't deserve love. We only deserve whips and nutrient paste. Don't ask, I thinks it works, I thinks we can't just mine forever. We gotta do something big. The Emperor's Sword, at eternally loyal to the Emperor Zeke. Is the group chat set up? Invite me in. Zeke typed rapidly, give me a second. I'm setting up a main group chat and I'll invite everyone in. He backed out of the small group chat and created a new one in QQ. Without hesitation, he named it, Aru First Gen Workers Union. Once created, he pulled all 20-something acquaintances from the small chat into the new one. Then, he posted the group number and invite link in the forum thread, adding a comment, everyone, send me a DM here on the forum and I'll invite you into the main group. Let's talk in the main group. For the next 2 hours, Zeke's life consisted of eating takeout, staring at his phone, opening forum DMs, copying QQ numbers, searching, sending group invites, and moving on to the next DM. His inbox exploded. Warhammer 40k is the best in the world, sent contact info. Blast chaos for the Emperor, sent contact info. Fugitive Muggos of the Martian Mechanicus, sent contact info. Korn granted me an 8-pack, sent contact info. Sench handed me this exam paper, sent contact info. Slaanesh said she's waiting for me tonight, sent contact info. Nurgle complimented my physique, sent contact info. Taukuin, you're right, sent contact info. Zeke's eye twitched as he read them. These guys' IDs get more arrogant by the minute. If they're really in the Warhammer world, they'll die faster than you can blink. Group applications poured in endlessly. Soon, the 200-person capacity was full. Zeke had to bite the bullet and spend 1,000 credits, equivalent to half his monthly rent, to upgrade the group capacity to 10,000 members. His heart bled the moment he paid the money. But when he thought about the dozens of players who were dragged off and died miserable deaths in those experiments. When he thought about the power whip that could strike at any moment, and that atrociously disgusting nutrient paste. This money had to be spent. 5 hours later, at 10 p.m. Aru First Gen Workers Union, member count, 4,961. Almost every player who logged in at Workshop 7 had joined. There were also a few who claimed they had resurrected elsewhere. The locations they described varied widely, but they were all on Aurelian 4. After verifying their claims, Zeke pulled them in two. These scattered players could serve as outside reinforcements in the future. Zeke updated the group announcement. Group announcement. 1. This is the player organization for Epoch 40k, Mecha. 2. In-game time dilation is approximately 1 minute and 3.33 seconds compared to reality. Please adjust your sleep schedules accordingly. 3. Current main quest, work as miners at Aru Refinery No. 3, steal ore, save money, and prepare to start a riot. 4. In-game watch system, real-world time 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. and 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. correspond to in-game rest periods. 2 players must remain online to keep watch on a rotating basis. 5. Group files are currently being compiled with in-game intel. Submissions welcome. 6. For the Emperor, tentative. The moment the announcement went live, the group chat exploded. Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus, the word tentative captures the absolute essence of this. Until we confirm His Majesty's current status, we must maintain cautious loyalty. Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter. If this is 30k and the Emperor is still out leading the Great Crusade with the Primarchs, then yelling, for the Emperor, is fine. But if it's 40k, the Emperor is sitting on the Golden Throne. He wouldn't even hear us if we yelled, right? Soul of Cadia, you still have to yell it in 40k. It's about faith. Do you understand faith? Even if faith can't put food on the table, it at least lets us die with some ceremonial flair. Dog of the 3rd Primarch, right now, I just want to know where the hell this Aurelian 4 is located in the galaxy. I scoured the Warhammer star maps, lore books, and even fanfic wikis, and I can't find this planet anywhere. I'm not the Lord Regent, I'm just a passing Gilliman, a few possibilities. First, it's a lore planet Games Workshop hasn't written about yet. Second, it's a frontier world in the eastern fringe with sparse records. Third, we actually transmigrated into a fanfic universe. Don't ask, I thinks it works, a fanfic universe. Then who's the author? Does he update frequently? Is he gonna drop the story halfway through? Next goal equals 250 power stones. Chapter 19, Timeline Deduction. Schrodinger's Loyalist, if this really is a fanfic universe, I hope the author is a power fantasy writer. Hurry up and drop a Primarch from orbit to save us. Preferably Sanguinius, he's got the best looks. Slaanesh champion candidate, I think Fulgrim wouldn't be bad either. Papa Nurgle loves everyone, Mortar Ion is better. The grandfather's gifts. Zeke's face darkened as he typed in the group, Chaos Heretics, do not interfere with the faith of the Loyalists, or I'll hit you with the banhammer. Pay the tithe even if the world ends, I support Zeke. But speaking of the timeline, I noticed something. When that overseer said, in the name of the Emperor, his tone was very natural. It sounded like everyday speech. If the Emperor had already been sitting on the Golden Throne as a god for 10,000 years, would that phrase be used so casually? Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus, good point. In the 40k era, the lower classes are more likely to say, the Emperor protects or, praise the Emperor. In the name of the Emperor, sounds more like a formal phrase used for law enforcement or declaring war. However, during the Great Crusade in the 30k era, Imperial military and law enforcement did use that phrase frequently. Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus then compiled a summary of the currently known intel. World name, Aurelian 4. Confirmed not a major lore planet in the primary sectors. High probability of being a frontier world. Local factions, led by the Zyman's Trade Consortium, which controls the Aru Pharmaceutical Group. Other factions present, Knight Houses, Psyker families, Mechanicus offshoots. Based on fragmented info from the workers, the planet is in a state of fractured warlord-style rule. Imperial presence, confirmed. Soldiers invoke the Emperor's name, but Imperial control is weak. Local factions possess high autonomy. Tech level, typical hive world. Loss weapons, aircraft, and basic synthetic industries are present, but the lowest levels heavily rely on human hard labor. This fits the uneven technological distribution of an imperial frontier world. Psychic status, confirmed to exist. Regulatory status is unknown, but institutions are clearly conducting illegal research. Critical timeline clues, no direct evidence pointing to a specific millennium yet. However, based on the Imperium's loose grip, the technological display, and the lack of large-scale, overt chaos activity, I hypothesize we are somewhere between the late Great Crusade and the early Horus Heresy. Namely, late M30 to early M31. Reason, the expanding borders of the Imperium diluted administrative control, allowing local factions to grow powerful, which fits the lore. If we were in the heresy or post-heresy era, chaos influence should be much more obvious. This analysis earned a flurry of likes from the group. Soul of Cadia, I have supporting evidence too. Those soldiers and overseers, while brutal, felt like they had decent organization. They acted like a normal local militia, not the frenzied or obsessively disciplined zealots you see after chaos corruption. If this were 10,000 years after the heresy, they'd have to have some chaos flavor to them, right? Fabricator General of the Mechanicus makes sense. Furthermore, their use of the word emperor seemed habitual, even transactional, rather than rooted in terror or completely abandoned. If the Imperium was completely rotten to the core or chaos was running rampant, they probably wouldn't mention him at all, or they would do it with a completely different attitude. Guilliman is the GOAT, so we might currently be in the tail end of the Golden Age. The Great Crusade isn't over yet. The Emperor might still be, he might not be on the throne yet. Are the Primarchs still fighting out there? Has Horus not started his rebellion yet? Schrodinger's loyalist, then here is the question, if this is the good era, why did we spawn as wage slaves? Does that make sense? Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, wake up to reality. When has the Warhammer 30k or 40k universe ever been a good era for civilian commoners? Did fewer mortals die during the Great Crusade? Were there fewer innocent souls accidentally wiped out by exterminatus? It was a golden age for the imperial elites and the primarchs. But for us bottom feeders, it's always the era of the wage slave. The only difference is that instead of being wage slaves for the Imperial Crusade, we're wage slaves for a local trade consortium. The essence hasn't changed. Brilliant. Truth. Rows of exclamations flooded the chat. Don't ask, I thinks it works, then I thinks we should go find a Primarch. If we can cling to a Primarch, even if we're just auxiliary serfs for the Space Marines, it's gotta be better than mining in a refinery. Soul of Cadia, the prerequisite is that we leave the refinery alive and actually contact Imperial forces. Don't forget, we are undocumented right now. We don't have identification tags. In the Imperial bureaucratic system, we effectively don't exist. Greenskins never be slaves, plus, the Aru Group is the local mafia. The Zyman's Trade Consortium definitely has people on the Planetary Council. If a bunch of undocumented nobodies like us run to the governor claiming we're loyal citizens, the consortium's people will probably just arrest us as lunatics. Taukuin, surrender your gun and live, so we still have to rely on ourselves. Steal or save money. Buy guns. Start a riot. I'm not the Lord Regent, I'm just a passing Guilliman, agreed. Current objectives, first, survive. Second, accumulate resources. Third, gather intelligence. Fourth, establish an organization. We can reference the Imperial Guard Rank and File Mutual Aid Manual and the Preliminary Guide to Underhive Resistance Movements. Schrodinger's loyalist, G-Man, where are you getting these reading lists? I'm not the Lord Regent, I'm just a passing Guilliman, personal hobbies. The group discussion was burning hot, filled with Warhammer memes and dark humor flying back and forth. Someone uploaded a hand-drawn map of the refinery, marking the overseer patrol routes, potential hiding spots, and the stench-filled waste tunnel. Someone else compiled the fragmented phrases from the NPC workers, trying to piece together clues about Sector 7. The phrase, after Sector 7 fell, appeared the most frequently. Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus, Sector 7 might refer to the 7th layer of the Hive or the 7th Administrative District. The word fell is critical. Did an upper Hive sector collapse and fall? Or did an orbital facility crash? If it's the latter, it could have been a massive accident, or perhaps evidence of orbital bombardment. Four-armed Emperor above, the old worker I heard said, after Sector 7 fell, a lot of things changed. This might be a key historical node. Perhaps it was the opportunity that led to the rise of the Aru Group or the Zyman's Trade Consortium, or the turning point that reshuffled local power. Soul of Cadia, who cares? We can't even leave the sector this refinery is in right now. What's the point of asking about history from Emperor knows how many years ago? Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, it is useful. What if there's an STC hidden in the ruins of Sector 7? What if there are relics from the dark age of technology? We'd be rich. Praise the Omnisia, and then get hunted to the ends of the galaxy by the Mechanicus. The Cogboy's obsession with STCs is deeper than Slaanesh's obsession with pretty boys. Watching the rapidly scrolling chat log, a smile unconsciously crept onto Zeke's face. These guys. They had just returned from a game that felt like literal hell. Everyone was dead tired and probably slightly traumatized. Yet here they were in the group chat, cracking jokes, conducting serious analysis, and actively plotting. This was a player. This was the fourth scourge. They might complain, they might be terrified, they might get themselves killed doing stupid things. But as long as you gave them a sliver of hope and a goal, they could erupt with terrifying agency and creativity. Zeke opened the group files. People had already uploaded compiled documents. Aru Refinery No. 3 Overseer Patrol Schedule, version 1.0. Promethium Scrap Purity vs. Recyclable Value Chart. Refinery Sector Hazard Level Assessment. How to Pretend to be a Proper Hive City Wage Slave, a Guide to Facial Expressions and Body Language. Warhammer 40k Basic Lore Quick Q&A, to prevent breaking character. He even saw a document titled Preliminary Concepts for Conducting Labor Union Struggles Within the Refinery, authored by, Pay the Tithe Even If the World Ends. Zeke clicked it open. The author actually cited historical texts, from Marx to Lenin, from the British Chartist movement to an analysis of the current state of Hive City workers. The document concluded. Given the current massive disparity in power between the enemy and ourselves, the lack of awakened worker consciousness, and the absence of external support, it is inadvisable to openly organize a union. However, we can develop an underground mutual aid network, secretly disseminate ideology, and accumulate strength. Taxbro is a real talent, Zeke sighed in admiration. The time neared 7 p.m. Many people in the group had already started discussing when to log back in. Schrodinger's loyalist, it's currently the night rest period in-game. The players on watch should still be online. When are we all logging back in together? Eternally loyal to the Emperor, according to the in-game time, we should probably log in soon. It's past 7 p.m. in reality, which means it should be around 4 o'clock or 5 a.m. in the game. The Overseers are about to start the shift. Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus, I suggest a mass login at 8 p.m. reality time, which corresponds to the morning shift start time in-game. We need to arrange the watch schedule for tonight. Soul of Cadia, I volunteer for the watch tonight. I don't have work anyway. Don't ask, I thinks it works, I volunteer too. I also don't have work. The watch schedule was quickly finalized. Zeke uploaded it to the group files and tagged the relevant members. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, alright everyone, that's it for today. 8 p.m, see you in the game. Remember our plan, lay low, steal ore, save money, fish for info, and wait for our chance. Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, for the Imperial coins. Schrodinger's loyalist, for not being turned into nutrient paste. I'm not the Lord Regent, I'm just a passing Gilliman, for piloting mechas one day. Soul of Cadia, for shoving the one-eyed Overseer's head into the reactor. Pay the tithe even if the world ends, for paying fewer taxes. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, alright, meeting adjourned. Rest up. Get your energy back. Soon we go back to working for the Aru Group, and robbing them blind while we're at it. Rose of, for the Emperor, scrolled through the chat. Chapter 20, the Mine Rat's Day of Action. Half an hour passed quickly, and his alarm rang. Zeke snapped his eyes open. Holding his waist, which was aching intensely from the high-intensity labor, he slowly shuffled over to his computer. He clicked the black icon, and the login screen appeared once again. Welcome back to Epoch 40k, Mecha, the Sea of Stars, yours to explore. Explore my ass, I'm just here to be a miner, Zeke grumbled as he clicked confirm. His consciousness instantly plummeted. When he opened his eyes again, the eternally dim lighting and pungent sulfur stench of the refinery hit him in the face. His body was still in the same posture, leaning against the corner of the wall. From before he logged out, his legs were a bit numb. The other players around him were also waking up one after another, and the regional channel instantly flooded with messages. Soul of Cadia, fuck, I'm back. This smell, it's stronger than the garbage dump downstairs from my apartment. Did the white scar speed today? Just thinking about stealing ore again today actually makes me a little excited. Is there something wrong with me? Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus, after 18 hours of rest in real time, physiological fatigue has recovered by approximately 67%, and psychological adaptation has increased to, never mind. Anyway, get ready to continue being wage slaves. Just as the players were stretching their limbs and preparing to welcome a new day of whiplashes, someone suddenly yelled in the channel. Don't ask, I thinks it works, holy shit. Brothers, look what I found. There's a new option in the UI settings. System prompt, pain perception adjustment. Current, 100%, default. Adjustable range, 30% to 100%. Note, to enhance the gaming experience, the system has added this feature. However, please note that excessively low pain feedback may affect your judgment regarding the severity of injuries, leading to unnecessary loss of the vessel. The minimum adjustment limit is 30%. The channel went quiet for 2 seconds before absolutely exploding. Pay the tithe even if the world ends, the trash dev is actually showing humanity. They actually know how to add a pain slider. Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, let me try, adjusting to 30%, done. Wait, why is the minimum only 30%? Can't we drop it to 1%? Schrodinger's loyalist, just be content bro. Those 2 players who got shot yesterday went out with 100% pain. I can still remember their screams. Slaanesh champion candidate, 30% is great. At least it'll hurt less when we get whipped. I still have yesterday's lash marks on my ass. Papa Nurgle loves everyone, pain is also a gift, but it's good to have a little less of it. Zeke also adjusted his pain perception to 30% and instantly felt the world become a much more beautiful place. Even though the refinery was still a hellhole, at least he wouldn't want to die so painfully when he got hit. He spoke up in the channel. Attention, everyone. 5 minutes before the shift starts, listen to my plan. First, has everyone paid today's tax? If you haven't, hurry up so the system doesn't penalize you. Second, when we're sorting ore today, everyone try to stand closer together. Squeeze the NPC workers into the corners to create space for the players up front to steal ore, and block the overseer's line of sight while you're at it. Third, efficiency is key. When you see an opportunity, stuff it straight into your inventory without hesitation. Fourth, and most importantly, Zeke paused. After logging out and taking a break, whatever anxiety we had about discovering this is the Warhammer world should be pretty much gone by now, right? A wave of messages scrolled through the channel, long gone, it's just a game, what the hell is there to be afraid of, and, I just want to make money right now. Excellent. Remember, no matter how brutal this game's plot is, it's still just a game. We might be weak now, but that doesn't mean we'll be weak forever. Today's goal, fleece the Aru Group for all they're worth. Okay. The channel responded in unison. The players' moods were indeed much more relaxed at this moment. During their offline rest, the real-world sunlight, takeout food, and soft beds had helped them regain the grounding that this was just a game. Even if this game was absurdly realistic, and even if dying hurt a lot, they could respawn. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, so what if it was the Warhammer world? They were the 4th scourge. Give them a miner's pickaxe, and they could dig out a future. The piercing whistle blew right on time. The one-eyed overseer swaggered into the rest area gripping his power whip. The hideous scar on his face looked even more vicious under the dim lighting. Get up, you scum. A new day, new suffering. Where's the water? An overseer cracked a whip near his feet, sending sparks flying, distributed at noon. You don't eat until the morning's work is done. What, got a problem with that? Watching their status bars gradually transition from mild hunger to moderate hunger, and their stamina values slowly beginning to drop, the players started cursing the Aru Group. Son of a bitch capitalism, wait, no, son of a bitch hive city slavery. Tax bro cursed under his breath. More ruthless than 996 culture. At least 996 covers your lunch, Schrodinger bro sighed. Talking about labor rights in the Warhammer world. Zeke sneered. You're lucky just to be alive. Hurry up and work. The sooner we finish, the sooner we eat, even if the food is garbage. The players stood before the ore piles once again. But today, the look in their eyes was different. If yesterday they carried the bewilderment and fear of new arrivals, today they were brimming with planning and purpose. Following Zeke's instructions, the players spontaneously formed a loose formation. The relatively taller players stood on the outside, acting as a human wall to separate the genuine NPC workers on the perimeter. The inner layer consisted of nimble-fingered mine rats strictly responsible for stealing ore. When the one-eyed overseer went on patrol, the outer players would pass signals in advance by coughing or shifting their feet. The instant the overseer turned his back, the inner players would quickly bend down and shove the high-purity promethium scrap they had sorted out directly into their inventories. The entire process flowed as smoothly as water. Their coordination was so tacit it looked like they had rehearsed it countless times. Regional Channel. Soul of Cadia, 3 o'clock, overseer turned his back. Good for 10 seconds. Did the white scars speed today, received. Stole 3 pieces. Purity is solid. Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, west side is clear, I've secured 5 pieces of crushed ore. Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus, log, current average per capita or theft efficiency per round has increased by 37.2% compared to yesterday. Overseer detection probability has dropped below 12%. Don't ask, I thinks it works, I didn't shove ore in my mouth this time. I'm improving. Of course, things weren't completely flawless. A player with the ID, clumsy hands spare me, got too nervous. His hand slipped while stealing ore, and a fist-sized rock hit the ground with a loud clatter, rolling right to the overseer's feet. Time seemed to freeze. The one-eyed overseer looked down at the rock, then looked up at the pale-faced player. A savage smile slowly crept onto his face. Oh! Hand slipped. Gripping his power whip, he walked over slowly, the tip of the whip dragging across the ground and spitting crackling electric sparks. I didn't mean to. Clumsy hands spare me, was trembling at the knees. Didn't mean to. The overseer scoffed. The whip was raised. Just as all the players thought blood was about to be drawn, an old NPC worker nearby suddenly coughed. He spoke in a hoarse voice, "My lord, that pile of ore was unstable to begin with. I nearly knocked a piece off myself just a moment ago." The one-eyed overseer's movements paused. He turned and stared at the old worker for a few seconds, then looked back down at the rock on the ground. Finally, he let out a cold snort and lashed his whip against the adjacent pile of ore. "Watch yourselves. Drop one more piece, and the whole squad gets no food today." He cursed and grumbled as he walked away. The players were dumbfounded. Clumsy hands spare me, was practically crying in the channel, "Thank you. Thank you, old man." Zeke reminded them in the channel, "Remember this favor. It seems there are good people among the NPCs too, or at least, people who can't stand the overseers." This minor incident made the players more vigilant, but the ore-stealing operation did not halt. At noon, when the shift-end whistle blew, the players dragged their exhausted but excited bodies toward the food distribution window. Lunch was still a drab tube of nutrient paste and a small pouch of recycled water. After starving all morning, the players devoured it ravenously. Damn it, in the real world, not even a dog would eat this, Tax Bro cursed between chews. In the Warhammer world, a dog eating this might mutate into a chaos spawn, Schrodinger Bro added. Just as the players were squatting in the corners eating, the sound of an argument suddenly drifted over from a distance. Several people wearing different colored uniforms marched out from the refinery's core area. The leader was a bald, middle-aged man with a nasty scowl. He walked straight up to the one-eyed overseer and slapped a data slate against his chest. "The batch of scrap ore you submitted this morning yielded 15% less promethium content after smelting than usual. What the hell is going on?" The one-eyed overseer was taken aback. He grabbed the data slate, his face darkening as he read it. 15% less. Impossible. Our sorting process is exactly the same as before. The same. The bald man sneered. Then why is the yield lower? Did you let the scum working under you pocket some of it? Bullshit. The one-eyed overseer bristled. My people get the whip every day. Where would they find the guts to pocket anything? He spun around abruptly, his bloodshot lone eye sweeping over the players eating their lunch. The players' hearts skipped a beat, but they all feigned looks of innocent bewilderment. All their ore was stored safely inside their system inventories. Their bodies were completely clean, they weren't afraid of being searched at all. The one-eyed overseer marched over and hoisted up the player closest to him, "Clumsy hands spare me." He roughly patted down his jumpsuit. Though he found nothing, his anger clearly hadn't subsided. He raised his hand and lashed out with a whip. Crack. Goal equals 250 power stones, only 50 remaining. Chapter 21, The Mine Rat's Payday, Bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 250 power stones. Sparks exploded. Even with his pain perception set to 30%, the player let out a scream, stumbling and face-planting into the dirt. A scorched black mark appeared on his back, the jumpsuit torn open to reveal inflamed, red skin underneath. "Ah, fuck," the player groaned in pain in the regional channel. "It still hurts this much at 30%. Was this whip fucking blessed by corn? Speak. Did you steal the ore?" Clumsy hands spare me delivered an Oscar-worthy performance this time. He looked deathly pale and stammered in terror. My lord, we wouldn't dare, we get whipped every day, we don't even get enough to eat, where would we find the strength to steal ore?" The overseer tossed him aside and grabbed a few other players at random to search them. Naturally, he found absolutely nothing. "Motherfucker." The one-eyed overseer cursed. He turned to the bald man. "You see?" "Nothing." The bald man frowned. "Then what's going on? Could it be the suppliers?" The one-eyed overseer's eye lit up. "It's definitely those greedy merchants. Damn it. They actually dared to sell us low-quality ore. Come on, let's go settle the score with them." The two men stormed off, cursing up a storm. The players exchanged glances, and then the regional channel erupted into hysterical laughter. "Soul of Cadia, ha 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 ha." They shifted the blame to the suppliers. "Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, so the ore we stole was written off as a quality control issue." "Brilliant. Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus, or quality inherently fluctuates. Since the overseers cannot prove theft, it's only natural they point the finger at the supply chain. I recommend continuing this operation, but we must monitor the frequency to avoid triggering a comprehensive inspection. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, brothers, keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. We make our fortunes in silence. Afterwards, during a short break, Zeke was squatting in the rest area when he felt someone approaching. He looked up to see a young NPC worker. This person's jumpsuit was relatively clean. Though fatigue was written on his face, his eyes weren't entirely dead like the other workers. He crouched next to Zeke and lowered his voice, "Brother, are you new here?" Zeke's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a calm expression. He answered in low Gothic with a local accent. "Yeah, got dragged in a few days ago." "How did you get caught?" the young man asked, his eyes sweeping across Zeke's face. "Wandering around. No ID tags. Got nabbed in the Red Blaze wasteland," Zeke answered using his pre-rehearsed cover story. "They called it an illegal gathering, but honestly, we're just a bunch of refugees." The young man nodded, seeming unsurprised by the answer. He was silent for a few seconds before asking. "There seems to be a lot of you. I heard they caught thousands this time." Zeke's vigilance peaked. "I'm not sure. I woke up in a cage, and there were people everywhere." "Oh." The young man didn't press further. Instead, he said seemingly casually, "This place is not a good place to be. The overseers are brutal, the labor is heavy, and the food is garbage. A lot of people don't last half a year." He paused, lowering his voice even further, "But it's not like there are no opportunities. As long as you find the right people." With that, he patted Zeke on the shoulder, stood up, and casually walked away. Zeke watched his retreating back, a slight frown forming. There's something off about this NPC. He was too proactive, and his questions felt like he was testing the waters. In the regional channel, Schrödinger bro was already asking, "Zeke, who was that guy just now? He didn't look like a normal worker." "I don't know," Zeke replied. "But there's definitely something going on with him. He could be an informant for the overseers, or he could be something else." He didn't elaborate, but a theory was forming in his mind. In the Warhammer universe, in an oppressively brutal refinery like this, there were always people unwilling to be consumables for the rest of their lives. A resistance organization, an underground labor union, or even chaos cultists, all of them were possibilities. Could this young man be a scout for one of those organizations? Zeke filed the thought away without mentioning it to the group. It wasn't the right time to make contact yet. They needed more capital first. By evening, the shift-end whistle sounded like a choir of angels. Dragging their exhausted bodies, the players lined up to receive their daily wages, another tube of nutrient paste and a pouch of water. Then, they were herded back to the crowded, filthy communal sleeping quarters. The moment the overseers left, the players sprang into action. Following their prearranged procedure, the players who had stolen ore began passing it down the line. Those near the door pulled the ore from their inventories and handed it to the person next to them, who handed it further inside, like a relay baton. Layer by layer, the ore concentrated toward the core area where Zeke, Tax Bro, and Schrödinger Bro were stationed. Zeke had already taken out the portable matter recycling terminal. The hand-sized metal plate gleamed coldly in the dim light. Piece after piece, the ore was absorbed and converted. When the final piece of ore was passed down, Zeke activated the terminal. The scanning beam flashed, and lines of data popped up on the screen. Standard energy matter detected. Estimated value, 43,187.5 Imperial coins. Convert. Processing fee, 2,159.375 coins. Convert. A faint glow flashed, and the pile of ore vanished. Zeke's account balance jumped to 41,028.125 Imperial coins. He immediately announced the number in the regional channel. The channel went dead silent for 3 seconds. Then, it exploded. "Our goal is to arm ourselves as much as possible before they realize what's happening." He paused, his tone growing more serious. "Also, there's something I need to tell everyone today." During the afternoon break, a younger-looking NPC worker actively approached me. He asked how I got caught, where I came from, stuff like that. The channel quieted down. "Soul of Cadia, holy shit. Could it be the resistance?" "Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, it's possible. A place like this definitely has people who are fed up. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, I kept my guard up. I told him I was just a refugee who accidentally wandered into Consortium territory and got caught. He nodded, didn't ask much else, and left. But I felt, there's definitely something going on with him. Maybe he's testing the waters, or observing if we have the will to rebel." Zeke watched the scrolling messages and continued. "My intuition tells me that the day we break out of this hellhole isn't far off. Either we arm ourselves and fight our way out, or someone organizes a riot and we escape in the chaos. But until then. He smiled. We have to fleece the Aru Group for everything they've got. Fleece them bald. Fleece them until they're bankrupt. Understood. The channel responded in unison. Looking at the extra Imperial coins in their accounts, the players were grinning like rats that had stolen a jar of oil. Even though their bodies were still stuck in this hellish refinery, even though they'd probably get whipped again tomorrow, and even though the nutrient paste still tasted like Papa Nurgle's stew. Hope was here. Money could buy weapons. It could buy enhancements. It could buy freedom. And what they excelled at most was saving money, leveling up, and then, breaking the game entirely. Soul of Cadia, for the Emperor. For the Imperial coins. Did the White Scars speed today, for the day we pilot mechas. Slaanesh champion candidate, for a better gaming experience. Papa Nurgle loves everyone, for accepting more of the grandfather's gifts. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, alright, get some rest, everyone. Brothers on watch, keep your eyes peeled. We continue tomorrow. Be the best miners, and the sneakiest mine rats. The players logged out one by one. Inside the rest area, thousands of bodies slumped in various sleeping postures. In the distance, the refinery's furnaces continued their eternal roar, the molten metal rivers reflecting the unchanging backdrop of this steel hell. But in the dim corners, the two players on watch kept their eyes wide open, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Meanwhile, deep within the warp, Lucian basked in the exceptionally abundant emotional energy harvested today. The excitement, the anticipation, the secret joy, the thrill of pulling off a heist, the yearning for the future. Not bad. Not bad at all. He stretched his energy body delightfully, looking at the additional 400,000 plus units of energy deposited into the system. They managed to steal 40,000 coins worth of ore just by being mine rats. These players really are something else. When they actually start rioting. Next goal equals 400 power stones. Chapter 22, the first stirrings of change. Time is like a wild horse, once it starts running, it doesn't stop. In the blink of an eye, the players had been at the refinery for over a week. All 4,961 players now had a little over 100 Imperial coins in their pockets. If this were the real world, that amount wouldn't even buy a decent hot pot dinner. But here, in the living hell that was Aru Refinery number 3, it represented hope. It represented armaments. It represented capital to cause absolute chaos. Due to taking a slightly larger cut on the first day as the financiers of the terminal, and coupled with their diligent labor over the past week, Zeke, Tax Bro, and Schrodinger Bro currently had an average balance of 221.6 Imperial coins each. However, nobody spent their money recklessly. They were waiting. Waiting for a storm. Waiting for an opportunity to turn this steel hellhole upside down. The refinery's ore yield continued its sluggish slump. This slump was like the most stubborn foot fungus in Nurgle's garden, no matter what they tried to treat it with, it wouldn't go away. The pressure on the one-eyed overseer was mounting day by day. His single good eye was completely bloodshot, and everyone he looked at pissed him off. Before every shift, he would pace back and forth in front of the formation gripping his power whip like an agitated cornate hound, randomly lashing a few unlucky bastards to vent his anger. Scum. Trash. You can't even sort ore properly. The supplier's quality control report says there's nothing wrong with the ore. So where's the problem? Huh. Are you maggots slacking off? The players kept their heads down, furiously complaining in their minds. The problem is in our pockets, you dumbass. We steal so much ore from you every day, of course there's a shortage. But on the surface, everyone maintained a miserable appearance that screamed, my lord, I am innocent. I work so hard, but I don't get enough to eat. Where would I find the strength to steal ore? After a week of rigorous honing, their acting skills had reached perfection. Even the genuine NPC workers occasionally glanced over and felt pity for these miserable newcomers who were being bullied so relentlessly. Although, the way they constantly huddled together to smirk and wink at thin air was undeniably a bit creepy. The players eventually learned the name of the young NPC worker who had initiated contact with Zeke, Rain. Over the past few days, Rain would randomly approach Zeke or other players whose eyes still held a glimmer of light, chatting about seemingly trivial matters. The overseer's tempers are getting worse lately. I heard they dragged another batch of people out of the clearing zone last month. Do you guys miss home? The players coordinated their responses, displaying just the right amount of indignation and unwillingness to accept their fate, while acting too afraid to speak out openly. Who doesn't want to leave? But how? This life is not meant for humans. Damn it, if they push us any harder, we'll fight them to the death. This half-hidden, half-revealed attitude seemed to gradually lower Rain's guard. On this particular day, after the shift ended, instead of logging out immediately, the players gathered in a corner of the rest area. Zeke spoke up in the regional channel. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, brothers, looks like they're going to make their move soon. The look in Rain's eyes when he talked to me today was different. He looked like he was holding something back. I reckon their resistance organization can't hold out much longer. Soul of Cadia, they've been holding it in for a week, it's time to let it rip. Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, they definitely want to recruit us. There are over 4,000 of us. Sure, we're just miners, but we can bury a few overseers just by throwing bodies at them. Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus, from an organizational behavior analysis perspective, utilizing newly introduced external destabilizing factors to break the existing status quo is a common tactic in resistance movements. In their eyes, we are the ultimate destabilizing factor. Schrodinger's loyalist, so, are we the chess pieces? Or the chess players? Eternally loyal to the Emperor, first we play the chess piece, then we play the chess player. My plan is this, when they make contact, we pretend to agree. Once they make their move and cause chaos, we instantly buy our gear and go loud. He paused, his tone growing heavier. Remember, brothers. Our primary objective is not to escape. It's to rob them blind. Do you know how much good stuff is in this refinery? The ore, the equipment, the transport vehicles. You see that massive Promethium smelter in the northwest corner? I secretly scanned it with the system. The recycling value is 80,000 Imperial coins. A tidal wave of holy shit flooded the channel instantly. Did the White Scars speed today, 80,000? How many guns can we buy with that? I want the halo of tranquility but I'm broke, I suddenly feel like, this refinery isn't so bad after all. Slaanesh champion candidate, the thrill of robbery, is also a form of ultimate pleasure. Papa Nurgle loves everyone, except this gift, although the method of receiving it might be a bit rough. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, exactly. We pull off a massive heist. Even if we die and drop everything, as long as we successfully recycle 1 or 2 large machines, we make an absolute killing. Resurrection only costs 5 coins. 1 machine is tens of thousands of coins. This trade is incredibly worth it. So everyone, stay sharp. Don't panic when it happens. Stick to the pre-assigned squads, Squad 1 creates chaos and draws aggro. Squad 2 picks locks and dismantles equipment. Squad 3 hauls and recycles. Do you understand? Understood. The roar in the channel shook the heavens. Even though in reality they were just quietly squatting in a corner, everyone's eyes were practically glowing. It was the thirst for Imperial coins. The anticipation of revenge. The boundless passion for causing absolute chaos. The next day, shortly after the shift began, an urgent message from Soul of Cadia suddenly popped up in the regional channel. Northeast corner. By the abandoned warehouse. A few NPC workers just sneaked in. They don't look like overseers. What's the situation? Did the White Scars speed today? Immediately asked. I don't know, the door is closed. I circled around back and heard hushed voices inside. Sounds like they're arguing about something, Soul of Cadia replied. Need backup. Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, was eager for action. No. Too many people will blow our cover. You guys keep working. White Scar and I will keep an eye out, Soul of Cadia cautioned. Zeke's mind raced. The players had noticed that abandoned warehouse in the northeast corner a long time ago. Its heavy doors were locked with rusted iron chains, and the windows were boarded up with metal plates. They had always assumed it was just a storage unit for useless scrap. Now NPCs were sneaking inside. He immediately thought of Rain. It could be the Resistance, or something else. He spoke in the squad channel to Tax Bro and Schrodinger Bro, keep an eye on that area. Something might be going down. About half a standard hour later, Soul of Cadia, and, did the White Scars speed today, returned. Their faces were flushed with excitement, yet tinged with confusion. How did it go? Zeke slipped over near them when the overseer wasn't looking. Soul of Cadia lowered his voice, there were more than just those few workers inside. We waited for them to come out and tailed them for a bit. They split up and blended into different work sectors. But guess who one of them was? Who? Rain. Did the White Scars speed today, interjected. Just as I thought. Zeke's suspicions were confirmed. Rain really was a member of some organization. What did they go in there for? What did they say? Taxbro asked. Chapter 23, time to pay their debts. Leave some reviews guys, please, smiley face. I couldn't hear clearly, it was intermittent, Soul of Cadia recalled. They seemed to be talking about timing, how they couldn't wait any longer, and needing outside strength. And one phrase, those new weirdos might be useful. New weirdos. Schrödinger bro pointed at himself. Are they talking about us? Highly likely, Zeke pondered. Outside strength, does that refer to us, a group of undocumented people who suddenly appeared? They want to use us. Tax bro frowned. Or cooperate with us. Zeke's eyes flickered. Regardless, they noticed us, and they probably have a plan. He looked toward the warehouse. This is an opportunity, but it could also be a trap. We need more information. What's the play? Soul of Cadia asked. We wait, Zeke said. We wait for them to contact us again. Until then, business as usual. But stay vigilant, especially around Rain. The next 2 days passed peacefully. Rain didn't initiate conversation with Zeke again, and even seemed to intentionally avoid areas dense with players. However, the players could feel a subtle shift in the refinery's atmosphere. The overseer's whip seemed to crack more frequently and with greater violent temper. A native worker was accidentally injured while hauling heavy equipment. He was dragged away, leaving a trail of blood, and never came back. The nutrient paste distributed at the cafeteria occasionally contained batches of discolored, foul-tasting defective products. The workers who ate them suffered from severe vomiting and diarrhea. Of course, the players were less affected. They had the system status bar warnings, and they supplemented their diets with the small amounts of synthetic nutrient paste and purified water they secretly bought from the store. Panic and oppression spread among the genuine workers. And the discrepancy that these new weirdos don't seem to break down as easily seemed to further draw the attention of certain people. On the 9th day, after the shift ended, Zeke was crouching in a corner, silently calculating the haul from today's or theft, when a shadow fell over him. He looked up. It was Rain. The young man looked left and right, then quickly crouched down, keeping his voice incredibly low. Brother, do you guys want to get out of here? Zeke's heart pounded, but his expression remained impassive. Who doesn't? But how? We can't do it on our own. Rain stared into his eyes. The overseers have guns, there are patrols outside, and the consortium's eyes are all over Aru City. Then what's the point of talking about it? Taxbro muttered from the side, pretending to be annoyed. But what if there is a variable? Rain's eyes sharpened. A variable. Lucian basked in the exceptionally surging emotional energy today, a blend of tension, excitement, anticipation, secret joy, and the premonition that something big is coming. Not bad. Really not bad. He stretched his energy body delightfully. Purge Day. A resistance organization. A massive heist. These players, they truly haven't disappointed me. When that day comes, when the overseers and the resistance are locked in a bloody stalemate, when explosions and firelight tear through the refinery's night sky. When this fourth scourge charges at those expensive machines with miners' pickaxes, newly bought kinetic pistols, and trash-tier armor, screaming for the imperial coins. The spectacle, the emotions. It will definitely be a feast. Lucian was already looking forward to it. He even considered adding a temporary special effect to the system on Purge Day. For instance, every time a player successfully recycled a large piece of equipment, a flashy, +10,000 Imperial coins. Text would pop up. Yes, we can definitely do that. After all, employee enthusiasm needs to be encouraged. He plotted gleefully. As for what would happen to the refinery, how much the Aru Group would lose, or whether Rain's resistance would succeed, none of my business. I'm just a newborn chaos god who was starving for a long time and finally got a full meal. The players are happy, and I get emotional energy to eat. It's a win-win. Lucian cheerfully hummed a little tune, the melody twisting and warping in the immaterium. It sounded a bit like Nurgle's Hymn of Rot, a bit like Slaanesh's psychedelic techno, mixed with the war drum rhythm of Korn and the whispering conspiracies of Tsench. Praise be to pleasure. Praise be to the fourth scourge. Praise be to the coming day of chaos and bountiful harvest. Chapter 24, Purge Day arrives. Purge Day. Pre-dawn. The eternal scent of sulfur and metal hung heavy in the refinery's air. Inside the communal sleeping quarters, nearly 5,000 players huddled in the dim corners. The regional channel was abnormally quiet. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, final status check for all squads. Soul of Cadia, Squad 1 Leader, Squad 1, 1,863 members online. Equipment manifest verified, autoguns, 1 per person, 7.62mm magazines, 4 basic loadouts per person, melee tools, machete/steel pipes, 1 per person, crude fiber armor, chest/shoulders, 1 set per person. Remaining Imperial coins, 7.2 average per person. Portable recycling terminals, small, X2 deployed. Over. Taukuan, you're right, but the bolter is righter, Squad 2 Leader, Squad 2, 1,522 members online. Equipment same as above. Recycling terminals X2. Over. P.S. Everyone's hands are shaking. Not from fear, from excitement. Did the White Scars speed today? Squad 3 leader, Squad 3, 1,129 members online. Equipment same as above. Recycling terminals X2. Over. Fast as lightning. Just waiting for the signal. Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus, Squad 4 leader / Chief Tech Support, Squad 4, 447 members online. Equipment, baseline same as above. Additional loadout, metal cutters X50, portable hoist pulleys X20, demolition charges X15 sets. Recycling terminal X1. Data analysis, rapid appraisal, and dismantling instruction teams are on standby. Over. Zeke took a deep breath as he watched the reports scroll by. He, Tax Bro, and Schrodinger Bro were currently leading their direct 45-man strike team toward the rendezvous point designated by Rain. The gear on those three was funded with serious capital. What Zeke gripped in his hand was no longer some shoddy black powder garbage. It was a Lucius pattern Loss pistol, a weapon with cold, hard lines and a power cell slot. It cost 80 Imperial coins in the store. Short range, but enough to burn through flak armor at close quarters. 2 frag grenades, 15 coins each, hung from his belt. Over his torso, he wore a half-plate metallic cuirass, 50 coins. It was heavy, but the protection it offered vital areas was substantial. Tax Bro went straight for a heavy stubber modified into an automatic shotgun, 65 coins. His bandolier was stuffed with red-cased slugs. He looked like a walking demolition machine. Schrodinger Bro took the precision route, a Cantrell pattern long-barrel Loss gun with a basic optical sight, 95 coins. Strapped to his back was a hunting knife, 8 coins, gleaming with cold light. The rest of their squad was equipped with at least kinetic autoguns and basic armor. Everyone's coin balance had been squeezed down to 10 to 20 coins, just enough for their resurrection fees. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, Zeke typed out a final message in the regional channel, the text dripping with reckless adrenaline. Brothers. Remember. We are not here to escape. We are here to rob them blind. Rob them blind. The Aru Group has squeezed us dry, whipped us, fed us pig slop, and used us as lab rats. Today, we take it all back, with interest. When you see something valuable, don't hesitate. Scan it with the system to verify its worth. If you can carry it, take it. If you can't, recycle it on the spot with the terminals. If you can't recycle it, break it. Leave nothing for these sons of bitches. Dying costs 5 coins. A large machine is tens of thousands of coins. This is a trade so good, even the Emperor himself would praise our financial sense. For the Imperial coins. For mechas. For emptying this trash factory. The channel instantly flooded with manic cries of, for the Imperial coins. There were no grand declarations, no lofty ideals. The most unpretentious, raw desire condensed into the purest will to fight. Zeke closed the regional channel and nodded to his squad. Brothers, stow the gear in your inventories for now. Let's go meet our allies. Using pipes and shadows for cover, the group silently made their way toward the abandoned warehouse in the northeast corner. The warehouse was more dilapidated than they had imagined. The rusted iron door was slightly ajar. There was no light inside, only a sticky silence. Zeke made a hand gesture. The squad fanned out to keep watch while he, Tax Bro, Schrodinger Bro, and a few others slipped through the doorway sideways. Darkness. It was a thick darkness, so pitch black they couldn't see their fingers in front of their faces. The air was filled with dust, rust, and a faint, almost imperceptible smell of sweet blood. Rain. Zeke lowered his voice. Over here. A response came from the darkness. It was Rain's voice, but it sounded deeper, more smooth. A few dim, battery-powered lanterns flickered on, barely illuminating a small patch in the center of the warehouse. Rain stood there, surrounded by about 30 figures. They were refinery workers, men and women, young and old. They stood in silence. Under the dim yellow light, their eyes flickered with a strange glint. It wasn't numbness, nor was it fear. It was some kind of focused fanaticism. Zeke's heart skipped a beat. This vibe, something's wrong. You're here. Rain wore a smile, one so perfect it was almost rigid. Excellent. It is almost time. What's the plan? Zeke asked directly, his gaze sweeping over the people behind Rain. Their postures and their eyes all carried a trained, unnatural stiffness. They absolutely did not look like ordinary wage slaves. It's simple, Rain's voice echoed in the cavernous warehouse. The riot begins in 2 hours. An outside force will assault the compound and draw the primary fire. Once the chaos begins, your task is to eliminate every overseer and guard you see. Use whatever methods you please. As for the administrators and tech chiefs in the factory zone, we will handle them. Once that is done, you are free to leave. Go wherever you please. Zeke forced a look of deep gratitude onto his face. That's fantastic. Rain, thank you so much. We've waited for this day for so long. I call bullshit. Zeke screamed in his mind. The look in these people's eyes is like they've been brainwashed by Tsench. And the smell in this hellhole, why does it smell like burnt meat? On the surface, he continued playing his part. I don't suppose I could ask which brothers are leading the assault. Are they big enough to breach the factory defenses? Rain's smile widened. The curve of his lips was as precise as if drawn by a ruler. Knowledge brings power. And it brings allies. You don't need to know too much. You only need to know that the moment of change is upon us. Knowledge brings power. Why does that sound so familiar? Alarm bells rang furiously in Zeke's mind. All right, we understand, Zeke said, asking no further questions. We will make our move in 2 hours. We're going to head back and prepare. May the changer of ways guide you. Rain nodded slightly, uttering a cryptic phrase. Zeke led his men out of the warehouse swiftly. They didn't speak until they were far away from that unsettling area. Then, Zeke growled in the squad channel. Attention everyone. There is absolutely something wrong with Rain's group. Their vibe is completely off, the way he speaks is fanatical, and that phrase, may the changer of ways guide you. Shit, it can't be. Schrodinger's loyalist, it's not Tsench, is it? They put chaos cultists in the beginner village. Has the trash dev completely lost their humanity? Chapter 25, Praise the Lord of Change. Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus, analysis, verbal emphasis on knowledge and change strongly indicates characteristics of Tsienchen chaos cultists. If the opposing party consists of chaos worshippers, their plan definitely harbors a deeper objective. It is absolutely not simply to liberate the workers. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, who cares what their objective is? Our objective remains the same, we rob. But if they dare treat us like pawns in their little scheme. Zeke quickly relayed a brief summary of the situation to the regional channel, emphasizing the anomalies with Rain's group. He ordered all squads to heighten their vigilance, to avoid the warehouse sector as much as possible during the operation, and to be prepared for a potential betrayal from their allies. Slight change of plans. Squad 1 and Squad 2, stick to the original plan. The moment the explosion goes off, rush your designated targets. Dismantle and recycle as fast as possible. Squad 3, you are on guerrilla duty. Clear out the overseers along the routes, create maximum chaos, and cover Squads 1 and 2. Squad 4, Tech Team Mobile Support. Keep a close watch on the direction of the warehouse. Direct Strike Team, you're with me. We're going to see exactly what kind of allies are attacking, and while we're at it, we'll find a chance to see what the hell Rain and his people are plotting. Time ticked away, second by agonizing second, in the oppressive wait. Inside the refinery, the overseers and guards left on duty seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere. The frequency of patrols increased, and their curses grew more violent. The players lurked in the shadows, their fingers resting against the trigger guards, their breathing slowed. The agreed-upon 2-hour mark was imminent. Suddenly. Boom. It wasn't just one explosion, but a chain series. Dull, massive explosions that sounded like the Earth's innards being torn apart echoed simultaneously from multiple directions on the refinery's perimeter. This was immediately followed by the piercing shriek of alarms and the sudden, dense crackle of gunfire far too rapid and heavy to be coming from the overseer's antiquated firearms. A firefight. A fierce firefight. Coming from beyond the factory walls, and from other factory sectors further away. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Hold the gates. Call for backup. What the hell is going on over in Aru City? The roars of the remaining overseers and the chaotic thud of footsteps instantly filled the space. Now. Zeke roared in the regional channel. Buy your gear. In the next instant, across thousands of corners within the refinery, a dense cluster of white light flashed simultaneously. As if by magic, the thousands of miners dressed in tattered jumpsuits, who had looked completely harmless just a minute prior, transformed. Cold, gleaming autoguns and machetes appeared in their hands out of thin air, and crude armor materialized over their bodies. Their eyes switched instantly from numbness and feigned terror to the feral, hyperactive viciousness of starving wolves. Brothers. Start robbing. For the Imperial coins. 4 mechas. Dismantle that fucking smelter. The ghost wailing, wolf-howling battle cries instantly drowned out the echoes of the explosions. Over 4,900 players, like a collapsed dam or a school of piranhas smelling blood, lunged toward their respective targets according to their pre-assigned squads. In the northwest corner, Soul of Cadia led the charge. A short burst from his autogun blew a bloody hole in the chest of a dumbfounded overseer a short distance away. Cadia stands. For the smelter. Charge. The players behind him surged like a tidal wave toward the massive Prometheum smelter worth 80,000 coins. One group quickly established a defensive perimeter, guns pointed outward. The other group pulled out metal cutters and crowbars, beginning to search for structural weak points under the remote guidance of fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus. At the conveyor control tower on the east side, Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, had already engaged a small squad of guards with his team. Taukuin is right. But my bolter is righter. Daka daka daka. He screamed his nonsensical catchphrase, suppressing the enemy with precise burst fire. Meanwhile, players from the tech squad braved stray bullets to begin dismantling the console's core modules. The entire refinery was instantly transformed into a chaotic battlefield. The bizarre screams of players. The crack of gunfire. The screech of clashing metal. The angry curses and agonizing screams of overseers and guards. The brutal sound of machinery being violently dismantled. Zeke led his direct strike team and 100 drafted elites. They didn't participate in the looting. Instead, like a sharpened blade, they thrust toward Rain's warehouse, the direction where the explosions and perimeter firefight were fiercest. The scattered overseers they encountered along the way posed absolutely no obstacle. The players were currently well-equipped, held the numerical advantage, and possessed the suicidal aura of outlaws who believed dying only costs 5 coins, but looting means massive profit. They usually drowned the enemy in concentrated fire the moment they made eye contact. Something's not right. The closer they got to the outer factory zone, the deeper Zeke's frown grew. The blast marks, the bullet holes, the dead bodies. The intensity and equipment level of this outside assault far exceeded his expectations. This was absolutely not the kind of firepower an ordinary worker uprising could muster. When they were finally able to peer through the thick smoke and firelight at the area near Rain's warehouse, the scene before them made everyone's scalp tingle. In the open space surrounding the warehouse, a massive, complex geometric pattern had been drawn with an unknown dark red pigment, a pattern so convoluted that just looking at it induced vertigo. In the center of the pattern stood Rain and the workers. They held hands, murmuring a chant with eerie tones and twisted syllables. The sweet, bloody stench in the air was so thick it was nauseating, and the very fabric of space seemed to be shimmering and warping slightly. Even more terrifying, things were piled upon several key nodes of the pattern. There were the still-twitching corpses of overseers. There were precision mechanical parts acquired from Emperor knows where. And there were the bodies of some workers. System warning, high-intensity warp fluctuation detected. Chaos ritual field detected. Faint gaze of the god of knowledge detected. To Zeke, the cold system prompt sounded like a death knell. Holy shit. Sench, you sneaky bastard. Zeke finally couldn't hold it back and cursed out loud, you put a chaos ritual in the beginner village. I'll at hashtag you in %. As if in response to his roar, Rain, standing in the center of the ritual, abruptly lifted his head. His eyes no longer had whites or pupils, they were replaced by 2 swirling orbs of spectral blue flames flickering with eerie knowledge. His voice had become neither male nor female, carrying a multi-layered echo that resonated across the sector. Praise the Lord of Change. Praise the Great Architect. Knowledge and change are infinite. Your chaos, your desires, your schemes, are all within the calculation. On this night of revolution, with disorder as kindling and souls as ink, we write a new chapter leading to truth. 1. A massive, teeth-grinding hum erupted as the blood-red pattern burst with blinding blue light. Space violently twisted like a crumpled rag. Faintly, it seemed as if some colossal, distorted shadow, brimming with malice and boundless knowledge, was about to cross some threshold and descend upon this place. Bastards. Taxbro raised his shotgun, ready to blast. Heretics. Hold your fire. Shoot the center of the ritual. Schrödinger bro remained relatively calm, the crosshairs of his lost gun already locked onto the core of the pattern. Zeke's mind raced. Amidst his burning rage, an even more terrifying thought surfaced. Tsienchen cultists. They wouldn't put on a show this big just to help a worker uprising, or simply to summon a demon to chop some people up. Their plan, their knowledge, what exactly is their objective? Is it this refinery? Aurelian 4. Or. He glanced at the system map, looking at the dots representing the other player squads frantically looting, then looked back at the gradually forming warp rift. Motherfuckers. Zeke gritted his teeth. Everyone. Focus fire on that ritual pattern. Disrupt it. We cannot let them complete the summon. I don't care what these blue bastards are trying to do. We're going to fucking ruin it first. The muzzles of the direct strike team erupted in unison, spewing angry fire into the blasphemous blue light and twisted space. The night of Purge Day was destined to be anything but peaceful. Looting, rioting, a chaos ritual. On their 12th day in the Warhammer universe, the 4th Scourge miners had truly touched the most maddening core of this dark galaxy in a way they never expected. And deep within the warp, a certain newborn chaos god was slurping up an exceptionally lavish feast of emotional energy while scratching his head. Ah, how did Sench's cultists get over here? But man, the quality of today's energy is incredibly high. Whatever. Good luck, players. I'm rooting for you. Oh, by the way. System, record the energy frequency and structure of that sea engine ritual. Who knows, maybe we can use it later. Knowledge is power, after all. Goal equals 400 power stones. Chapter 26, 1 million Imperial coins, bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 400 power stones. Ceasefire. Ceasefire. Zeke grabbed Taxbro, who was still firing madly into the swirling blue light, roaring so loud his spit almost sprayed into the other man's helmet. Our garbage guns are useless against that thing. Do you think you're shooting cornate bloodletters? This is a sea engine ritual. We need psychic powers or a fucking bigger gun. The barrel of Taxbro's heavy stubber-turned shotgun was practically glowing red. He panted heavily, his single eye locked onto the warehouse. Rain's group had completely deformed. Their bodies twisted and stretched like melting wax, constantly shifting geometric patterns surfacing on their skin, and their chanting had devolved into inhuman shrieks. In the center of the blood-red pattern, space had torn open a rift. Through it, one could faintly see a bizarre, churning nightmare of countless eyes, books, and twisted clocks. Motherfuckers. Heretics. Taxbro spat. We're just going to leave it alone. Leave it. What the hell are we supposed to do about it? Zeke pointed at the sky, then at the continuous chain of explosions and gunfire drawing ever closer from outside the factory zone. Hear that? The fight outside is way livelier than ours. The Aru Group aren't idiots, with a commotion this big, reinforcements are definitely on the way. He dragged Taxbro backward while roaring in the squad channel, everyone. Fall back. Return to the looting. I mean, return to the primary resource recycling battlefield. But Zeke, Schrodinger bro held his lost gun, the crosshairs still trained on the center of the ritual. We're just going to let them finish the summon. What if a greater demon comes out? If it comes out, it comes out. Zeke had already turned and started sprinting, his voice echoing in the channel with a reckless exhilaration. None of our fucking business. We are players. The fourth scourge. Even if a greater demon spawns, it has to follow the process. First comes the scripted wipe, then we wait for a version update to drop a strategy guide. Besides, what game puts the final boss in Chapter 1 of the beginner village? If the devs actually dared to do that, the players would flame their ancestors to ashes. The logic was bizarre, yet inexplicably convincing. The players of the Direct Strike team exchanged glances, then uniformly holstered their weapons and bolted after Zeke toward the depths of the factory. Over there, the noise of Soul of Cadia, S-Group dismantling equipment sounded like a heavy metal cutting convention. Passing by the warehouse, Zeke cast one final glance. Rain was slowly turning his head. On a face completely devoid of facial features, countless tiny mouths split open simultaneously, emitting overlapping, mocking whispers. Knowledge grants you choice, clever ants. Go forth, forage, in the feast of change. Fuck, that's creepy as hell. Zeke's scalp tingled, and he ran even faster. When they rushed back to the Promethium smelter zone in the northwest corner, the sight before them made everyone gasp. Not in fear, but in pure excitement. That 80,000 coin Promethium smelter was gone. In its place was only a massive, smoking crater of a foundation, scattered with dozens of thick, violently severed pipes and power cables. Meanwhile, Soul of Cadia was leading a group of people, dismantling a third massive ore crusher into parts like ants moving a colony, and shoving them into portable recycling terminals continuously operated by a dozen rotating players. The numbers on the terminal screens ticked up wildly. Every crisp ding meant thousands of Imperial coins hitting their accounts. Zeke. You're back. Soul of Cadia wiped grease from his face, grinning like he'd just robbed a bank. How did it go? What's the situation over there? The explosions are sounding closer and closer. Forget about them, it's too complicated to explain right now. Zeke quickly scanned the battlefield. What's the haul? Report numbers. We're swimming in it. Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter, ran over from the east side, clutching a processor board just ripped from a control console. Conveyor control tower dismantled, 32,000. Raw material preprocessing assembly line on the west side, 45,000. Plus 7 heavy transport vehicles, averaging 12,000 each. Current total recycling value is. He glanced at the sync data on his terminal, his voice cracking, 1,278,400 Imperial coins. The channel went dead silent for a second. Then, it exploded. How much? 1.27 million. I'm bad at math, don't mess with me. Averaged out, that's over 200 coins per person. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. We're rich. We're fucking rich. We made an absolute killing. An absolute killing, brothers. The players' eyes were bloodshot, not from the killing intent of battle, but the manic red of beggars staring at a mountain of gold. Zeke's heart was also pounding wildly, but he forced himself to stay calm, asking quickly, how much have we dismantled? How much is left? Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus, S voice crackled through the channel. According to the preset priority list, high-value targets are 78% dismantled and recycled. Remaining recyclable large-scale equipment includes the Central Cooling Tower Core Unit, Promethium Refinery Furnace No. 2, 3 medium conveyor drive engines, various scattered mid-sized equipment, and raw material inventory. Estimated value, 150,000 coins. If completely dismantled, the total value is projected to exceed 1.6 million Imperial coins. He paused, then added, but we don't have enough time. Based on audio spectrum analysis of the external firefight, the attackers have breached the outer perimeter defenses. They are projected to enter the sector within 15 minutes. And the Aru Group's reinforcements, calculated according to standard Hive City military response times, will arrive in 1 hour at the latest. Zeke's mind raced. 1.6 million coins. Over 300 coins per person. What could over 300 coins buy? A proper Lucius pattern loss gun in the store was only 80 coins. A basic set of flak armor was 50 coins. Basic physique enhancement was 100 coins. In other words, as long as they could evacuate safely today, these 5,000 players would instantly upgrade their arsenal, transforming from a ragtag minor guerrilla force into a fully fledged, properly equipped light infantry company. Accelerate. Zeke gritted his teeth. All squads. Forget about precision dismantling. If you can blow it up with explosives, blow it up. Recycle the fragments directly after the blast. It doesn't matter if the conversion rate is lower. We need speed. Tech squad. Mark the structural weak points of the cooling tower and the refinery furnace. Plant the charges. Squad 1, Squad 2. Head to the raw material warehouse. Carry whatever you can. If you can't carry it, pile it up and use the terminals to recycle it on the spot. Go, go, go. Time is money. The players roared and sprang into action once more. This time, all caution was thrown to the wind. It was total madness. The demolition team charged toward the cooling tower foundation, lugging crude explosive charges bought from the system store. These things were absurdly cheap, 15 coins for a massive pack with the yield of 3 frag grenades taped together. Tech squad members lay on the ground, drawing X's on the metal plating with markers bought from the store. Here. Coolant pipe junction. Blow this, and the whole structure collapses. And here. The main load-bearing pillar. Damn, is this pillar solid steel? The Aru Group actually didn't embezzle construction funds when they built this thing. Stop talking. Plant the charges. 3, 2, 1, get down. Boom. With a muffled roar louder than all the previous explosions combined, the upper half of the cooling tower slowly tilted and collapsed, sending a pillar of dust into the sky. Before the dust had even settled, the players charged in, frantically sweeping their recycling terminals across the ruins. Recycling complete, high-strength alloy structural components. Estimated value, 43,000 Imperial coins. Hell yes. Almost simultaneously, explosions echoed from multiple directions across the factory sector. The other player squads followed suit, initiating violent demolition. And amidst this frenzied, constructive destruction, the outer defense line of the factory zone was finally, completely torn open. At the same time, in Aru City, at the Zyman's Trade Consortium Security Council. Useless. You're all useless. The bald director's fist slammed into the reinforced alloy table for the third time. This time, the entire tabletop dented inwards, its edges warping upward. The holographic projection screen in front of him was divided into a dozen smaller windows, displaying the real-time battle situations of various factory sectors across the red blaze wasteland. Among them, Refinery Number 3, the one housing the players, showed the most chaotic feed. Internally, smoke and explosions were everywhere. Externally, a massive swarm of armed personnel in mismatched clothing, yet moving with considerable tactical discipline, were using the factory structures as cover to exchange fire with the remaining overseers and the consortium security forces. The Sicklyman insurgency, the remnants of House Blayak that should have been exterminated 80 years ago. The red light in the bald director's cybernetic eye practically overflowed. Where is the intelligence officer? Why did we not receive a single warning about a military mobilization of this scale? At the control console, an operator answered with a trembling voice, "Director, sir." The chief intelligence officer of the Aru Group and his core subordinates transmitted their last signal 7 days ago. We lost contact with them after that. We assumed he was just conducting a routine deep cover reconnaissance. Assumed? You assumed. The bald director snapped his head around, a glare so lethal it nearly made the operator collapse. The consortium allocates a 3 million credit budget to your intelligence department every year. Just to breed a bunch of useless trash who assume things. Chapter 27, The Great Warhammer Stew. He took a deep breath, his voice dropping to a near whisper, yet sounding all the more terrifying. That intelligence officer and his subordinates, regardless of whether they are dead or have turned traitor, find their families. Parents, spouses, children. Send them all to the Aru Group Biology Division. Tell them this batch of voluntary experimental subjects can be used for any high-risk project. Why yes, sir. The operator recorded the order, his face deathly pale. As for the current situation, the bald director looked at the increasingly unfavorable battle report on the screen, emphasizing every word. Order the Aru Group Defense Division to immediately deploy Guard Battalions 1 through 10. Full heavy equipment loadout. I want to see at least 15 Lehman Russ battle tanks, 5 Hellhound flame tanks, 20 Sentinel walkers, and every operational armored personnel carrier we have. Also, notify the consortium's Psyker detachment. Draft 30 combat Psykers to accompany them. He paused, then added. Tell Commander Casper that I don't care about casualty numbers, and I don't care about ammunition expenditure. Within 5 standard hours, I want to see control restored to every factory sector in the Red Blaze wasteland. I want to see the head of every rebel mounted on spear tips, arranged in the shape of the Imperial Aquila. And if he fails to do so? The bald director smiled. The smile made the temperature in the entire command center plummet 10 degrees. Tell him to stuff and mount himself right alongside them. The orders were relayed within 30 seconds. Around Aru City, piercing alarms blared simultaneously across 6 military bases. Garage doors roared open, and heavy tracks crushed the concrete floors. Lehman Russ battle tanks, painted in the Aru Group's deep blue and silver-gray livery, slowly rotated their turrets. Their main cannons gleamed coldly in the morning light. The larger Hellhound flame tanks produced engine roars so violent the ground trembled. Drivers of the bipedal Sentinel walkers, equipped with heavy bolters or loss cannons, were running final system diagnostics. Further away, on the mustering grounds, 8,000 fully armed soldiers formed neat formations. The flak armor they wore was no longer the crude gear used by the factory overseers, but proper military-grade equipment with ceramite trauma plates, the Aru Aquila stamped on their shoulder guards. Standing quietly to the side of the formation were 30 figures draped in dark purple robes with hoods obscuring their faces. The air around them warped slightly, and light refracted into abnormal colors, the energy field subconsciously emitted by Psykers. For the consortium. For order on Aurelian 4. Standing atop his command vehicle, the commander bellowed his pre-battle roar through a megaphone. Crush the rebels. Leave no one alive. Move out. A river of steel began rolling toward the Red Blaze wasteland. Inside Refinery Number 3. The central cooling tower was a pile of rubble. Refinery Furnace Number 2 was half blown apart. The raw material warehouse, once piled high with mountains of ore and semi-finished products, had been swept entirely clean. Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus stared at the final number popping up on his terminal, his breathing hitching for a second. Total recycled value, 1,587,600 Imperial coins. Brothers. His voice trembled with a rare emotion in the regional channel. We robbed 1.58 million. There were no cheers in the channel. Everyone was panting heavily, staring at the skyrocketing numbers in their own accounts. Zeke and the squad leaders had distributed the Imperial coins based on contribution. The average payout per person came to 319 Imperial coins. Some got more, like the demolition and tech squads, while some got slightly less, such as those on guard duty. But even the lowest payout was over 280 coins. This was a massive sum of wealth. A sum large enough to instantly transform 5,000 miners into an elite light infantry company. That's enough. Looking at the 400-plus coins in his account, Zeke grinned. We've broken even. Right at that moment, deafening explosions echoed from the direction of the factory entrance, followed instantly by tidal waves of battle cries and even denser gunfire. The rebels have breached the gates. Did the White Scars speed today, peeked over a pile of rubble and immediately ducked back down. There's a ton of them. Looks like several thousand. One faction, wearing mismatched armor and wielding various modified firearms, charged at the still resisting overseers and guards. Though fanatical, they seemed relatively normal. But the other faction alongside them. Emperor above. Schrodinger bro lay behind cover, observing through the scope of his lost gun, his voice dry. Those guys aren't right. On the east side of the factory, horrific mutations had overtaken roughly 600 to 700 of the rebels. Their muscles bulged unnaturally, tearing and warping their armor. Their skin had turned dark red, and their eyes burned with pure, unadulterated bloodlust. They no longer used firearms. Instead, they swung massive axes and machetes, some even ripping heavy stubbers off their mounts to use as clubs, and crashed into the overseer ranks with inconceivable speed and strength. Severed limbs flew and blood rained down wherever they passed. Furthermore, under the influence of some eerie power, the corpses of those they slaughtered soon began to twitch and stand back up, joining their ranks. Though their movements were stiff, they remained deadly. Khorne. Zeke murmured. That second wave is Khornate cultists. So Rain's side is Tsench, and this side is Khorne. Taxbro scratched his helmet. Aren't they going to fight each other? The four Chaos Gods are mortal enemies, but when facing a common foe, like the forces of order, they occasionally cooperate, Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus explained quickly. Although this cooperation usually involves backstabbing and scheming, on the surface at least, they will prioritize wiping out the non-Chaos forces first. As if to prove his point, on the other side of the factory zone toward Rain's warehouse, the spatial rift had expanded wide enough for something to pass through. The first to pour out was a massive swarm of chittering, bird-beaked, blue-scaled lesser demons, blue horrors of Tsench. They swarmed the battlefield like locusts. Instead of brute force, they used claws to shred armor, screeches to shatter minds, or simply spat out miniature spells that warped reality. Immediately following them, a massive claw covered in feathers and eyes reached out from the rift. An indescribably colossal silhouette slowly squeezed its way through. It possessed 3 heads, one calculating madly, one screeching with laughter, and one deep in slumber. 9 arms wielded a codex, a scepter, a dagger, an hourglass, a quill, and a mirror reflecting infinite possibilities. Its lower half consisted of writhing tentacles and pus that dripped with arcane knowledge. While it couldn't compare to a true greater demon, this was absolutely one of the more troublesome Tsenchan demons, a lord of change's lesser kin, a herald of Tsench. Mother of God. Soul of Cadia, jaw dropped. A boss actually spawned. More than one. Zeke pointed toward the Khornate cultists. Sure enough, amidst the Khornate berserkers who had slaughtered enough lives, the ground suddenly cracked open, and boiling blood spewed out. Crawling from the gore was a 4-meter-tall, muscle-bound monstrosity with giant horns, wielding a massive axe forged of flesh and bone, a bloodletter, a lesser demon of Khorne. Yet on this battlefield, it was an absolute slaughtering machine. Tsenchan demons, Khornate demons, rebels, Khorne berserkers, and the still resisting overseers and guards. The entirety of Refinery No. 3 had completely devolved into a meat grinder of chaos infighting, mortal slaughter, and demonic rampages. Ah, the classic Great Warhammer stew. Zeke, what are we? Did the white scars speed today? Swallowed hard. What do we do now? Fall back. All the players looked at Zeke. They had money in their pockets now, over 300 coins each. They could afford to die and respawn over 60 times. Zeke looked at the utterly chaotic battlefield, then at the Imperial coins in his account. Fall back. Fall back where? Chapter 28, since we're already here. Zeke looked at the utterly chaotic battlefield before him. On the left was the Herald of Tsench summoned by the cultists. Its 3 heads chanted blasphemous incantations in 3 different pitches, while its 9 arms waved arcane artifacts, twisting the surrounding space into a kaleidoscopic nightmare. On the right were the Khornate berserkers and the bloodletter, tearing the last few resisting overseers to pieces. Blood splashed across the metal floor, pooling into tiny streams. In the center was the main force of the Sicklyman insurgency. Though they hadn't mutated into demons, their bloodshot, frenzied expressions weren't much better. And caught in the crossfire of these 3 warring factions, cowering behind collapsed equipment ruins, underneath overturned transport vehicles, and between still-smoking coolant pipes, were the native workers. They wore the same tattered jumpsuits as Zeke and the players. Right now, they were curled up, trembling, their eyes filled with nothing but absolute terror. Some knelt on the ground, murmuring prayers. Some clutched their heads, refusing to look. Some had already collapsed, paralyzed and having soiled their pants. Zeke's gaze swept over those faces. There was the silent old man who had stood next to him sorting ore on his first day. There was the middle-aged woman who had accidentally given him an extra half-scoop of nutrient paste at lunch. And there was the cunning middle-aged man who always tried to push the heaviest lifting onto the newcomers. Over the past 12 days, the total number of words Zeke had spoken to these NPC workers combined didn't exceed 20 sentences. They were just background set pieces. They were the most insignificant batch of consumables among countless billions in the Warhammer universe. According to standard gaming logic, this was the time to ignore them. Focus on the objective, grab the money, buy gear, level up, and come back to save the world later when they were overpowered. They were just NPCs anyway. They'd respawn after they died, right? But as Zeke watched a Khornate berserker casually pick up a paralyzed young worker, rip his arm off like a chicken wing, and laughingly hurl it toward the Tsenchan demon. The string in his mind that kept repeating, "This is just a game," suddenly snapped. Fuck. Zeke spat out a single word. Tax Bro and Schrodinger Bro looked at him simultaneously. Zeke. Zeke turned his head, looking at the group of players behind him, players who had just made a fortune, their eyes still glowing with excitement. He took a deep breath. His voice rang out in the regional channel, carrying a calm yet absolute resolve he hadn't even realized he possessed. Brothers. Take a good look. This is the fucking Warhammer universe. A world where an imperial coin is worth more than a human life. Where chaos cultists casually use living people as sacrifices. Where local tyrants treat civilians as consumables and lab rats. He pointed at the workers trembling in the crossfire. I don't know what Rain and those blue psychos are trying to achieve. And I don't know if the Aru Group will spare these witnesses who just saw their factory torn to shreds. But I know one thing. Zeke paused, his grip tightening around his lost pistol. We were raised under a civilized education. If we just stand here and watch these people die such miserable deaths at the hands of these demons, then what difference is there between us and the numb, callous elites of this cold universe? Do you guys remember the topics we debated on the forums? If you transmigrated into the Warhammer universe, how would you save the underclass? We typed so hard the keyboards practically shattered. We had plan after plan, from organizing labor unions to starting uprisings, from surrendering to the Tau to embracing Papa Nurgle. Now is the time to execute those plans you made. Since we can't change the grand overarching tone of this universe right now, we start small. We start by saving these workers. The most important point is, we can respawn. We just made over 300 coins each. Even if we die and drop our gear, it won't hurt our wallets. Since we're already here. He grinned. The smile looked somewhat savage beneath the visor of his helmet. Why not play the savior for once? We've already made our imperial coins anyway. Even if we spend some, we don't lose anything. The players who died earlier already confirmed there are several respawn points outside. Walking out of here is the same as dying and respawning outside. At most, we drop some gear. We gather these scattered workers, carve a path for them, and save as many as we can. And while we're at it, we can loot another batch of gold from the other factory sectors. We only loot and fight, no retreating. He looked around at all the players. I don't care how many of these workers actually make it out. At the very least, we tried. As long as we do our best, that's enough. Let's give this dogshit universe a little bit of shock and awe. Of course, Zeke added, his tone open and honest. Those who don't want to participate are free to move on their own. No one is forcing you. Those who are willing, stay. We're pulling off something huge. The channel fell silent for 3 seconds. Then Taxbro was the first to speak, his voice as gruff as sandpaper grinding rust. What else is there to say, Zeke? Let's take all the suffering we endured yesterday and trade it for some happiness tomorrow. He patted his modified shotgun. I've hated those overseers for a long time. Before, we couldn't beat them. But now, hee. Schrodinger's loyalist, analyzing from a gaming perspective, rescuing workers can yield local intelligence, increase our reputation score on Aurelian 4, and lay a foundation for future development. Although the reputation system isn't visible right now, according to standard RPG logic, it should be a hidden mechanic. Besides, he offered a rare smile. The Warhammer universe is all about pessimism and despair. Who wouldn't want to be the light that pierces the darkness just once? Even if it only lights up a tiny corner. Even if it's only for 5 minutes. I'm in. Soul of Cadia roared in the channel, Cadians never retreat. We're saving people. Count me in. But Zeke, after we save them, can we swing by the East Sector warehouse? I scanned it earlier, and there seems to be a lot of rare metals piled up. Did the White Scar speed today, saving lives and robbing banks at the same time? I'm charging in. Taukuin, you're right, but the bolter is righter. Taukuin says saving people is good for long-term development. But all I want to say is, fuck em. For the brothers who were turned into nutrient paste. Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus, the 3 factions on the battlefield are currently keeping each other in check. We have an operational window of 15 to 20 minutes. I recommend prioritizing control of the Northwest raw material transport corridor. That corridor leads directly to a breach in the factory wall. Highest probability of escape. Papa Nurgle loves everyone, embrace all life, whether whole or broken. Helping others is also the teaching of the grandfather. The players voiced their agreement one after another. Honestly, the reasoning was simple, they had already made their money. Running around alone was worse than sticking with the main force. Plus, playing the savior in the Warhammer universe. That storyline just sounded undeniably badass. Good. Zeke nodded forcefully and immediately began giving orders. Everyone, stick to your previous squads. Squad 1, head to the northwest corner, clear the corridor obstacles, and establish a defensive line. Squad 2 and 3, fan out. Use whatever methods you can think of, shouting, hand signals, throwing rocks, to gather the hiding workers toward the northwest corner. Tell them we're here to help. Tell them we're carving a path for them to run. Squad 4, tech team, with me. We need some intel. He led the direct strike team and a dozen members of the tech squad, crouching as they moved through the burning ruins. Soon, from beneath the chassis of an overturned transport vehicle, they dragged out a middle-aged man wearing an overseer's uniform who was shivering uncontrollably. Half of the man's face was blackened by smoke, and his left arm was bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken from the recent explosion. When he saw the player jumpsuit Zeke and the others wore, he froze for a second before a pleading look washed over his face. Don't kill me. I'm not a head overseer. I'm just an accountant. I've never whipped any of you. Name. Zeke pressed the muzzle of his Lost pistol against the man's forehead. J. Jeremy. Jeremy Hoffman. Position. Sector 3. Assembly line production recorder, AN backup overseer. Jeremy's voice trembled. But I really never hit anyone. I just keep the books and hand out tools. Zeke ignored his excuses and cut straight to the point. I ask, you answer. Answer well, and I let you walk out of here alive. Answer poorly. He lowered the muzzle half an inch, pressing it against the bridge of Jeremy's nose. Do you know what this is? It's a Lucius pattern Lost pistol. At this range, it will burn your head to ash. Jeremy nodded frantically, snot and tears running down his face. First question, what year is it? In the imperial calendar. Jeremy froze, clearly not expecting this question, but he stuttered out an answer. Around the late M30s. I'm not sure of the exact year, but it should be around the 900s. The last time the imperial tax collector came, he mentioned that the Great Crusade was nearing its 1000th year. Power Stone goal, every 150 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 29, The Iron Hands, Ferrus Manus. Zeke and the players behind him exchanged glances. Late M30s. The Great Crusade was nearing its 1000th year. That meant. Is the Emperor still out there? Zeke pressed. What about Terra? His Divine Majesty the Emperor is naturally still leading the Great Crusade. Jeremy was a bit bewildered. Terra is the sacred homeworld, what about it? What about Horus? Taxbro interjected. Horus. Lord Horus is naturally the Emperor's most capable right arm. Jeremy grew even more confused. Why are you asking these things? The players now understood. Timeline confirmed, late M30, the peak of the Great Crusade, the Horus heresy hadn't started yet. This was the tail end of the Golden Age, though for the lower classes of this hive city, the Golden Age was no different from hell. Second question, Zeke continued. Aurelian IV. Who is in charge now? Who is the planetary governor? What are the local factions? Jeremy swallowed hard, enduring the pain as he began to explain. Aurelian nominally falls under the jurisdiction of the Imperium's eastern fringe, but actual control rests in the hands of the 4 great corporations. The Zyman's Trade Consortium controls commerce and civilian affairs. The Aru Pharmaceutical Group is their claw. The Aiton's Night House controls the military and mining. The Conmo Psyker dynasty controls education and high-level talent. And there's a branch of the Mechanicus, the Order of the Omniscient Mind. They control technology. As for the planetary governor, Jeremy offered a smile that was uglier than crying. He's just a mascot for collecting taxes. Once the tithes are collected, he doesn't care about anything else. As long as there's no open rebellion, the Imperium couldn't care less about internal planetary affairs. This intel closely matched the player's previous deductions. Third question. Zeke pushed the muzzle of his gun forward slightly. 80 years ago, what happened here? Sector 7 fell. Have you heard this phrase? Jeremy's face instantly went deathly pale. His pupils contracted, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if he had just heard something extremely terrifying. How do you know? That is taboo. Speak. Zeke's finger rested on the trigger. I'll speak. Jeremy broke down, speaking rapidly. 80 years ago. The Imperial Primarch, Lord Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands, personally led the Iron Hands Legion to Aurelian. The planetary rulers at the time were House Blaek. They worshipped some kind of heretical deity and refused to join the Imperium. The Errol family was the strongest Psyker dynasty under their command, controlling over half of the planet's psychic resources. The Primarch gave them an ultimatum, surrender, or be destroyed. House Blaek chose to resist, and then. Jeremy's voice dropped, carrying deep terror. It took the Iron Hands Legion only 7 days to destroy the capital, Dawn City. The entire House Blaek bloodline was exterminated. The psychers of the Errol family were all arrested, supposedly sent to the Black Ships. And Sector 7. That was Dawn City's 7th administrative district. It collapsed entirely during the orbital bombardment and fell to the surface. Millions of people, gone in an instant. It was only after that the consortium seized the opportunity to rise, dividing the power vacuum on Aurelian with various other factions. After speaking, Jeremy slumped over as if entirely drained. These things, no one dares to mention them publicly anymore. The consortium and the Night House destroyed all related records. Who exactly are you people? Zeke holstered his lost pistol and stood up. He looked at the players and spoke in the channel. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, the timeline is confirmed. It's late M30. The Iron Hands Primarch came here 80 years ago, slaughtered the local powers, and then the 4 great corporations took over. Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus, matches official Warhammer lore. The Iron Hands Legion was known for its cold efficiency during the Great Crusade. There are many records of them annihilating the ruling factions of non-compliant worlds. Schrodinger's loyalist, so this shithole we're standing on was just purged by a Primarch 80 years ago. No wonder it's so oppressive. Soul of Cadia, wait, the Primarch of the Iron Hands, isn't that the guy who gets his head chopped off by Fulgrim later on Istvan V? Taukuin, you're right, but the Bolter is righter, yeah, that's him. So he's still alive right now, and the Horus Heresy hasn't happened yet. Fuck, does that mean the Great Heresy is at most only a few decades away? A heavy weight settled in the players' hearts. Knowing the timeline actually made them feel more despair. Because this meant that in a few decades, Horus would ignite a rebellion that would sweep across the galaxy. Half the Primarchs would turn traitor, the Emperor would be confined to the Golden Throne, and humanity would enter its darkest 10,000 years. And them. 5,000 players who had just made 300-something coins. What could they change? For now, we can't change the big picture, Zeke said calmly in the channel. But we still have time to scale up. He looked down at Jeremy. Last 3 questions. First, aside from the main gate, what other exits from the refinery lead outside? Jeremy didn't dare hide anything, the raw material transport corridor in the northwest corner, where your companions just went. There's also a wastewater discharge pipe underground on the west side, but there's a filtration grate and a guard post there. And there's an emergency maintenance tunnel under the central control room, but the entrance was caved in by an explosion. Second, what is the situation in the other factory sectors? Where are the guards weakest? Where is the valuable stuff? The east sector is the raw material pre-processing plant, not many guards. The south sector is the finished goods warehouse and transport depot. More guards, but there's a lot of freshly refined promethium rods and high-purity metals. The north sector is the employee living quarters, nothing of value. Third, Zeke crouched down and looked into Jeremy's eyes. Do you want to live? Jeremy nodded frantically. Good. Zeke stood up and shot Taxbro a look. Taxbro walked over, hauled Jeremy up by his collar, and shoved him toward the northwest corner. Run with the worker groups. Whether you live or die is up to your luck. Jeremy thanked them profusely and stumbled away. Zeke watched his retreating back disappear behind the ruins, then suddenly raised his lost pistol. Aimed. Pulled the trigger. TZZT. A searing beam of light pierced through the back of Jeremy's head. He pitched forward and hit the ground without even making a sound. The players froze. Zeke, why did you? Schrodinger bro frowned. Zeke holstered his gun, his voice cold. He's an overseer. Even if he's just an accountant, he is part of the system of oppression. Furthermore, he knows too much. Our anomalies, our ignorance of history, our thirst for intel. If we let him go and he makes it back to the consortium, he'll sell us out completely. He looked at the players. Remember, brothers, this is the Warhammer universe. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. We save the workers because they are the oppressed. We kill the overseers because they are the oppressors. It's very simple, and very Warhammer. Chapter 30, A River of Warhammer Steel. On the horizon of the red blaze wasteland, a massive cloud of dust plumed into the sky. The thunderous roar of engines. The clanking of tank treads crushing rocks. The slowly rising silhouette of steel in the distance. The Aru Group's counterattack force had arrived. The first to come into view were 15 Lehman Russ battle tanks. These 60-ton steel behemoths were painted in the Aru Group's signature deep blue and silver-gray livery. Their side armor bore the emblem of a genetic helix intertwined with a viper. Their main armament consisted of standard battle cannons, the barrels gleaming coldly in the morning light. The arrays of heavy bolters on either side of their turrets had their safeties disengaged, the gun barrel swaying slightly as the chassis rolled forward. Trailing closely behind the battle tanks were 5 Hellhound flame tanks. Behind them marched 20 sentinel walkers. These bipedal engines of war stood roughly 4 meters tall. Some were equipped with heavy bolters, others shouldered las cannons. Their hydraulic joints hissed rhythmically with every step. Surrounding and trailing behind the armored units were 8,000 fully armed soldiers. These men weren't wearing the crude leather flak worn by the factory overseers. They wore standard Imperial Guard issue flak armor, reinforced with ceramite trauma plates on the chest and shoulders. Their helmet visors were forged from dark, anti-shrapnel glass. Every soldier carried at least 3 frag grenades at their waist, a field pack on their back, and a standard issue las gun in their hands. This was a genuine, professional local army. The most eye-catching element was the 30 figures draped in dark purple robes on the flank of the formation. The space around them warped slightly, and the air was thick with a scent reminiscent of ozone, the energy field subconsciously emitted by psychers. A psyker detachment. Zeke stood behind a high vantage point, observing through a crude telescope he had just bought from the store. He muttered to himself, the Aru Group really spared no expense. Of course they didn't. Tax Bro crouched beside him, holding his modified shotgun. The consortium controls more than half of the medical industry on Aurelian 4. Money is just a number to them. The problem is, Schrödinger Bro narrowed his eyes. Those psychers don't look right. They absolutely did not look right. Normal Imperial psychers were either closely monitored or strictly controlled by the Imperium. When deployed, they usually wore restriction collars or suppression devices. But these 30 psychers. Under their robes, complex mechanical structures were faintly visible, like some kind of external cybernetic implant. Their eyes were blindfolded with cloth, yet an eerie glow seeped from beneath the fabric. They might be creations of the local Mechanicus branch, the Order of the Omniscient Mind. Fugitive cog boy of the Mechanicus, analyzed in the regional channel, according to Jeremy's intel, this order specializes in merging psychic powers with machinery, creating so-called computational psi-servitors. To put it bluntly, they turn human brains into biological computers to squeeze out every drop of psychic potential. That's fucking dark, Soul of Cadia, spat. Darker than a stealing ore. The Aru forces deployed their formation 1 kilometer from the refinery's perimeter wall. The tanks pushed forward in a wedge formation. The sentinel walkers spread out to guard the flanks. The infantry deployed into a skirmish line in the rear, while the psyker detachment clustered around the central command vehicle. A Chimera armored command vehicle, sporting an exceptionally ornate paint job and a massive communications array on its roof, slowly rolled to the front of the formation. The side hatch slid open, and a man stepped out. He appeared to be around 40 years old, dressed in a tailored, deep purple officer's uniform. His epaulets bore 3 silver stars, and his chest was adorned with various medals, mostly outstanding service medals or production efficiency contribution awards issued internally by the consortium. The most striking feature was his face. The left half was the slightly puffy face of a normal middle-aged man. The right half, however, was a precision mechanical augmetic, with a red cybernetic eye that constantly zoomed and refocused within a golden socket. His right hand was also mechanical, its 5 fingers tapering into long, thin metal probes. Currently, those fingers were lightly tapping the hilt of the command saber at his waist. Caspar Aru. The biological younger brother of Clement Aru, the current head of the Aru Group, and the director of the group's defense division. That's based on descriptions of Aru higher-ups from an overseer we killed earlier, Zeke stated. Whoa, big shot. White Scar grinned. How much loot drops if we kill him? Don't think about that right now. Zeke lowered his voice. Let's see what he has to say. Caspar Aru walked to the front of the formation. His cybernetic eye whirred as it scanned the still-smoking ruins of the industrial zone, the cooling fluid pooling everywhere, and the rebels, along with the more twisted silhouettes, faintly visible among the rubble. His voice boomed through the loudspeakers on the armored vehicle. Processed through a synthesizer, it carried an icy, metallic edge. To all personnel within the factory zone. Hear my command. I, Caspar Aru, by the authority granted by the Zyman's Trade Consortium, in the name of the lawful rulers of Aurelian 4, and by the divine will of the Emperor of Mankind, command you. He paused, the red light of his cybernetic eye flashing. Lay down your weapons. Cease all resistance and blasphemous actions. Step outside the factory zone within 3 minutes and line up in the designated area to surrender. Submit yourselves to the purification, interrogation, and re-education protocols. Those who comply may be granted leniency depending on the circumstances, and will be incorporated into the penal labor battalions. Those who resist. His voice suddenly spiked, the synthesizer emitting a piercing shriek. Will be deemed heretics, traitors, and enemies of the Imperium. You will be annihilated on the spot. Your souls eternally exiled, and your flesh thrown into the incinerator reactors. Repeat, 3-minute countdown begins now. A massive holographic projection clock rose from the roof of the command vehicle, the crimson numbers ticking down, 259, 258. Inside the factory zone, the 3 previously frenzied factions underwent a bizarre shift. The Sicklyman insurgency stopped hunting down the remaining overseers and began contracting toward the core of the factory zone. The cornate berserkers, many of whom had already half-mutated, their skin turning red, muscles bulging, and horns sprouting, let out waves of bloodthirsty roars. They stopped attacking the guards and gathered around the bloodletter. Meanwhile, over at the warehouse where Rain was located, the Herald of Tsench raised all 6 of its arms simultaneously. Its 3 heads shrieked with laughter. Immediately following, as if receiving an order, all the blue horrors ceased their harassment and flew back into the perimeter of the ritual. They stopped fighting. Taxbro's single eye widened. They're not fighting each other. Why would they? Schrödinger Bro sneered. The main course has arrived. The real battle is about to begin. Sure enough, an elderly man with faded noble attire, gray hair, and piercing eyes stepped out from the rebel ranks. Wielding an ornate but clearly well-used power sword, he walked to the breached perimeter wall of the factory. Facing the Aru forces, he responded, his voice amplified through a megaphone. Casper. You rabid dog of the consortium. 80 years ago, you pounced on the corpse of House Blaek like hyenas. You traded betrayal and treachery for the position you hold today. Now, it is your turn to repay the blood debt. The old man raised his power sword high, the blade igniting with a blue energy field. Sons and daughters of Sicklyman. Loyalists of House Blaek. Today, we hide no longer. In the name of the fallen. For every drop of blood spilled over the past 80 years. We fight. Until our final breath. For the true Aurelian. Every 150 power stone equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 31, the battle begins. Fanatical roars erupted from the rebel ranks. On the cornate side, the bloodletter hoisted its massive flesh and bone axe, throwing its head back to unleash a deafening bellow. The bloodshot hue in the eyes of every cornate berserker deepened. They began beating their weapons against their chest plates, the rhythmic thud-thud echoing like war drums. Rain's voice drifted over from the warehouse. By now, his voice had warped into an eerie, multi-layered harmonization. The Lord of Change bestows his blessing, let the winds of change sweep across this dead land. The blue horrors of Tsench began weaving complex flight trajectories through the air, faint blue electricity crackling at their claws. Oh, boy. Zeke deadpanned in the regional channel. We've got ourselves a grand chaos alliance. It's very Warhammer, fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus, added. When facing Imperial forces, even if they're just local elites, they'll temporarily put aside their internal conflicts to butcher the forces of order first. What about us, then? Soul of Cadia asked. Do we keep saving people? Of course we do. Zeke looked behind him. At the entrance to the raw material transport corridor in the northwest corner, over 3,000 workers were already gathered. Players were still steadily leading new workers out from various ruins. Most of these native workers were paralyzed with terror, and many were wounded. But under the players' direction, which consisted mostly of shouting and aggressive hand gestures, they had managed to form a somewhat orderly line and were filing one by one into the 3-meter-wide, rusted metal pipe. According to the intel Jeremy provided before his death, the other end of this pipe led to an abandoned mining quarry 2 kilometers outside the factory zone. Squad 1. Report status. Zeke barked in the channel. Squad 1, copy. Soul of Cadia's voice came through, panting. Corridor interior cleared. We took out 7 straggler overseers hiding inside. No traps found. The pipe's structural integrity is mostly intact, but there are cave-in risks in certain sections. We've left men behind to reinforce the route. Estimated time to evacuate all workers, at least 40 minutes. Too slow. Zeke frowned. The Aru forces are going to attack in 3 minutes. The Chaos Scum and the rebels in the factory won't last that long. He glanced at the holographic timer, 2:12, 2:11. All squads, attention. Plan adjustment. Squad 1, speed up the worker flow. If you have to, kick them in the ass to get them moving. Squad 2 and Squad 3, split off 1/3 of your manpower and establish a circular defensive perimeter at the corridor entrance. Prepare to repel any attacks coming from inside the factory zone, whether it's rebels, chaos, or leftover overseers. Squad 4, tech team, with me. Zeke led the direct strike team and several dozen tech team members, crouching as they dashed through a burning ruin and scaled the foundation of a partially collapsed cooling tower. From this vantage point, they had a bird's-eye view of most of the factory zone. The Aru forces had completed their final deployments. Tank turrets were making micro-adjustments to their angles. The frontline soldiers of the infantry squares dropped to one knee, deploying heavy bolters and missile launchers. Inside the factory, the rebels had constructed makeshift fortifications from the rubble. The cornate cultists had clustered around the bloodletter, forming a surging vortex of blood-red rage. The Tsienchen demons hovered above the warehouse. The blue horrors were arranging themselves into a bizarre formation, while the Herald of Tsench began casting with all 9 arms simultaneously, manifesting countless glowing runes in the air. Cogboy, Zeke stared in that direction. Analyze it. What kind of ultimate move are those blue smurfs charging up? Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus, eyes rapidly scanned the distant psychic fluctuations. Cross-referencing with Warhammer lore compendiums, they appear to be preparing a large-scale area of effect spell. It's not highly lethal. It leans more toward crowd control. Likely a spatial distortion, temporal deceleration, or probability interference, classic Tzeentchian tricks. The objective is to stall the Aru forces, creating an opportunity for the Khornate cultists and rebels to close into melee range. What about Khorne's side? Tax Bro asked. Khorne is simple, Schrödinger Bro chimed in. The moment the Aru forces attack and their front line is disrupted by the Tzeentchian spell, the Bloodletter will lead the Berserkers on a charge and chop them to pieces in close combat. The rebels will take the opportunity to provide ranged fire support, targeting the fragile infantry and light armor units. A textbook joint chaos operation. Although this kind of cooperation usually devolves into backstabbing long before the battle actually ends. Zeke nodded, getting a read on the situation. At that moment, the holographic timer ticked down to 0:30. Caspar Aru's mechanical voice echoed once more. 30 seconds remain. This is your final mercy. All who step outside the factory zone will be considered surrendered. All who remain inside will be considered heretics. Countdown, 0:29, 0:28. Inside the factory zone, not a single rebel or chaos cultist made a move to leave. Instead, several faded flags were raised within the rebel ranks, the sigil of House Blayak from 80 years ago, an eagle clutching a lightning bolt. The rhythmic beating from the Khornate cultists grew denser. The Bloodletter began slamming its massive axe into the ground, every strike making the earth tremble. The chanting of the Tzeentchian demons reached a crescendo. The Herald's 3 heads opened their eyes simultaneously, and its 9 arms thrust violently toward the sky. 0:03, 0:02, 0:01. Time is up. The red glow in Caspar Aru's cybernetic eye flared brilliantly. For the Consortium. For Order. For the Emperor. Open fire. Boom. The main cannons of 15 Lehman Russ battle tanks roared in unison. 15 high-explosive shells tore through the morning sky, trailing plumes of fire, and smashed into the factory zone. Almost simultaneously, the twin-linked main cannons of 3 Baneblade-class siege tanks fired, sending even more massive shells right behind them. Then came the Loss cannons and heavy bolters of the Sentinel Walkers, followed by volley after volley of missiles and Loss fire from the infantry squares. The entire perimeter wall of the refinery was instantly swallowed by explosions and blinding firelight. Holy shit. Did the White Scar speed today? Nearly jumped out from behind his cover. These visual effects. The explosions. The sound design. This is way better than the cutscenes in Dawn of War. No shit. You're literally standing in it. Tax Bro yanked him back down. Stray bullets. Watch out for stray bullets. The primary objective of the first bombardment wave was the perimeter walls and outer buildings, aiming to open an assault corridor. However, over a dozen shells landed deep inside the factory zone. One of them scored a direct hit on a towering or pulverizer that hadn't fully collapsed yet. The machine, worth 50,000 Imperial coins, which the players hadn't had the time to dismantle yet, was instantly reduced to a storm of flying metal shrapnel. My 50,000 coins. Soul of Cadia, shrieked in the channel. Stop howling. Zeke yelled back. Look over there. After the bombardment, the Aru forces began their advance. Tanks took the vanguard, Sentinel Walkers guarded the flanks, and the infantry squares followed closely behind, surging toward the breached walls like a tide of steel. Meanwhile, inside the factory, the Tzeentchian demon's ultimate move was ready. The Herald of Tsench drove all 9 arms downward. The glowing runes hovering in the air abruptly detonated, transforming into a blue force field that blanketed half the factory zone. Space within the force field began to warp. Light refracted at grotesque angles, and sounds became muffled and distorted. Most terrifyingly, the 3 Lehman Russ tanks leading the charge suddenly seemed to hit a wall. Their treads spun wildly, but their forward momentum plummeted by 70%. The trajectories of the tank shells became erratic. Even when aimed directly at rebel fortifications, the shells swerved wildly in midair, striking the nearby wastewater pools instead. Spatial distortion field. Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus excitedly recorded the data. Reduces movement speed, interferes with ballistic trajectories. Classic Tzeentchian crowd control. Khornates are moving. Sure enough, under the cover of the Tzeentchian force field, the Bloodletter let out an earth-shattering roar. Raising its flesh and bone axe, it charged straight toward the nearest Lehman Russ tank. Behind it, over 200 half-demonic Khornate berserkers roared and followed, surging forward like a mudslide of blood. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. The rebels didn't stay idle either. They had hauled various defensive armaments off the hundreds of vehicles they had driven into the industrial zone. Mounting dozens of their own heavy bolters and lost cannons behind their fortifications, they unleashed a ferocious barrage into the Aru infantry squares. The battle had completely erupted. Chapter 32, Artillery Barrage. The three heads of the Herald of Tsench simultaneously turned toward the advancing Aru forces. The arcane artifacts held in its 9 arms flared with an eerie blue light. Caspar Aru. Rain's voice, tinged with the delight of a successful scheme, drifted from the side. The consortium's hound smelled the blood and came after all. Perfect timing. The eye on one of the herald's heads suddenly ruptured, transforming into a swirling nebula. Reflected within the nebula was a real-time, bird's-eye view of the entire battlefield. 15 Leman Russ tanks advancing in a wedge, their cannons constantly spitting tongues of fire. 5 Hellhound tanks providing heavy fire support from the rear. 20 Sentinel walkers prowling the flanks on seek and destroy missions, while 8,000 infantry surged forward like a tide. Inside the industrial zone, the defense line built by the Sicklyman insurgency from the ruins was being chewed away piece by piece by the artillery barrage. The Cornate cultists and the Bloodletter had already engaged the Aru vanguard. The collision of flesh and metal erupted into skies filled with blood mist. Its own blue horrors were weaving interference fields in the sky above. Continuously, Aru soldiers were inexplicably struck by friendly fire whose trajectories had been warped by the spatial distortions. Everything is within calculations. Rain murmured simultaneously. 80 years of hibernation, infiltration, waiting. Starting tonight, the winds of change will blow across all of Aurelian. On the other side of the battlefield, Caspar Aru stood beside his command vehicle. The red light of his cybernetic eye scanned the battlefield at 30 frames per second. Streams of data cascaded down the visual interface on the left side of his vision. Target identification, main force, Sicklyman insurgency. Approximate, 3,300 hostiles. Equipment grade, 3.2. Target identification, heretical corruption units. Approximate, 540 hostiles. Mutation level, 47%. Target identification, heretical corruption units. Approximate, 110 hostiles. Psychic reading, high risk. Special target, heretical entity. Threat level, 7. Special target, heretical entity. Threat level, 6. Threat level 7. Caspar's mechanical fingers tapped lightly against the hilt of his command saber, producing a rhythmic clack-clack sound. It seems the useless trash in the intelligence department managed to get at least one thing right. He raised his mechanical right hand. The 5 metal probes tapped at the empty air, each tap opening a new communication channel. Tank Squadrons 1 through 3, maintain wedge formation. Main cannons prioritize rebel fortifications. Squadrons 4 and 5, flank left. Suppress the charge vectors of the red heretic units. Sentinel Walker clades, disperse and penetrate. Use mobility to tear open the heretical force field zones. Infantry battalions 1 through 4, advance and sweep. Leave no survivors. Psyker detachment. He paused, looking toward the 30 figures draped in purple robes. Activate the Mind Weavers. Target, blue heretics. Disrupt their casting stability. The orders were transmitted to every combat unit within 0.3 seconds. The advance of the Aru forces instantly shifted from a surging tide into the precise interlocking of gears. The 15 Leman Russ tanks split into 3 spearheads. Their main cannons fired a continuous barrage at a rhythm of 1 shell every 5 seconds. The impact points of the shells were strictly calculated. They weren't aiming for maximum casualties, they were dismantling the rebels' defensive network, collapsing cover, blocking pathways, and erecting walls of fire. The main cannons of the 5 Hellhound flame tanks locked onto a much trickier target. Their turrets rotated slowly, the crosshairs locking onto the 3 madly spinning heads of the Herald of Tsench. Distance, 1,200 meters. Wind speed, negligible. Target psychic interference level, high. Calculating ballistic correction. Complete. The gunner pressed the firing stud. Boom. 2 specialized anti-psyker shells, trailing eerie purple exhaust flames, shot toward the target in near straight lines. The 3 heads of the Herald of Tsench turned toward the shells simultaneously. One of the mirrors held in its 9 arms was raised. The mirror reflected the trajectory of the shells, and then, the trajectory began to warp. The shells, which should have scored direct hits, suddenly swerved in the final 50 meters. They grazed past the demon's side and slammed into the warehouse ruins behind it, blowing up a massive cloud of dust. TCH. Caspar's cybernetic eye flashed red. As expected, that won't work. He switched channels, Psyker detachment, execute Plan B. The 30 figures in purple robes raised their heads simultaneously. The eerie glow beneath their blindfolds flared intensely. A different kind of psychic fluctuation began to permeate the air. It wasn't the capricious, ever-shifting nature of Tsench, nor the frenzied bloodlust of Khorne. It was an icy, mechanical sensation, a sense of order so precise it made one's scalp tingle. These computational psi-servitors, heavily augmented by the order of the omniscient mind, had long since had the emotional centers of their brains excised and replaced with precision calculation arrays. Their psychic powers were not used for combat, but for deconstruction. 30 invisible threads of psychic energy reached out simultaneously, piercing into the energy structure of the Tsienchen force field as precisely as surgical scalpels. It wasn't a head-on clash of power. Instead, they sought out the nodes, analyzed the frequencies, calculated the points of resonance. And then, they interfered. 1. The blue force field blanketing half the factory zone suddenly fluctuated violently. The degree of spatial distortion destabilized, alternately intensifying and weakening. The 3 trapped Lehman Russ tanks suddenly lurched forward, their treads gripping the earth as their forward speed recovered by 30%. The creations of the machine cult are always so incredibly dull. The 3 heads of the Herald of Tsench let out an annoyed shriek simultaneously. It raised the scepter held in one of its 9 arms, aiming it toward the Psyker detachment, and began weaving a new spell. But it was too late. Holy shit. This artillery. This bullet hell. Are these really scenes meant for the beginner village? Did the White Scar's speed today lay flat behind a makeshift barricade? He watched a tank shell explode 30 meters away, the resulting shockwave sending a hail of gravel clattering against the metal container above his head. Their current position was the entrance to the raw material transport corridor in the northwest corner. This was originally supposed to be a relatively safe zone. But the bombardment and firepower from the Aru forces were simply too overwhelming. Some shells drifted off target. Stray bullets flew everywhere. But the most terrifying were the munitions whose trajectories had been warped by the Tsienchen force field. You never knew where those things were going to land. Stop talking. Speed it up. Zeke planted his boot squarely on the ass of a worker whose legs had turned to jelly from fear, kicking him straight into the pipe. You in the back. Keep moving. Unless you want to be blown into meat paste, get your ass in the pipe. A long line had formed at the entrance to the corridor. Under the players' organization, over 4,000 workers were filing one by one into the 3-meter-wide metal pipe. But the pace was still too slow. The interior space of the pipe was limited, they could only advance single file in groups of 5, crouching as they moved. Furthermore, some sections posed a risk of caving in, so the players had to leave men inside to reinforce the route as they went. At this speed, it would take at least another half hour for everyone to pass through. And the advance speed of the Aru forces clearly wasn't going to give them half an hour. Thwack. A muffled sound. A middle-aged worker near the back of the line suddenly went rigid. He looked down at his chest. A hole the size of a bowl had been blown through him. The edges were scorched black, and light could faintly be seen shining through from behind him. It was a stray bullet, who knew from which direction, that had scored a direct hit. He opened his mouth to say something, but only bloody foam bubbled out. Then, he fell backward, stiff as a board. Ah! The surrounding workers instantly lost their minds. Panic spread like a plague, and the line descended into chaos. Some tried to shove their way forward, some tried to run backward, while even more collapsed to the ground. Cries and screams merged into a deafening cacophony. Don't fucking move. Taxbro raised his shotgun and fired a blast into the air. The thunderous boom temporarily suppressed the commotion. He roared at the top of his lungs. If you want to live, stay in line. Running around blindly will get you killed faster. You in the back. Drag the body away. Don't block the path. You guys. He pointed at a few players. Grab the ones who are paralyzed with fear. Throw them in the pipe. In times like these, violence was ironically the most effective tool. Chapter 33, Annihilation Mode, Bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 150 Power Stones. The players threw politeness out the window. If they saw someone paralyzed with fear, they dragged them. If someone was blocking the path, they kicked them aside. If someone tried to run backward, they smashed them unconscious with a rifle butt and shoved them into the pipe. Order was barely maintained through brutal methods. However, casualties were already beginning to mount. Another stray shell struck the metal scaffolding above the corridor entrance. The shrapnel from the blast sheared off the arms of 2 workers. Blood sprayed, accompanied by agonized screams. Further away, a tank shell whose trajectory had been warped by the Tsienchen force field, originally aimed at rebel fortifications, drew a bizarre arc through the sky and slammed directly into the players' makeshift barricade zone. Boom. 3 players who were hauling iron crates to reinforce the defensive line were blown sky-high, along with the crates. Player, clumsy hand spare me, has died. Cause of death, explosive shockwave. Resurrection fee, 5 imperial coins, TL/N, poor guy. Player, wage slave just wants to sleep in, has died. Cause of death, shrapnel damage. Resurrection fee, 5 imperial coins. Player, Nurgle compliments my good health, has died. Cause of death, extreme heat burns. Resurrection fee, 5 imperial coins. The cold system prompt scrolled across the regional channel. Fuck. Soul of Cadia peeked out from behind cover, his eyes bloodshot, and fired blindly in the direction the shell had come from, even though his gun couldn't possibly shoot that far. This is so frustrating. Unbearably frustrating. Are we just going to sit here and be target practice? What else are we supposed to do? Schrodinger bro yanked him back down just as another stray bullet grazed his scalp. Do you want to charge out and have a shootout with the tank? Well, we can't just. We can. Zeke's voice rang out in the channel, terrifyingly calm. What we are doing right now is what needs to be done. We save as many as we can. Those we can't, that's just fate. He paused, then added. But the prerequisite is that we stay alive to bring our gear and our money back. Cogboy, progress report. Fugitive Cogboy of the Mechanicus, number of workers evacuated, 2,742. Estimated time required for remainder, 12 minutes. Distance of Aru Vanguard to our sector, 800 meters. Estimated time to contact, 8 minutes. Stability of the Tsienchen force field is steadily degrading. Interference efficiency currently down to 43%. Cornate units and Aru infantry have engaged. The battle is deadlocked. Friendly casualties, 87 personnel. 8 minutes. Zeke looked at the nearly 1,000 workers still in line, then looked out at the workers from other factory sectors trembling amidst the artillery fire, who had absolutely no time to organize an evacuation. He knew there wasn't enough time. Accelerate. He gritted his teeth. Use any means necessary. Accelerate. Kick, push, throw, drag. I don't care what methods you use. Shove everyone left into that pipe within 6 minutes. After 6 minutes, regardless of how many people are left outside, we fall back. Understood. Understood. The players completely abandoned any remaining gentleness and resorted to the most brutal methods to push them forward. Working in pairs, one dragging, one kicking, they stuffed the workers into the pipe like sausage casing. When terrified workers clung desperately to the edges of the pipe, the players simply smashed their hands with rifle butts until they let go, then kicked them inside. Efficiency skyrocketed instantly. The price, however, was that panic spiraled completely out of control. Some workers began to resist. Some tried to flee. The scene devolved into chaos once more. And the artillery fire of the Aru forces was drawing closer. In the center of the battlefield, the true meat grinder had begun to turn. After the Tsienchen force field was weakened by the Psyker detachment's interference, the Bloodletter finally found an opening to charge. Its 4-meter-tall frame exploded forward with terrifying speed, every step shattering the ground. Dragging its flesh and bone axe behind it, the blade plowed a deep trench into the earth. Its target, the nearest Lehman Russ tank. The tank's turret was rotating, attempting to intercept with its coaxial bolter. But it was too slow. In the final 30 meters, the Bloodletter leapt into the air, hoisting its massive axe overhead. The blade coalesced with physical, blood-red psychic energy. Blood for the blood god. Amidst the roar, the giant axe came crashing down. Clang. The ear-piercing shriek of twisting metal was almost enough to tear eardrums apart. The axe blade bit deeply into the tank's frontal armor, cleaving a gash nearly half a meter long. Though it didn't completely penetrate, the armor's structural integrity was compromised, and the turret's rotation mechanism groaned ominously. The crew inside was clearly panicking. The chassis threw itself into reverse, attempting to open some distance. But the Bloodletter wouldn't give them the chance. It wrenched the axe free and raised it high once more. Daka 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 daka. Dense gunfire suddenly erupted from the flank. 3 sentinel walkers charged out from behind the ruins. 6 heavy bolters opened fire simultaneously, instantly enveloping the Bloodletter in a searing storm of bullets. Roar. The Bloodletter was forced to abandon its attack, bringing its giant axe across its body to use the broad side of the blade to block the incoming fire. But heavy bolters had enough stopping power to tear through light vehicle armor, even a demonic body couldn't completely ignore them. The storm of bullets blasted bloody craters across its flesh, dark red blood erupting like fountains. It let out a roar of agonizing fury, abandoned the tank, and turned to lunge at the sentinel walkers. Behind it, the 200 cornate berserkers had already smashed into the Aru infantry squares. It was a primal, blood-soaked slaughter. Most of the cornate berserkers were already half demonic. Their skin was red, muscles bulging, horns sprouting, and some even had arms mutated into scythe-like claws. They swung great axes, machetes, and chain swords, or simply ripped their enemies' throats out with their bare hands. The Aru infantry relied on discipline and coordination. Operating in three-man squads, they fought back-to-back. Lost guns fired precise bursts, grenades were thrown into dense clusters of enemies, and flamethrower troops incinerated charging berserkers with gouts of promethium fire. Men fell every single second. Berserker axes cleaved through flak armor, spraying blood. Infantry lost beams burned through demonic skin, filling the air with the stench of charred flesh. Further out, the Cycleman insurgency utilized the building ruins to continuously bombard the flanks of the Aru forces with heavy bolters and lost cannons. They fought intelligently. They didn't engage with the Khornate frontline head-on, instead, they exclusively targeted the weak points of the advancing tank squadrons and infantry squares. A heavy bolter shell struck the leg joint of a sentinel walker. The machine stumbled and fell. Before the driver could even climb out of the cockpit, charging berserkers hacked him and the hatch to pieces. Another lost cannon blast struck the side armor of a Lehman Russ tank. The extreme heat burned through the relatively weaker plating. An explosion ripped through the interior, the hatch cover was blown sky-high, and flames jetted from every seam. Caspar Aru's mechanical eye flashed wildly. Casualty reports refreshed like a waterfall. Unit loss, Lehman Russ Battle Tank X2. Unit loss, Sentinel Walker X4. Infantry casualties, estimated 800+ personnel. Psyker detachment attrition, 7 personnel, psychic overload, brain burnout. The cost is a bit high. He murmured, the frequency of his mechanical fingers tapping increasing. But he quickly came to a decision. Orders, all units, contract defensive lines. Hold current positions. Initiate annihilation mode. Notify the sweeper units in the rear to enter the theater. Target, the entire industrial factory zone. Method, carpet bombing. I want this place. He looked out at the chaotic battlefield, at the still resisting rebels, at the rampaging heretics, and finally at the weirdos in the distance who were organizing the evacuation of the workers. The red light of his cybernetic eye was as cold as a blade. Reduced to barren ash. The adjutant beside him immediately spoke up. But Lord Caspar, Director Clement's orders were to recapture all the factory sectors in the industrial zone. If we initiate annihilation mode. Caspar whipped his head around, his crimson electronic eye glaring at him as he roared. Fuck your mothers, recapture the industrial zone. Do you not see those warp heretics out there? Execute the order. Next goal equals 300 power stones. Chapter 34, The Player's Looting Frenzy. The last batch. Hurry. Zeke practically dragged the final worker by his collar, tossing him into the pipe entrance. It was a boy who looked no older than 15 or 16, so skinny he was just skin and bones. His face was covered in tears and grime, and his pants were soaked through. He was still crying and screaming as he was thrown inside, but his voice was quickly swallowed by the darkness deep within the pipe. Zeke stood up straight, panting heavily. He glanced at the timer. 14 minutes had passed since the Aru forces began their assault. Number of workers evacuated, 3,687. As for the rest, he looked toward the other areas of the factory zone. The workers there, without player organization and without escape routes, were currently running around in the artillery fire like headless flies. Some tried to climb the perimeter walls and were gunned down directly by Aru infantry, mistaken for rebels. Some hid in building ruins, only to be buried alive by collapsing structures. Some knelt on the ground to pray, only to be torn to shreds by stray bullets or demons. Then there were the remaining overseers and guards. Roughly 400 to 500 of them were currently gathered in the ruins of the central control room, mounting a final resistance. But they wouldn't last long. Rebels, Khorne, Tsench, the Aru forces, in this massive chaotic melee, small fry like them could be casually crushed by any faction at any moment. Zeke. Everyone is in. Soul of Cadia ran over. His face was covered in black soot, and he had a gash on his shoulder deep enough to show bone, but he seemed completely oblivious to it. What do we do now? Fall back. Zeke didn't answer immediately. He looked into the distance. The advance of the Aru forces had visibly slowed. The tanks and infantry were contracting their defensive lines, as if preparing for something. On the Tsienchen demon side, the Herald of Tsench was locked in a psychic duel with the Psyker detachment. Blue force fields and purple psychic threads intertwined in the air, erupting with blinding arcs of lightning. The Khornate frontline had completely devolved into a meat grinder. The bloodletter was riddled with bolter shells but was still slaughtering madly. The corpses of berserkers and Aru infantry were piled up like mountains. The rebels were still firing, but their ammunition was clearly running low, and several gun emplacements had already fallen silent. Something's not right. Zeke frowned. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a specific position behind the Aru forces. There, under the cover of the 5 Hellhound flame tanks, several bizarrely shaped vehicles with extremely long gun barrels were slowly deploying. The barrels on those vehicles weren't direct-fire tank cannons, but high-angle indirect-fire artillery. The chassis was larger than a Lehman Russ, the armor thicker, and the barrel caliber looked to be at least 150 millimeters. Most importantly, the emblem painted on their hulls wasn't the Aru Group's genetic helix. It was a much more unsettling symbol. A skull framed by a cog wheel, with psychic flames burning in its eye sockets. Are those? Zeke's pupils suddenly contracted. Heavy self-propelled artillery, fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus' voice sounded in the channel, carrying a trace of solemnity. Standard heavy support units of the Imperial Guard. Equipped with 150 mm howitzers, maximum range of 30 kilometers. Outfitted with high explosive, incendiary, cluster, and various other munitions. Typically used for sieges or area annihilation. He paused, then added. Judging by the livery, these should be assets of the Order of the Omniscient Mind. The Aru Group must have borrowed them from the Mechanicus. What are they trying to do? Soul of Cadia asked. Fugitive cogboy of the Mechanicus was silent for 2 seconds before giving an answer that chilled all the players to the bone. Flatten the entire industrial zone. The channel went quiet for a second. Then, it exploded. Heavy artillery. Aren't those things supposed to be on the front lines bombing fortresses? The Aru Group even has these. 5. A volley from 5 heavy self-propelled artillery guns. This industrial zone is going to be plowed 3 feet deep. Wait. Do we still have time to run? Zeke took a deep breath. He looked behind him at the pipe. Over 3,000 workers were currently crawling arduously inside. It would take them at least another 20 minutes for everyone to pass through and reach the abandoned quarry 2 kilometers away. There wasn't enough time. But suddenly, he smiled. He smiled very casually, even a bit relieved. Brothers, he said in the regional channel, his voice calm. Our mission is complete. Those we could save, we saved. Those we couldn't. He paused. That's not our fault. It's the fault of this dogshit universe. He looked at the players. Now, I announce, Phase 1 of the evacuation plan is complete. Phase 2, begin. He raised his Lost pistol and pointed at the equipment inside the industrial zone. See those? That half-collapsed refinery furnace is at least 20,000 coins. That pile of raw materials, 15,000. And the East Sector warehouse, Cadia just said there are rare metals in there. Those transport vehicles on the west side that can still move, 8,000 a pop. He grinned. The Aru Group is going to flatten this place. So, before we get flattened. He drew out his words, we loot every single box we can. Respawning only costs 5 coins. If we loot one big item, it pays for dozens of deaths. Isn't this way more fun than extraction shooters? The players froze for a second. Then, every single pair of eyes simultaneously lit up with the hungry glow of starving wolves. Holy shit. Zeke. You're a fucking genius. Loot. Loot the boxes. I fucking love looting. If I die, I'll just play the next round. But I must loot the box. The players, who just moments ago had been exhausted and battered, were instantly pumped full of adrenaline. They quickly purchased portable recycling terminals and scattered. Like a plague of locusts sweeping through, they threw themselves at anything in the industrial zone that could still be recycled. Refinery furnace wreckage. Dismantle. Raw material piles. Haul. Transport vehicles. If you can't drive it away, recycle it directly with the terminal. They didn't even spare the gear on the dead Aru soldiers. Flak armor, lost guns, grenades, ammo. This corpse still has 3 magazines on it. Worth it. The lost cannon on the Sentinel is still functional. Hurry up and detach it. Chaotic, yet highly efficient. The players fully demonstrated their nature as the 4th scourge. As long as it was worth money, they'd unscrew the very bolts off the walls. Zeke stood where he was, watching the scene unfold, and shook his head with a smile. He opened the regional channel and typed his final message. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, brothers, loot to your heart's content. Loot as much as you possibly can. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, don't be afraid to die, I'll see you at the respawn point. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, let's regroup in the group chat. He closed the channel and looked up. Outside the industrial zone, the 4 self-propelled artillery guns had already entered their firing positions. The massive gun barrels began to adjust their angles, aiming at this chaotic battlefield. Caspar Aru's mechanical voice echoed through the loudspeakers for the final time. Purification protocol, initiated. May the Emperor have mercy on your souls. Because the consortium will not. The muzzles flashed with the light of annihilation. Deep within the warp. Lucian's energy body stretched out delightfully, feeling the torrent of emotions surging from the real universe. Of course, he was only absorbing what the players emitted. As for the much more violently surging emotions of the natives, that was food for those too. He was currently still too weak and didn't dare snatch food from them. Not bad at all. Lucian absorbed the emotional energy contributed by the players, feeling himself grow a bit more robust. Looking at the system interface and the energy profit brought in by the players' frantic recycling right before death, the corners of his mouth curled up. For 1,800 players, average recycling value per person is about 500 Imperial coins. Converted into system energy, TSK, another massive payout. He nodded in satisfaction. It looks like the time to open up more slots isn't far off. But next time, I need to pick a safer login point. At least don't have them get captured and thrown into the mines right from the start. Let me think. Lucian began planning his next player deployment. Meanwhile, in the real world, the group chat titled, Aru First Gen Co-workers, was already exploding with messages. I'm back. Fuck. That last artillery shell hurt like a bitch. Even at 30% pain perception, I couldn't handle it. I recycled 1,000 coins. 1,000. Ha 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 ha. I made an absolute killing. I only got 800, but that's still enough to break even. By the way, where is the next respawn point? Has anyone checked yet? Let us know. Where's Zeke? Tax bro? Schrodinger bro? Are they not back yet? Zeke opened his eyes, returning to his familiar rented apartment. He checked the time, 3 a.m. 7 or 8 hours had passed in-game, but only 2 hours in reality. He rubbed his face, opened the group chat, and watched the fiery discussion. Then he typed. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, is everyone alright? I'm back. Status report, recycled 5,000 Imperial coins. I was still tapping the terminal screen the second before I died. Worth it. The group instantly flooded with badass, all hail Zeke, and, when are we doing the next wave? Zeke smiled and typed. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, rest up first. Recharge your batteries. We've all exhausted ourselves mining these past few days. Let's regroup after we're fully rested. Also, anyone with free time, log in and check how many respawn points there are. Scout the terrain in advance. Brothers who scout the terrain can come to me to reimburse their resurrection fees. Double. Once we're rested, we regroup as quickly as possible. And then. He paused, then typed the final line. We use the Imperial coins we earn to arm ourselves, and we bring a little bit of different change to this man-eating Warhammer universe. Inside the group chat, cheers erupted once more. Outside the window, the night sky of the real world remained tranquil. It was as if that war-torn Warhammer universe, where human lives were as cheap as grass, was nothing more than an overly realistic dream. But for Zeke and the other 5,000 players who had stumbled into a historical conflict, the game had only just gotten back on track. Everything was just beginning. As for Aurelian IV, the battle in the Aru industrial zone had by no means reached its conclusion amidst the apocalyptic artillery fire. Chapter 35, The Scheme of the Tsienchen Demon. After nearly 30 minutes of frantic, continuous firing, the barrels of the 5 heavy self-propelled artillery guns finally lowered slowly. The tips of the barrels glowed cherry red. Waves of heat radiated from the metal surfaces, and the air was thick with the pungent stench of cordite. It was the distinct smell of plastic explosives mixed with the specialized psychic stabilizers burning off the 160mm high explosive shells, courtesy of the Order of the Omniscient Mind. Every single high explosive shell carried a warhead laced with psychic stabilizing agents and psi-suppressant dust. The goal was to use the Imperium's fire of order to violently neutralize and suppress the foul disturbances of the warp. Lord Casper, artillery data summary compiled. Inside the command vehicle, the adjutant, whose face was half metal plating, spoke as a stream of data scrolled rapidly across his monocle display. 5 Basilisk heavy self-propelled artillery guns fired approximately 250 standard charge high explosive shells, 30 cluster munitions, and 20 incendiary shells. Ammunition depletion rate, 87%. Barrel degradation, average remaining lifespan is less than 200 rounds per barrel. Coverage area, the entirety of Red Blaze Wasteland Industrial Sector No. 3 and a surrounding 2-kilometer buffer zone. Theoretical lethality, exceeds 99% against unarmored biological targets. Casper Aru stood atop the roof of the vehicle. The red light of his cybernetic eye scanned the smoke-shrouded area ahead at a frequency of 50 times per second. On the mechanical right half of his face, the metal muscles simulated the standard smile of a consortium executive. Excellent. His voice, processed through the synthesizer, carried the steady hum of precision machinery operating smoothly. To exterminate pests, one must use the most efficient disinfectant. Armored Squadrons 1 and 2, advance. Sentinel Walker Clades, guard the flanks. Infantry battalions, move in and sweep the ashes. Before noon, I want to see the banners of the consortium planted all over this land, planted directly into the corpses of those traitors and heretics. The orders were given. The river of steel surged forward once more. 13 Lehman Russ tanks formed a standard wedge formation. Their treads crushed the still steaming earth that had just been plowed by artillery as they slowly advanced toward the core of the industrial zone. 14 Sentinel Walkers deployed on either flank of the tank cluster. Their sensor arrays operated at maximum capacity, scanning every suspicious shadow. Over 6,000 Aru infantrymen advanced in 3-man skirmish lines. The muzzles of their lost guns pointed vigilantly at every corner that might conceal an enemy. In the tactical helmet comms channels, soldiers conversed in low voices. Squad 3, West Side ruins cleared. No signs of life. Squad 7, discovered rebel heavy bolter wreckage on the east side. Gunner's body, mostly in pieces. Psyker detachment reporting, regional warp readings remain anomalous. Recommending my ass. Casper coldly cut off the Psyker's channel. It is perfectly normal to have warp disturbances after an artillery barrage. It's just residual energy. He had absolute confidence in his force's equipment. What did the firepower of a basilisk mean? The lethal radius of a single standard high explosive shell was 50 meters. Over 300 shells in a saturation bombardment. Forget about flesh and blood, even steel vehicles should be pounded into scrap metal pancakes right now. Those rebels. Those chaos cultists. Those bizarre weirdos. Before the steel and fire of the consortium, they were all just too weak. The smoke and dust gradually cleared. The first thing that came into view was the completely altered terrain. The once towering cooling towers of the refinery and the surrounding structures were gone. In their place was a massive crater over 100 meters in diameter. The bottom of the crater was piled with molten metal wreckage, still glowing with a dull red light. The raw material warehouse sector had been turned into a charred pit. The pre-processing assembly lines in the east sector, the transport depot in the west sector, the employee dormitories in the north sector. All gone. Literally gone. The artillery had leveled, shattered, and melted everything. This was the aesthetic of Imperial heavy firepower. If there was a problem that couldn't be solved by one round of artillery bombardment, then launch a second round. If the problem was still there, it just meant your guns weren't big enough. Sweep progress. Casper asked. Squadron 1 has reached the core area of the former refinery. No organized resistance encountered. Squadron 2 is clearing the east sector. Discovered a small number of rebel stragglers, all have been eliminated. Sentinel Walker Clades report, anomalous energy concentration detected in the west sector. Proceeding to. A harsh burst of static suddenly screeched through the comms channel. Then came shouts of alarm. What is that? Targets sighted. Central zone of the former refinery. Emperor, they're still alive. Casper's cybernetic eye rapidly zoomed in. His vision pulled close, piercing through the lingering smoke and dust. He saw them. On the edge of the massive crater, space was writhing. It was regenerating. Like an image reflecting on rippling water, a silhouette gradually solidified from a blur into reality. The Herald of Tsench. The creation of the Changer of Ways. A small chunk of one of its heads was noticeably missing, but the gap flowed with shimmering stardust instead of blood. The countless eyes on its second head were dimmed and shattered, oozing fluorescent blue pus. Only the third head remained intact. It was covered in wounds, yet the psychic pressure it emitted, a pressure that crushed reality and warped logic, had expanded to several times its pre-bombardment intensity. Along the edges of its wounds, the fabric of space was folding and repairing itself autonomously. The coalescing of the second figure was even more violent. The bloodletter. The incarnate fury of Khorne. Its left arm was missing from the shoulder down. There was no blood at the stump, only boiling, magma-like crimson energy spewing forth. A horrific, gaping hole had been blown clean through its chest. The edges burned with blood-red flames, and the scorching organs pulsing inside were clearly visible. Yet it stood as steady as a mountain. The single eye burning in its skull no longer held just the desire to slaughter, but a kind of frenzied satisfaction. It violently threw back its mangled head. Pointing its flesh and bone axe toward the smoke-obscured sky, a battle roar composed entirely of psychic shockwaves and tearing air crushed across the battlefield. Blood, for the Blood God. Skulls, for the Skull Throne. With its roar, the corpses scattered and buried beneath the steel all over the battlefield, rebels, Aru soldiers, overseers, workers, suddenly began to twitch. The blood that hadn't yet been vaporized surged from their wounds, transforming into crimson threads drawn by an invisible force, flying straight toward the bloodletter's body. With every thread of blood absorbed, its wounds healed a fraction, and its aura grew a fraction stronger. Casper's smile completely froze. The red light of his cybernetic eye flashed frantically, the processor running at maximum capacity to analyze the scene before him that completely violated the laws of physics. Impossible. The artillery data. The psychic neutralizing agents. The artillery data. Theoretical lethality 99.97%. A psychic shield couldn't possibly withstand a saturation bombardment of that magnitude. The adjutant's voice trembled. Lord Casper, their warp readings are growing exponentially. Underground. There's something underground feeding them energy. Casper snapped his head down. On the tactical panel, the curve of the subterranean psychic readings was skyrocketing like it was on combat stims. It wasn't a gradual climb, it was a vertical spike. The values instantly shattered 3 times, 5 times, 10 times the previously recorded peaks, and they were still climbing. Underground. Within Casper's mechanical brain, archival data from 80 years ago was instantly retrieved. Sector 7. The Errol family. Psychic focal point. Chaos ritual. Fuck. For the first time in his life, the Consortium General, renowned for his cold, absolute rationality, used the flesh and blood half of his mouth to spit out a purely emotional curse. He understood. He understood everything. Rain's rebellion, the Sicklyman uprising, even those weird workers who suddenly appeared. They were all bait. It was all for today, for this moment, to orchestrate an event massive enough, tragic enough, and filled with enough despair and death on this land buried over ancient chaos ruins. A sacrifice. The artillery fire had killed thousands of people. The energy generated by those deaths, the emotional fluctuations of terror, agony, and despair, triggered a tsunami in the warp. And this tsunami just happened to wash away the seal placed by Imperial Psychers 80 years ago over the ruins of Sector 7 beneath their feet. Now, the sealed chaos energy underground was pouring out like a broken dam. And those 2 demons stood right in the center of the flood, their mouths wide open, drinking deeply. All units. Casper's voice blared over the all-frequencies broadcast. For the first time, it carried a shrill panic that even the metallic synthesizer couldn't mask. Maximum threat targets. Focus fire on those 2 warp entities at the crater edge. At all costs. Right now. Immediately. Psyker detachment. Abandon all other tasks. Put everything you have into suppressing and disrupting the subterranean energy leak nodes. Attempt to establish an anti-psychic barrier. We cannot let this continue. It was too late. The 3 heads of the Herald of Tsench turned simultaneously. All 9 arms raised at once. The scepter, codex, dagger, hourglass, quill, mirror, and the other artifacts erupted with a blue light that blinded everything. Its intact head opened its mouth, its voice echoing in a triple-layered chorus brimming with infinite mockery and delight. Knowledge grants foresight. Your artillery, your slaughter, your victory. We're all part of the calculation. The winds of change have risen. In this moment, the gears of the great will interlock, and the book of destiny turns to a new page. Goal equals 300 power stones, only 80 more. Please leave some review, only 2 more before this book gets rated. Chapter 36, Final Purification, Bonus. This is the bonus chapter for reaching 300 power stones. The 9 artifacts smashed into the ground simultaneously. It wasn't an attack. It was the final, completing action of the ritual. Crack. Centered around the demon, the ground within a 500-meter radius split open. It wasn't a crater from an artillery shell. It was the tearing of space itself. Fissures glowing with a spectral blue light, inside which countless phantoms of eyes and books writhed, spread outward like a spider web. These rifts were not static. They slithered and branched out like the tentacles of a living creature, greedily sucking up the chaos energy spewing from deep underground. From within the fissures, the first to pour out were more blue horrors. Not dozens, but hundreds. They chittered and swarmed, blotting out the sky. Then came the higher-tier pink horrors. What coalesced in their claws wasn't electricity, but pure chaos fire capable of melting through tank armor. The blue horrors didn't attack directly, instead, they flew in swarms around the Aru forces. Wherever they passed, the soldiers' lost guns suddenly jammed. The tanks' targeting systems inexplicably failed. The comms channels filled with twisted static. They were warping probability, making misfortune the new reality. But it wasn't over. Amidst the bloodletter's roar, the fissure beneath its feet erupted with a geyser of boiling blood. Crawling out from the blood spring were more bloodletters, 5, 10, 20. And things even more terrifying than bloodletters. Flesh hounds, 3-headed monstrosities devoid of skin, their raw muscles exposed, moving so fast they left afterimages on the retina. Skull cannons, mobile artillery platforms forged from a fusion of living flesh and metal. What was loaded into their barrels wasn't ammunition, but compressed rage and agony. Every shot blew basin-sized craters into the armor of the Lehman Russ tanks. A demon legion. A genuine, fully structured demon legion had descended upon this artillery-scorched wasteland. Open fire! Open fire! The Aru forces reacted fast enough. Tank cannons roared, sentinel loss cannons flashed, infantry pulled their triggers, and a net of firepower instantly enveloped the area. But this time, the results were completely different. The Tsienchen demons were impossibly agile. Under the cover of probability manipulation, most of the attacks inexplicably missed. The cornate demons simply didn't care about getting hurt. The more wounded they became, the more excited they grew, and the faster they charged. A flesh hound zigzagged through the bullet hail, leaped into the air, and lunged at a sentinel walker. Its three massive, blood-drenched maws clamped onto the walker's leg joint simultaneously. Crunch! Amidst the groans of twisting metal, the walker crashed to the ground. The cockpit was cleaved open by a bloodletter that arrived a second later. The driver inside didn't even have time to scream. Psyker detachment. Interfere! Casper roared. The remaining 20-odd psychers exerted themselves simultaneously, driving purple psychic threads toward the subterranean fissures in an attempt to plug the energy leak. The Herald of Tsench smiled. It raised the mirror held in one of its 9 arms and pointed it at the psyker detachment. Reflected in the mirror were the blindfolded faces of the psychers. And then, beneath those blindfolds, the augmented brains implanted with computational arrays suddenly overloaded simultaneously. Ah! Amidst agonizing screams, the heads of 7 psychers exploded like watermelons. Their minds were instantly flooded by the endless, infinite chaos knowledge reflected in the mirror. A biological brain's storage capacity has limits, Tsench's knowledge does not. The remaining psychers broke off their casting in terror, but it was too late. The Herald of Tsench waved its scepter. I grant you an eternity of seeking knowledge. Logic overriding. To understand is to serve. Current highest priority directive, remove the barriers to understanding. The surviving psychers suddenly froze. They turned mechanically and ripped off their blindfolds. Beneath the cloth, their eyes were gone, replaced by spinning mechanical augmetics flickering with streams of data. Speaking in an inhuman voice laced with electrical static, they chanted in unison, knowledge must be understood. They turned around. Their psychic power was no longer directed at the demons, but blasted straight into the nearest Aru infantry square. The psychers have turned traitor. They've been corrupted. Panic spread like a plague. A demon legion charging from the front, corrupted psychers backstabbing from the rear, and Tsienchen demons constantly fabricating accidents on the flanks. The formation of the Aru forces instantly collapsed. Retreat. Casper practically squeezed the word through his mechanical vocal cords. All units. Leapfrog retreat. Fall back to Aru City. Abandon heavy equipment. Light retreat. Move. The general's order was decisive. But on a battlefield, there is often a very thin line between a decisive retreat and a total rout. And when that line is caught by demons, it becomes a slaughter. Blood for the blood god. The wounded bloodletter led the charge. Swinging its massive axe with its one remaining arm, it caught up to a retreating Lehman Russ tank and buried the blade deep into its engine block. Baked in scorching metal shrapnel and the explosive firelight, it threw its head back and laughed maniacally. Flesh hounds darted through the fleeing infantry, every pounce bringing a rain of blood. 40 minutes later, when the last batch of battered Aru stragglers stumbled back to the defensive outposts of Aru City, the 8,000-strong army that had marched out earlier was reduced to just over 3,200 men. Their heavy equipment was almost entirely lost. Out of 13 Lehman Russ tanks, only 3 returned, all heavily damaged. None of the 5 Hellhound flame tanks made it back, they were too slow and became priority targets for the demons. Out of 20 Sentinel walkers, 4 survived. The Psyker detachment was completely annihilated, they were either dead or had turned traitor. The Red Blaze Wasteland Industrial Zone had completely fallen. It had become a forbidden zone corrupted by chaos energy and infested with demons. Standing on the city walls, Casper Aru looked at the distant region shrouded in spectral blue and blood-red auras. For the first time, the red light of his cybernetic eye looked incredibly dim. The mechanical right half of his face remained cold and emotionless. But on his left, flesh and blood cheek, the muscles twitched involuntarily. He knew that after today, his position within the consortium was finished. No. The entire Aru Group might be finished. And the cause of all this was a group of miners who should have obediently worked themselves to death on an assembly line, and a suppression operation that should have been a sure thing. Lord Casper. The adjutant approached cautiously. How do we report this to the Security Council? Casper remained silent for a long time. Then, he raised his mechanical right hand. The metal fingers tapped in the empty air, pulling up a comms interface. His voice regained its calm, the cold, ruthless calm of a consortium executive. Transmit the following report to the highest priority channel of the Siemens Trade Consortium Security Council. Title: Preliminary Report regarding the sudden high-intensity warp contamination event in the Red Blaze Wasteland and the emergency response of the Aru Group Defense Forces. Report contents are as follows. 1. A massive chaos contamination event occurred in Industrial Sector No. 3 of the Red Blaze Wasteland. The source of the contamination is suspected to be related to the Sector 7 crash incident from 80 years ago. 2. The Cyclemen insurgency are confirmed to be heretical cultists. Their rebellion was aimed at unsealing the subterranean warp anomaly. 3. Under the command of Caspar Aru, the Aru Group Defense Forces decisively intervened immediately upon the incident's outbreak and successfully routed the main rebel force. When the rebels merged with the warp anomaly and the situation rapidly deteriorated, the defense forces took resolute measures, including heavy artillery saturation, which delayed the spread of the contamination and successfully prevented further chaos expansion. The contamination has been contained within the industrial zone, buying critical time for planetary defense. 4. Recommending the Council to immediately initiate maximum emergency response. Contact the Aten's Night House, the Conmo Psyker Dynasty, and the Order of the Omniscient Mind to convene an emergency quadrilateral summit and instantly activate the Aurelian Crisis Joint Defense Pact. Furthermore, he paused. In the name of the Joint Lawful Governors of Aurelian 4, transmit an emergency distress signal to the Governor Militant of the Eastern Fringe and all nearby Imperial Navy patrol fleets, requesting the intervention of specialized anti-chaos forces. Recommending the Council to pressure the planetary governor to petition the Imperium for authorization to employ all necessary purification methods, up to and including exterminatus, should the situation become uncontrollable. Recommending the evaluation and preparation for the initiation of final purification protocols to permanently eradicate the threat in this sector. The adjutant drew a sharp breath. Final purification protocols. That was the polite, legal imperial euphemism for requesting extreme measures, such as orbital bombardment, to deal with a warp contamination that threatened an entire planet's order. Its severity was second only to a true exterminatus. Lord Caspar, this. Do it. Caspar turned and walked down from the city wall. The red light in his cybernetic eye had stabilized, shining even colder than before. The losses had already been incurred. What he needed to do now wasn't regret, but damage control. And, shifting the blame. Also, double the experimental volunteer quota for the families of those useless trash in the intelligence department. Tell them their family members died heroically in the line of duty, and this is the consortium's pension for their families. And state that our forces suffered heavy casualties, which was the necessary and heroic price paid to contain a threat capable of destroying the entire planet. The focus of the report is on early detection, early warning, and buying time, not the losses themselves. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The adjutant's hand trembled slightly as he recorded the orders. Caspar didn't look back again. He walked toward the command vehicle, his mind already calculating how to package a failed suppression operation into the glorious achievement of discovering and fighting back against a warp anomaly at the upcoming quadrilateral summit. As for those dead soldiers, the routed troops slaughtered by heretics, the workers who had become sacrificial offerings for the anomaly, they didn't matter. On the consortium's ledgers, human lives had always just been an operating cost. And what he had to do now was ensure that this cost had been spent worthily. Next goal equals 300 plus 150 is equal to 450 power stones. Chapter 37, The Quaking of Aurelian. 3 days passed in a flash. The tragic battle in the Red Blaze Wasteland Industrial Zone, and the subsequent outbreak of the warp contamination incident, hit the political ecosystem of Aurelian 4 like a massive boulder plunging into a calm lake, stirring up monstrous waves. In Ximen City, at the headquarters of the Ximen's Trade Consortium, an emergency summit of the Supreme Council. In summary, under the decisive command of General Caspar Aru, our consortium's armed forces successfully thwarted the conspiracy between the Cyclemen insurgency and the warp heretics. We contained the contamination within the industrial zone, buying the planet 72 precious hours of early warning time for global defense preparations. The speaker was the consortium's chief public relations officer, a middle-aged man whose face was plastered with a mask of professional, indignant grief. On the holographic projection behind him played heavily edited footage. The heroic charge of the Aru forces. Tank artillery bombarding rebel fortifications. Soldiers executing an orderly retreat while fighting a delaying action after the warp heretics appeared. As for the parts involving the rout, the slaughter, the psyker mutiny, and the fact that the basilisk artillery barrage not only failed to destroy the heretics but actually fueled them. Those were necessary sacrifices under the fog of war and the deceitful tricks of warp heretics. We must emphasize, the PR officer stated, his tone absolute. The root cause of this incident lies in the fact that 80 years ago, when the Imperial Iron Hands Legion purged House Blayak, they failed to completely purify the hidden warp heretic threat left behind in the ruins of Sector 7. And our consortium was the first loyalist force to discover it, sound the alarm, and commit heavy forces in an attempt to contain the disaster. We paid a catastrophic price. 13 Lehman Russ tanks, 16 Sentinel walkers, and over 4,000 loyal soldiers dead or wounded. All of this was done for the overarching safety of Aurelian IV. Around the circular table, the representatives of the other three great factions listened expressionlessly. The representative of the Aiden's Knight House, a middle-aged knight wearing half-plate power armor with a power sword at his waist, let out an almost imperceptible snort. His house controlled more than half of Aurelian IV's military forces and mining industries. They had always looked down on the consortium, viewing them as nothing more than nouveau riche pharmaceutical peddlers. Moreover, the Knight House had its own intelligence network. They knew exactly what had happened in the industrial zone. Successfully contained. You clearly fucked around and found out. You bombed the subterranean warp heretics awake, and now that you can't clean up the mess, you're crying victim and shifting the blame. The representative of the Conmo Psyker dynasty, a veiled female Psyker surrounded by a faint, glowing aura, tapped her fingertips lightly against the tabletop. Her psychic perception was sharper than anyone else's in the room. She could hear the heretical whispers broadcasting from the direction of the red blaze wasteland, a spreading contamination that reeked like a rotting wound. The consortium's claim that the contamination was contained was laughable. However, the Psyker dynasty was currently much more concerned with something else, the mutinied Psykers. The computational psi-servitors of the Order of the Omniscient Mind had actually been corrupted by heretics. This shattered the delicate balance they had long maintained with the Mechanicus branch. If mechanical creations couldn't even guarantee their own order, why should Psykers trust them? The representative of the Order of the Omniscient Mind, a tech priest with half his face replaced by machinery and the other half covered by a respirator mask, sat in silence. His red mechanical eye blinked steadily, data streams scrolling across his visual interface. Within the Order, a fierce logical debate was currently underway. One faction of tech priests argued that the mutinied psi-servitors possessed design flaws and needed to be recovered, completely dismantled, and studied. Another faction argued that this was an unpredictable warp variable, which only proved the superiority of pure machinery. Observe, the tanks and artillery did not mutiny. But regardless, the Order had to make their stance known. The tech priest raised his mechanical arm, his synthesized voice icy. The Order of the Omniscient Mind concurs with the consortium's assessment regarding the historical legacy issues of Sector 7. The current primary objective is to contain the spread of the contamination. The Order will deploy 5 Purifier-class heavy combat automata, 10 Eradicator-class walking artillery platforms, and provide 1 squadron of combat servo-skulls for support. Simultaneously, the Order demands priority research rights to the Sector 7 ruins and all post-battle wreckage within the industrial zone, in order to analyze the chaos contamination mechanics and perfect subsequent purification protocols. The representative of House Aitons finally spoke, his voice booming. House Aitons will deploy 2 companies of Knight Armigers, along with their accompanying infantry. But the military command must be led by us. You consortium people are not professionals at fighting wars. The female representative of the Conmo dynasty added softly, the Conmo dynasty will deploy 30 combat psychers and 30 psychic auxiliaries to establish a psychic barrier, disrupt heretical whispers, and attempt to locate the core of the contamination. However, we require the Mechanicus to provide psychic suppressors, just in case. The summit continued in a bizarre atmosphere of, we all know you're full of shit, but now is not the time for infighting. Ultimately, the 4 factions reached a temporary agreement. 1. Immediately establish the Aurelian Warp Heretic Threat Joint Response Command. 2. It would be jointly staffed by the 4 factions. House Aitons would assume military command. The Conmo dynasty would handle psychic affairs. The Mechanicus would provide technical equipment. The consortium would be responsible for logistics and coordination. 3. Immediately submit an emergency report to the current planetary governor, an imperial bureaucrat who only showed his face once every 5 years, primarily to collect the tithe. 4. In the joint name of the planetary governor and the 4 great factions, transmit a maximum priority distress signal to the governor militant of the Eastern Fringe and any Imperial Navy patrol fleets that might be nearby. 5. Prior to the arrival of Imperial reinforcements, muster all existing forces to establish a blockade line around the perimeter of the Red Blaze Wasteland contamination zone to prevent the spread of the contamination, and evaluate the feasibility of a final purification. The planetary governor's palace. The obese Governor Harrington looked at the 4 severely worded yet contradictory reports placed before him, along with the joint distress petition requiring his signature. He felt like he was sitting on a promethium reactor that was about to explode. He didn't understand warp heretic contamination or demonic incursions. But he understood how the imperial bureaucratic system worked. If he reported this up the chain and it was handled well, he might get a little credit. If it wasn't handled well, he would definitely be the first scapegoat. But not report it. If it was later discovered that he had covered it up, he wouldn't just be a scapegoat, he would be put straight onto the Departamento Munitorum's purification list. Sign it. Sign it immediately. Governor Harrington picked up his pen, his hand trembling. Transmitted through the fastest, most heavily encrypted channels. Send it to the Sector Governor Militant, send it to the Departamento Munitorum, send a record to the Eastern Fringe Command of the Imperial Crusade Forces. Send it to everyone. Also, issue a planetary state of emergency in my name. Authorize the 4 factions to take all reasonable measures within the framework of Imperial law to defend Aurelian. Wait, is the phrase, all necessary measures too sensitive? Change it to all reasonable measures within the framework of Imperial law. The bureaucratic machine began its slow, ponderous grind. Reports were converted into data packets and transmitted toward the distant sector capital via astropathic relays. The distress signals were like stones thrown into the deep ocean. Whether they would cause a ripple depended entirely on whether an Imperial Navy fleet just happened to be nearby, and whether they were willing to bother with an SOS from a frontier world. Chapter 38, Rebirth in the Wasteland. TL/N, come on, more than 500 people are reading this book daily. Leave a review someone please, only one remaining before we get a rating. Red Blaze Wasteland. Deeper inside. If the industrial zone was a wasteland caused by overmining, then this place was the forgotten edge of that wasteland. The terrain transitioned from exposed rock strata and strip mines into a sparse, sickly green jungle. The air was thick with a strange odor, a mixture of rotting humus and rusting metal. The sky was perpetually shrouded beneath Aurelian IV's signature pollution clouds, making the light permanently dim. Hidden deep within this jungle was an abandoned outpost. Judging from the remaining traces, it likely belonged to a prospecting team from the House Blayek era over 80 years ago, or perhaps even earlier colonists. Several low, half-buried prefabricated barracks had mostly collapsed, leaving only rusting metal frames. A watchtower leaned at a precarious angle, looking as if it might topple at any moment. There should have been a perimeter wall surrounding the base, but now only scattered concrete foundations remained. Most importantly, for hundreds of miles in every direction, aside from a few remote towns and small mining settlements that required days of trekking to reach, there were no major armed factions stationed here. It was far from Aru City, separated from the industrial zone, which had now become a chaos nest, by a vast expanse of wasteland. It was the perfect blind spot, a true no man's land. This was precisely the starting base location the players had voted on after days of dying, respawning, and exploring multiple directions. At this moment, within the ruins designated as Respawn Point 1, flashes of white light flickered continuously. The silhouettes of players sprouted from every corner like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Puffed. Puffed. What is that smell? Soul of Cadia pinched his nose the moment he logged in. It's stronger than the sulfur smell in the industrial zone. Be content. At least there's no one here whipping you. Taxbro stretched the arms of his new body. He felt like the muscles on this new vessel were slightly firmer than his last one. Head count. Eternally loyal to the Emperor, Zeke's voice rang out in the regional channel. All squads, report numbers. I repeat, this is our chosen main base and headquarters. It's temporarily safe, but maintain vigilance. The online counts for each squad scrolled rapidly through the channel. Final tally, out of 5,000 players, except for 17 who were temporarily offline due to real-life reasons, everyone else was present. Excellent, Zeke looked around at the dilapidated surroundings. Brothers, behold our new home. Before he could finish his sentence. In the top left corner of every player's vision, a series of unprecedented system prompt windows popped up simultaneously. Major system update announcement. To all esteemed pilots. In light of your outstanding adaptability and resource acquisition efficiency during the initial phase on Aurelian 4, system permissions have been partially unlocked. Loading new functional modules. Loading complete. The new features are as follows. Chapter system. Found a chapter, spend 1,000 Imperial coins to found a novice chapter. A chapter possesses an independent name, emblem, internal comms channel, contribution record, and basic command hierarchy. Chapter level, initially skirmisher tier. Levels up based on member count, comprehensive strength, completed game missions, or by independently achieving major Legion milestones. Leveling up increases the recruitment cap and unlocks more chapter functions and exclusive store items. Chapter Vault, shared storage space, initially 50 slots, expandable, used to store public chapter supplies. Note, in the Mecha universe, huddling together for warmth is the first rule of survival. Please treat your members kindly. Loyal faith and shared interests are the best glue to keep a chapter from falling apart. P.S. The Betrayal and Purge submodules are not unlocked in the current version. Please found your chapters with peace of mind. Physical Augmentation and Enhancement Database, Genetic Sequence Development Paths. Basic Physique Enhancement Chain. Type 1, Bone Density/Muscle Efficiency Price 100 coins. Effect, slightly increases carry weight, melee damage resistance, and maximum stamina. Type 2, Metabolic Optimization/Neurological Enhancement unlocks when Type 1 reaches greater than or equal to 30% completion. Price 500 coins. Effect, increases stamina recovery rate, slightly increases reaction speed. Type 3, organ redundancy/trauma tolerance unlocks when Type 2 reaches greater than or equal to 50% completion. Price 1,500 coins. Effect, increases resistance to toxins, radiation, and low oxygen environments, slightly increases survival rate from critical injuries. Subsequent paths, displayed as, locked. Perception enhancement chain. Type 1, visual/auditory acuity price 100 coins. Effect, slightly improves vision in dim environments and auditory range. Subsequent paths, locked. Neural interface chain, prerequisite for mechanical augmentation. Basic neural interface implant, price 500 coins. Effect, allows the installation and basic compatibility of the simplest mechanical prosthetics or exoskeleton interfaces. Warning, augmentations carry a risk of failure, which may lead to nerve damage or rejection reactions. Note, this is the beginning of mortal flesh ascending to the extraordinary. Attention, all augmentations require time to adapt and may slightly or significantly alter the physical appearance of the vessel. Please choose your evolutionary path carefully. Psychic awakening and guidance, high reward, high risk. Psychic talent screening, price 100 coins. Effect, detects the vessel's current psychic potential rating, ES. Psychic awakening ritual, basic price 1,000 imperial coins. Effect, activates latent psychic talents, granting the most rudimentary psychic perception abilities. Consequence of failure, mild to severe psychological trauma, extremely small probability of attracting the attention of the warp, you know what that means. Psychic training method, basic meditation price 500 coins. Effect, provides the most rudimentary guidance on psychic control and growth. Warning, fumbling around with psychic cultivation on your own in the Mecha universe is equivalent to tap dancing blindfolded in a minefield. Note, psychic power is a key, but also a curse. Power and risk coexist, knowledge and madness dance together. The system will provide the awakening and the most basic protective guidance. For subsequent paths, you must pay imperial coins for protection. Please, weigh your choices carefully. Massive red warning text, a psyker without system training is the brightest torch in the darkness, and also the most delicious snack. Store system expansion, new categories. New category, Xenos textile equipment. High efficiency solar power armor, light. Annotation, suspected to originate from a civilization that extremely reveres solar efficiency price 15,000 coins. Provides basic protection. Energy is nearly limitless under sunlight, but efficiency drops sharply in dim environments. Rail rifle prototype. Annotation, a specialized branch of kinetic weapons, emphasizing muzzle velocity and penetration price 5,000 coins. Impressive firepower, excellent range. Specialized ammunition must be purchased separately, 50 coins/magazine. High recoil. Phase dagger. Annotation, involves basic spatial cutting technology price 4,200 coins. Significant armor-piercing effects in melee. Extremely effective against energy shields. Unstable structure carries a risk of self-destruction. General-purpose engineering mecha. Annotation, heavy industrial mecha price 50,000 coins. New category, unknown tech tree. Warp drive principal fragment, I, price 300,000 coins. Description, a fragment exploring an alternative theory for faster-than-light travel. Effect. Psychomechanical coupling interface theory fragment, I, price 250,000 coins. Description, an approach to merging psychic power and machinery different from the order of the omniscient mind's doctrine. Effect. Massive restock of existing categories, added more models of lost weapons, kinetic weapons, various grades of armor, engineering tools, medical supplies, survival gear, etc. New services. Vessel resculpting, spend 50 coins to micro-adjust the vessel's facial appearance. Final prompt, all new features and services require the expenditure of Imperial coins. Imperial coins can be acquired through material recycling, mission completion, and specific behavioral rewards. We wish all pilots an even more spectacular pioneering journey on Aurelian 4. Zeke stared at the footnote. Still calling it the Mecha universe, huh? You fucking dev.